All right, let's see if we can add this to the stage. Give me 2 seconds real quick. I know it's been a while since I've been here, people. Let me see. And that... Anxious to get on the screen. This screen. What the hell am I talking about? Stream. That's what I'm talking about. The stream. All right, let me bring this up full screen real quick. Hopefully I don't have any stupid, stubborn mic issues going on here.
From your employer, so you have to demand or negotiate with your customer or whatever it is. You have to say, look, it's about the time that I've worked for you for this amount of time, and I need an incentive to keep working for you because I've done a really good job. Anyway, they agreed, so that's a good pay rise for me. And also the other thing is, I've been working really hard on just cleaning my own flat, because even though I'm a cleaner, self-employed cleaner for other people, I tend to neglect my own cleaning sometimes. I'll come home after a hard day's graft and I'll be like, man, I live by myself, I don't have a partner, I can't really be bothered. I have to do the cooking, I have to do the washing, I have to sweep.
You got to be a strong and independent man.
Oh God,
yeah, right. Individual. Right. This is good because this is true, because this is a good segue into this whole discussion tonight, actually. Right. But look, it's difficult. I do have to be a strong, independent man, and I've been working on this, I've been working on that, I've been working on networking, I've been cleaning. And I'll tell you what, right, I've got this meeting coming up on Monday. I don't know if I told you about it, but they're trying to knock my flat down, like the government are trying to displace me and move me into a different area.
They're gonna
development. Yeah, I told you, I think a few podcasts back, So
like with the wrecking ball, like knock it down completely. They're gonna knock down your building.
Yeah.
All right, Miley Cyrus. Okay, Miley Cyrus.
No, it's true. It's the wrecking ball thing. So basically, they want to demolish my property, and it could take up to 2 years for this to even come to fruition. But I need answers. I need answers. I need what opportunities have I got? Where can I move to? What is available? This, that, and the other. Do you know what I mean? I've got so many questions. Anyway, I've got a meeting coming up on Monday. Sorry to have gone off on a bit of a spill on that.
That's all right. It's all good.
That's what I've been doing this week.
Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn. You what? Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
And look who pulled up to the panel.
I was just talking about your ass, Marty. I think last week podcast on, bro.
It's Marte.
What is going on, Mr. Marte? Long time no see, brother. What's going on, man?
Man, what's that noise in the background?
That was me adjusting the mic. My bad. It felt a little loose.
You couldn't have picked up time to do this? What the heck? Like, hold on.
Yeah, Marty, look, you got to understand, bro.
Who's Marty? You talking about Back to the Future, Marty McFly? Who's that?
Hell no.
Okay,
no, you're right.
It's Marty. Hold on. Did you whitewash me on his panel? Am I getting whitewashed? Bro, this is what the hell? Are you calling me Uncle Tom? Is this another way to call me a coon? You gonna call me a coon? Oh, you very slick about that.
Oh wait, hold on. I ain't say none of that. You talking about
you gonna call me a house Negro? You gonna call me a house Negro next? I'm a Marty.
I did not.
I can't work on the fields with you. I can't work on the fields with you. I gotta be in the house.
Tay, I did not say that, bro. I was giving you shit, dog.
I'm getting called Uncle Tom. That's crazy, bro.
Nah, Tay. I'm just giving you shit on some real shit, though. How you been, man?
I mean, other than being Uncle Tom and a trash panda right now, I'm good, bro.
Man, didn't nobody call your ass Uncle Tom. You just put words in my mouth at this point.
Oh, well, hold on. How's that not called? How's that different from calling me Steve?
Hey, look, Tay. This is how I talk.
Lil Tay. I decreased my size.
Marte, this is how.
Oh, that's crazy.
No, hey, no, Marte.
Lil Tay, the internet's youngest flexer. Lil Tay.
Look, this is hell no.
Anonymous. The disrespect is wild already. We already a minute in this, and it's already popping off. This is crazy. I'm Lil Tay, then I'm whitewashed. What's next? You gonna put on a three-peat on top of this? What's the third thing?
Right here, Senor Rulas.
It ain't no thing.
Senor Rulas.
It won't take long, bro. It won't take long.
It's crazy, bro.
I was just asking how you been on, bro.
Wait, hold on.
Subject.
Hold on. Can you ask me how it's been other than ask me how it is? I'm just curious. You can ask me anything if you want to.
How's life? How's life treating you? How about that?
Oh man, so that was the third thing, the grammatical error. We got to work on the comprehension. Life has been great, man. It's been great. I have not seen this foul individual. Oh, Fowler, my bad. This foul individual for a very long time. How's it going? What's up, Jamie or Jaime? I don't know how you say your name. But
no, you said you said the second one correct.
Portal James, whichever you prefer.
Wait, hold on. That's what Anonymous does when he goes to the club with these ladies. He shoots the club up. Say it ain't so.
I don't know about all the no.
Does he really?
It ain't so.
Okay. I'm just checking. Shots fired. Hopefully you're being protective over there.
Oh, absolutely, man. Absolutely. No, we're not doing the having babies out of wedlock over here. We're not doing that. Oh, no.
Good. Okay, cool. You're not participating in regular black culture. I like it. Good.
Oh, no, absolutely not, man. I'm not contributing to that type of degeneracy.
Man, that's good, bro. Where are people like you?
I've got higher expectations, man. I've got higher expectations.
Look, me myself, I was born within the confines of a marriage.
Me too. We are.
I wasn't even born out of wedlock. I don't believe in that.
All right. Well, going back to the topic, that's a very masculine thing to do, to work on your marriage and uphold this. Your dad upheld this tradition, so did mine. So we can continue on this tradition with having babies in wedlock. I think that's a very masculine activity to uphold, and it takes a lot of work and sacrifice. That upholds masculinity, and if we can do this traditionally, we can uphold this culture and have our youth purvey this as our progeny continue on our legacy. That's great.
There you go. All right, so Mr. Marte, how's the week been for you, bro?
Oh man, I've been battling these Muslims online. I've been battling these Jays online and all that. I'm running for office within 2 years. That's the reason why I'm taking. If you see my Instagram, I've been going ham.
Oh no! I've been seeing it. I'm getting death threats by the pork eaters, the inbreds, and all this other stuff. So that's happening. I don't really care. I'm not afraid. What are they going to do? Make me a martyr so that way people can say he was a good man? It's going to instill this work in other people. We remember Tupac. What happened to his album sales after he got cooked? Right. So if you think about it,
hang on, bro, Marte. But in all fairness, we're seeing lots of right-wing people being eradicated recently. Like we've had one over here in the UK, and Widdicombe, I don't know if you even know who she is.
If you think about this, Charlie Kirk was martyred, and what this did was embolden me as a debater. To me, in order to be masculine, we have to be able to run towards the gunfire instead of away from this. Far too many men get on keyboards and want to be keyboard warriors, but not do shit when it comes time to legislate, vote in midterms, or do any of this work. Put in work. Being a keyboard warrior is fine, but guess what's going to happen when you call people like me racist, Islamophobes, and people like this? We are not even going to be present because we're going to be fighting for our lives on the front line. That's very masculine behavior, and that's what creates a man in the household. You have to be able to defend your house, i.e. our nation, politically, physically, or anything else. It takes a lot of work and sacrifice. We need more men stepping up. Matter of fact, Mark, where you're at right now, you may not even have free speech. We need this.
Well, we had this discussion before. Look, we've explored the difference between what you've got, the First Amendment right, which is free speech. We've got something different here in the UK, which is freedom of
religion, freedom of the press, freedom to peacefully assemble.
Yeah,
it's more to it than just the speech part. That's the part.
Right.
There's other aspects of the First Amendment that a lot of people skip over. They only focus on the speech part, but it's actually 5 or 6 parts.
Right, so we've got something here called freedom of expression, which isn't the same as freedom of speech, so our speech is much more curtailed than what you've got over there with your speech rights. You know what I mean? But I think also You know, there are certain things you still can't say in America without being, you know, done for inciting hatred or something like that. I'm not sure. I suppose it depends on the state.
Yeah, stuff like calls to action and all that type of stuff. Yeah, because it's like there's federal limitations that come with free speech. Like there's certain things that you can't say about like the president and stuff like that.
I think I've heard of cases also in America, and I'm not entirely sure what state it was in. But I think I've also heard of cases in America where people have been locked up for similar incidences. Probably not as prevalent here in the as it is here in the UK. I think we are showing signs of being the biggest country for statistics when it comes to locking people up for speech or like what they would call non-crime hate incidences. And I'm not a big fan of this at all whatsoever. If I was a fan of this, then I wouldn't be attending these types of podcasts right now. You know, I'm a massive advocate of free speech. And talking of masculinity, I don't want to think of myself as a keyboard warrior either. I like to think of myself as a bit of an all-rounder. I actually get out there politically into the big wide world and make an actual physical difference. Yeah. And there's a lot of groups that I'm in that I wouldn't even dare to share here right now through fear of exposing these groups that I'm in, because
you don't want to dox yourself and dox other people is what you're saying.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
I got you. All right. So with that being said, I actually got an icebreaker question for you guys, but I actually have a video that I want you guys to react to in terms of this masculinity topic. Y'all ready? Yeah. I want to get y'all's thoughts on this video.
Okay, so I made this reel where I talked about 5 traits a man needs to unlock a woman's femininity. And the last point in that list was healthy dominance. And I need to pause there because this isn't just about unlocking femininity. It's also one of the biggest things that determines whether a man gets cheated on or not. Before you get defensive, let me explain what I actually mean by dominance. Because as soon as people hear that, they think, oh, control, toxic masculinity, aggression, and all of that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about having a spine, because I see this pattern over and over again. The guy is nice. He's available. He's always there. He's always adjusting. And somehow he still gets cheated on. And everyone's confused, like, but he did everything right. Yeah, that's the fucking problem. He did everything for her and nothing for himself. Healthy dominance is literally just a man being able to say no and not freak out about it. Like if she's upset, he doesn't panic. If she's testing him, he doesn't collapse. If she's pushing boundaries, he doesn't over-explain or beg. He just stays grounded. And I know this is uncomfortable. But when a man is always catering to a woman, she stops feeling held. She starts feeling like she's running the emotional show. And that does not feel feminine. Women don't want a man they can emotionally push around. They don't want to feel like, oh, if I lose my mind, he'll just fold. They want to feel like, okay, this man isn't going anywhere, but he's also not putting up with nonsense either, you know? And listen, this isn't about fear, like she's scared of him. That's not it. It's the fear of losing him. Like crossing a line actually has consequences. Disrespect actually costs something. Because if he's always there, no matter what, if he tolerates everything, if he never pushes back, then nothing is at stake. And when nothing is at stake, attraction fades, slowly, quietly. Healthy dominance isn't loud. It's not dramatic. It's quiet. It's knowing in yourself that if relationship loses respect, you'll walk. Not threaten it, not say it, just you know it. And she can feel that. And relationships without this, they might look fine, but they don't stay clean. That's it. That's the whole thing.
All right. So based on what you guys heard and seen from the video, you know, what are you guys' thoughts on the video?
Well, I'm going to say first off real quick, I think she's being very honest. I think I appreciate her honesty, actually. Like, it's very difficult, right, to hear, right? Like, I think that she is coming from a state of honesty. Anyway, that's it. I'll let someone else have their input.
Well, what are your thoughts on what she said, though?
Well, I kind of spaced off.
Did you didn't even hear what she said? That's crazy.
Stupid.
That's crazy, bro.
No, I want to hear what everyone else has to say first.
Let me write off your coattails then. I agree.
All right, yeah, go ahead, Jaime. Go ahead. What are your thoughts on what she said in the video, brother?
Right. So I believe she was honest, but I also don't believe she speaks for all women. But again, I have to agree with a lot of what she said. And I think the key word that she said was disrespect. That once that's introduced into a relationship, there's when it starts going south. And establishing a line of respect from the get-go is how you don't get there to begin with. So I do appreciate that aspect.
I like this use the word healthy dominance. Most times, even I think dominance is control, which is a negative thing. So I had to spend a little time thinking, what is a healthy dominance? And I do believe the man is the head of the household. So there could be a healthy dominance. I found that part interesting.
Okay, cool. All right, Mr. Tizzle, what are your thoughts on what she said in the video? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Do you got pushback? What do you think? What are your thoughts?
Kind of like on the back from everybody. I'm a little bit on the pushback. I ain't gonna hold you.
I mean, if you got some pushback, go ahead.
Who the fuck? Oh my god, bro. Yeah, I don't know. I think the thing is, women be thinking, which I could probably be wrong. They be thinking they be right about everything, and you can't be right about everything. The way I see shit, in my opinion. I feel like as the man, if you owning a house or something, or you trying to lead a motherfucker, like, they should already know what's up. They should know what to say and what not to say, or like what to do and what not to do. I feel like it's vice versa too, but I feel like in this world we don't really fucking got that no more. Like, it's not like how it is back then. If whatever it was back then, equality, it's just bullshit now and double standard.
The thing is, Tizzle, which I think the reason I respected her for speaking the truth is because sometimes I think men don't want to hear this type of thing. What it is they want to push back on it, right? And they want to be like, hang on, she's talking about like this dominance. Women ultimately do have, there's two different approaches, isn't there? There's like an animalistic approach, that is a natural animalistic approach. And of course, a woman wants to see that man take that masculine dominating charge.
But look, you got to think about it though.
They love it and hate it at the same time. It's almost like,
but hold on. They hate it. They hate it though because they can't be dominant like how the man can be. You think about
the only time they really hate it is when it restricts them from doing stupid things.
Marte think I'm bullshit. Marte think I'm bullshit. In my eyes, in my lens, that's how I be seeing shit. A lot of women, especially where I'm at, they be wanting that dominance and they get petty over the smallest and littlest shit. Now, where you from, I don't know how the fuck they do it or what your opinion gonna be, but that's just what I'm saying. I mean, it could be wrong in your lens, but it's right in my lens. I mean, if I'm saying some wrong shit, I mean, I'm saying it, but I'm also I'm talking my shit at the same time because it's just my opinion, my perspective, and you got to respect that.
All right, go ahead, Marte.
No, yeah, I respect that. Look, Marte's shaking his head though, so he's got something on the tip of his tongue, I'm sure.
Tizzle, I couldn't comprehend three things from the things that you said, no offense to you, to make a complete intelligible sentence there. Here's the problem here, is that women initiate divorce at 78%. Let me circle this back. I'll say this again. Women initiate divorces at a 78% chance. So if we think about this, they are growing up with fathers in the home. So if you grow up with a healthy observance of a father having control and dominance in the house, you know what this looks like. But because this is a foreign concept and women are growing up without what a daddy looks like, you don't have daddy giving you away at the wedding. You just give yourself away. And when you have a society of women giving themselves away, they give themselves freedom, money, and everything else. And what happens when you give a woman everything without any control? Hold on real quick. When you give everybody, like women, everything plus money, freedom, and control and everything else, you have the Garden of Eden and Eve happening all over again. And this has become cyclical because there is no father. You remove two fathers from the home. You remove the dad and God. And when you don't have control and dominance, healthy dominance is a foreign concept, and women will push back against this. We need to We need to take the ways back in court and re-incentivize the laws to where they incentivize men again. That needs to change first of all.
I gotta.
But do you think,
but let me say,
Marte, do you think
I gotta leave. I gotta leave for a minute. I just want to.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Point. I just want to tell Marte, I think he did well there. I always think about what happens to the black man or the men. I don't think about the women, and this could be the result of it. You know, they become dominant. I think that was pretty bright. I'm maybe about 5 minutes.
So in other words,
masculine black women raising the most feminine boys ever. When you ever think about Trayvon Martin, the white kid that got stabbed, women are raising them because black women do not have conflict resolution skills. They're going to teach our boys this because their version of masculinity is what a mad black woman is and not what a man black man is. And the problem with this is, and this is to the white people here on the panel right now, I'm sick and tired of nice white people that are too nice and let all this shit slide. You need to be mean and defend our borders again. And
I'm trying to ask you a question. Don't call me a nice white person, bro. Shut the fuck up.
You want a white knight real quick?
Fuck up. Don't call me a nice white person.
No,
I'm not talking about you.
I'm not. Why are you personal?
Leave
the shoes.
Leave.
Lace them up.
Don't call me a nice white person.
Hold on,
bro. He's not talking. He's not talking about you.
He's personalizing this. Look, this is what liberals do all the time.
Yeah, because that's exactly what you're doing, you fucking dick. The nice white people on this podcast.
I'm not talking about you. If you're not the passive white person,
shut up.
Do you know what? Wait, can you steel man what I just told you? Do you know what I actually said?
Hey,
what did I mean by what I said?
I ain't gonna lie.
Funniest cast I've ever been on.
I ain't gonna lie. I was trying not to laugh. I was gonna say.
Tizzle, do you know what I said? What did I actually say, Tizzle?
And from what my ADHD brain is, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. It sounded like you was agreeing with me, but you just added extra shit to it. That's no offense or nothing, but you pretty much.
You're referring to me, bro.
You get.
Hold on.
Let's have this out.
Yes, let's have this out. The reason why the UK fell is because white men were too nice. They let in migrants. I'm sick and tired of people who are too nice. White culture has been too nice to darker cultures that come in and bring in great culture.
But you said the nice white people in this podcast is what you said. You said the nice white people in this podcast.
No.
Rewind it, yeah? That's what you said. You didn't say nice white people in general.
No, I said
the
you
nice
need
white
to
people
listen to this.
So you would definitely aiming that at me. Yeah,
I'm not definitely aiming that at you. I'm talking to you to tell you to listen to what I'm saying.
Wait, hold on.
This wasn't to you.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. I know I'm not tripping.
You have a comprehension.
I know I'm not tripping.
No,
because I'm hearing both of y'all talking.
Dizzle, you're gonna fuck this up. You're not gonna.
No. I'm not trying to fight the battle. I'm trying to get both point of views and perspectives.
You're not gonna do a good job. I could just tell. I'm being nice.
Okay. Well, look. I tell you what. Trying is better than not trying.
No, trying is failure. You should do and not try. Yoda even said it on Star Wars. That's crazy.
Trying is not failure. Failure is when you don't do shit at all.
Trying is the cousin of failure. Do or do not try. There is
so that's like saying.
Hold on. When you say try, this is the thing about try. When you say try, you're giving yourself an out.
Yeah, you're giving yourself an out. It's the cousin of failure.
You can say this. You can say, you know what? Well, at least I tried. But if you say you're going to do something,
right?
If you say you're going to do something, you're going to do it. You're not going to say, well, listen.
Yes.
No. But go ahead.
All right. I see what they doing there. They doing the Jedi mind trick. You trying to have me do my vocabulary?
No, it's not a Jedi mind trick.
No, that's not it at all.
That's not it.
Look, I'm going to say what I'm going to say. I don't know if Mark was not hearing what you were saying clearly, or he was trying to interpret your words how you were saying shit differently. He probably misheard what you said. Now, I don't know if it's just me or what. Like, I was just gonna say that before y'all fucking had y'all little two battles like Beyblade in this bitch. I just was saying that it sounded like you were just agreeing with me. Like I said, you just asked for words to that shit. And I was gonna say something else, but then y'all motherfuckers just clash. Like I said, no.
Real quick.
No.
Tizzle, you're like making shit up. Anonymous. Can I appeal to the moderator? I'll say what I said.
Wait, hold on. Wait. How am I making shit up? How am I making shit up?
I'll tell you why you're making this up. Remember at the beginning of the conversation when I couldn't tell, when I told you I couldn't understand what you were saying because it was unintelligible. Remember when I said that? It means I couldn't understand what you said. How can I add on to what you were saying if I don't understand what you're saying at the point you're made?
It's because we both talk different from different perspectives and point of view. So I mean, I get what you're saying. If I had to be honest on a percentage.
I believe you were away from the microphone. When you started talking, you were away from the microphone, bro.
Right. Look, listen. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna keep it a bean, no bread. I don't know every fucking thing when it comes to shit and all this and all that.
Right, then let me clear this up. Tizzle, step aside. Let me clear this up real quick. I'm going to say what I said again real quick. What I just said, hold on without an interruption. What I just said was I need the white people on the panel to listen to what I'm saying. And then I went on to saying I'm sick and tired of white people who are too nice in countries where there's dominant degeneracy coming in. What does that mean? Did I say that the white people on the panel are those people? That's not what that means. Anonymous, is that not what I just said?
That is what you said.
Wait, hold on. But hold on. But what you don't see though is what Marte don't see is that I was just defending him. What the fuck, Mark? How he reacted and how he responded.
I was trying to defend him too.
I get what the fuck you saying. It just I don't get where the fuck you was coming at.
You know what, Mark? Because Mark's living it. Mark's living it right now.
I'm not living it. I'm just trying to observe what the fuck going on. I'm trying to get both point. I'm trying to get both people understandings and point of view and what the fuck is going on.
I can tell the whole thing right now. Watch. You were defending Marte. Mark took it the wrong way because he's living it right now.
That's literally what the fuck. All I was just trying to say. That's literally all what I was trying to say.
You need the ball man to take care of it. Hold on. And then now we're going back to AB. AB, take over. Go ahead.
No, I'm letting y'all hash it out.
I don't fucking get where Marte was trying to cook me like a fucking fireman, but that's all I was just trying to say. That's all I was trying to say.
The reason why we have a disconnect is because I don't want the Ebonics version of what we're saying. What I want is the English comprehension version where I can break things down. I can even steel man and repeat what I just said. What you did was say, hey, this is what I think you said. No, I need what I actually said to be said. And I'm the perfect person to regurgitate what I just said to Mark. When you came in, all this was just a pure deflection. That's crazy, bro.
You gotta think about it, Marte. My brain don't work like how yours work, though. You get what I'm saying? That's the backup.
I just said.
Yeah, I know, but that's the backup reason why I said that I don't know a little bit of everything, but I know a little bit of something.
Right, but you have to be patient and then let me explain what I mean to say because I'm the best person to explain what I just said, rather than an outside source.
Hey, as you please.
Hey, I have an idea. Let's talk about what we just talked about over and over again. Just keep talking about it.
The thing is, look, when it come to me, right? The thing is that I try not to interrupt what somebody fucking say. It's just how my brain works. But hold on, but look, let's see what you're doing. See what you're doing. You're gonna make me forget what I'm saying.
I'm pointing out
that you're doing. You keep interrupting. You see what you're doing? You're doing the exact same thing.
Make it about you real quick, and I'll be done. I'll be waiting after you make it about you again. Go ahead.
Like I said, my brain don't work like how your fucking brain works. If I gotta say something I want to say and I feel like that's important in my head, I'm gonna say that shit out loud. Because if a motherfucker over talking me like how you did, and anybody in general, I'm just gonna forget what the fuck I'm thinking of. Because it's like going tick for tack. Like, of course, like we getting our point of views and our perspectives out the way, but it's like what I was just saying. Like I was just agreeing with the fuck you was saying.
I agree. I want to talk about this.
That's all I was doing. That's all I was doing.
Anonymous, what did I just tell you that he would do? Make it about himself? We're talking about the subject at hand. When I talk about weak men, Mark, do you understand that I wasn't talking about you? Back to the subject. When I talked about this, I'm talking about weak white men who've allowed the borders to come down so that way the infiltration can come in the UK. I was talking about that when I said I need you to listen. I wasn't talking about you, referencing you.
No, sure. No. Can I respond?
Yes.
He's speaking to the collective.
Yes,
not the individual.
May I respond?
Yeah, go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
So my reaction was obviously quite visceral, obviously because I felt as if I was being specifically targeted, and I think that look, to be honest, at the end of the day, I don't really give a shit what people think of me. Yeah,
you should.
Well, hang on. Whether they care about me for the color of my skin, I think what I want people to know me for is the content of my actions and who I am and what I'm all about. Yeah, and at the same time, I understand what you're saying. There are a lot of what I would call liberal white lefties that make me very embarrassed as a white man. Okay, they make me very embarrassed, and I don't want to be tarnished with the same type of brush, if that's what I'm saying. So that's why I reacted the way I did, is because I feel as if when you target, like I'm the only white man in this podcast tonight, right? Jamie claims to himself to be white, but I don't think he is, right? But anyway, that's another thing. What I'm saying is, as the only white man in the podcast, of course I'm going to get defensive because I felt that it was a personal attack. I felt as if he was saying that specifically because I am the white man in the room, and I think that you feel like I'm a softie. I'm trying to turn around to you and say, I'm trying to turn around to you and say,
do you mean defensive or offended?
Not all of us are pussy holes, and not all of us are liberal left wing. To your point, Marte, yes, you are 100% correct. You are correct. There are lots of white liberal lefties out there that are letting the side down, yeah, and I get that there are weak individuals, weak white people, yes, and I completely
That's who I'm
agree.
referring to, yes, and
I get that.
So
I just took it as a personal thing. I thought you were attacking me personally.
Right, but you can ask for clarification. I'm here. You can talk to me one-on-one. So, Anonymous, I'll say this. You should care about what other people think about you, because the reason why the UK police didn't arrest people was because they were more afraid of being called racist and how they look and how they thought of than somebody that actually got stabbed like Andrew Nowak. That's the problem with American society, is that masculinity has to be married with how you are viewed in society and how you think other people view you. To me, as soon as men relinquish our view in the optics becomes an optics nightmare in society. When fathers don't step up, when we don't do what we're supposed to do, we stop caring about what people view of us. And a long time ago, we need to maintain our image and fight for that back again for our nation's sovereignty.
I think just to clarify though, Marte, when I say I don't care what people think of me, I'm referring to I don't care how people are profiling based on the color of purely on the color of my skin. But purely on the color of my skin. I'm saying that they should judge me on the content of my character.
That's what people think about you. That is married with that. Those are two things and the same thing. You can't divorce the two, because the moment you divorce the two, then you stop caring about what people think about you, which is your character. You just contradicted yourself right now.
Look, we all care to a degree what people think of us.
I think every single one of us.
In a roundabout way is that I've got enough thick skin that I've been criticized so much, right? And I've had so much attacks on me for things like the color of my skin, or things like how my teeth look, or things because I've got things like glasses on, or things because I'm a skinny dude. Right? These types of things, right? Ultimately, you end up saying, do you know what? Enough is enough. There's only so much of that you can attack me for, yeah? Until you actually know the true me. Once you meet the true me and I break your fucking nose and earn your respect, then you start to actually understand that he's not a pussy old little white boy.
Mark,
you know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
That don't happen.
That's a problem. Mark, what you just described is a problem of a man that's been pushed too far. It should never get that far when it's like, that's the true me of the person that's killing and doing all this shit. It should stop. Hold on real quick.
I never get to that stage. Do you know why? I never need to get to that stage, mate. I never need to get to that stage.
I don't think it should get that far. We should uphold standards in society and create boundaries. This is why feminism has run amok in America, because we didn't put our foot down early enough. We're waiting for this to get that far, and we're saying that's a true me. That's a problem with masculinity in America right now, and other society and Western culture.
But I'm in agreement with you, bro. I'm in agreement with you. You always do this thing. You twist things.
That's not what you said, Mark.
Yeah, but no, I'm in agreement with the fact. I'm in agreement with the fact, yeah, that there are too many pussy holes that filibuster and about who they are and what they're all about. I'm saying that it comes down to the content of the character, and ultimately it doesn't matter.
I'm sorry, I'm about to get irritated. You keep repeating yourself. You know, you're taking times merely to repeat yourself. How do you guys plan on stopping that? There's too many pussy men out here. What is the remedy?
I have the remedy. I know exactly what
I think he's asking Mark. I think he's asking
go ahead, Mark.
Either one. I don't care. Either one.
I got a remedy, but I want to hear Mark's remedy.
The remedy to what?
Exactly. To the lack of masculinity.
You have a solution, and I do.
Question, and Marte has one ready. Let's hear Marte.
Remedy to what? Go on. So, you've already got one.
Mark, do you have a solution? If not, get out of the way so I can answer the question.
Wait. Be nice. He didn't understand the question. The question
Mark,
was, there are a lot of pussy men out here. Do you have a solution to put an end to that shit?
Yeah.
Either one of y'all.
Yeah. I think that we need to start with the younger generations. I think we need to raise young children, young men, young boys to grow to respect. First of all,
how are you going to do this?
Agree.
I'm trying to answer. Military services will be a very good idea. I think that you could do with a boot camp yourself, bro.
No bodybuilder needs a boot camp.
You're the one that needs to go to boot camp. You're the one that needs to go to boot camp.
One of the most disciplined people in society are bodybuilders at my level.
You're not disciplined. You're argumentative.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, Mark, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So I believe that we should educate the younger generations, right, to understand, right, that there are different roles when it comes to gender, right, or sex, right? We call it sex, okay? Because I don't think that gender is really a thing, but everyone has a gender role. Females are females, men are men. We should encourage young children to grow and to be able to, like young boys, right, should be able to like learn discipline, things like rough and tumble. Know when they're going out of. He's shaking his head. I don't know why. What? So you disagree with me?
No, we're listening. No, we're listening.
When people go out of the boundaries and start pushing back on all of this, then what we should do is take adult children such as Marte, and we should stick them in a boot camp, and teach them something called discipline.
I think it's a horrible idea, but
discipline, right? And say, excuse me, stop answering back. Know your place. Get down and give me 50.
Hey, what's your name? Mark, one of them politicians, a couple of them.
I have a solution.
Just proposed. Hold on, Marte.
Go ahead.
I want you to get to it. They just proposed a solution for these rowdy young black kids. Put them in a boot camp type school and teach them how to behave. So that's interesting. I rejected it on its face. I rejected it. Horrible, racist piece of bullshit. But Marte, I think it's your turn.
So it's my time. So when Mark tells me that a professional bodybuilder who's less than 1% of the population, who exacts a shit ton of discipline to get to where I'm at, which means I have to deny my passions, deny myself to even diet, to get to where I diet so hard that if I don't die, I actually have more chance of demolishing competition. And not to mention this, an ex-law enforcement officer with Homeland Security needs more discipline when I embolden American structure. But let me go ahead and answer his question. I will be running for political office in 2 years, which means I will be changing the laws to where divorce cases will be mitigated on the women's side, and they will be mitigated to where we can at least have 50% custody. And unlike other states, I think Oklahoma started this right now, where we're going to have more fathers in the home. You don't need boot camp.
Kentucky did it too.
Right.
Kentucky did it too.
And Kentucky did it too.
Why wouldn't you have?
I'm almost done with my solution. But Mark, you didn't have a solution. You said what they should do, but not how we should do this. So back to my solution.
I'm not a politician.
So that doesn't mean shit.
No, go ahead. Let him finish.
Let me finish.
Let him cook, bro. Let him cook.
Let me finish. When you're talking about boot camps, you're reaching outside of the home. We need to start in the home. It starts there before it can ever get to a boot camp, before black kids get on the street. There's a black father who mitigates all this behavior. When we stop this at the home and change that behavior, then we can do this. It needs to start through legislation. Too many people bitch and complain like Mark here on panels, but won't get in here. Hold on. I'm almost done. I'm about to wrap it up right now. But I will be stepping in political office, signing legislator office, and debating for real in the political arena to change laws so that way men can have a fair shot in courts to stay and discipline their kids at home. We've been giving women too much power in society to where the black culture has faltered as a result of this through political agendas. I will stop this if I'm running for office in my.
The thing is,
hold on. It's not. It's not if though. It's when.
When
you make out that I disagree with you, make out.
Hey, Marte, not this. This is how we learn from one another. You get what I'm saying? You see how you correct me on my shit and I correct you on your shit. That's what I meant when I said I don't know a little bit of everything, but I know a little bit of some. But no, what I was gonna say is though, when you make that happen, you might change the world on some shit for real. You might be on some. I see.
I don't think it's a might. I don't think it's a might. I think it's either it's a will or it won't. Exactly.
It has to be black and white. We have to view the world through black and white.
I get what you're saying, Tizzle. I get what you're saying and I get what you're saying and what you're trying to convey.
But you're running for office.
This is what I'm saying, man.
Okay, so Marte, real quick. Are you trying to run for like local office? Or are you trying to run for like mayor, governor? Are you going to eventually try to run for Senate?
We have to start through local office. And when I start from local office, I build myself up. I have to shake hands and get well known in the community. They already know me. There's 3 gyms that have big ass posters of me in here. The state knows who I am. Everybody in the city has my back. Matter of fact, I have Perry Lake that has my back. Josh Barnett is supporting me politically. I have so much support right now, but I need to start from the ground up. But that's where we start the changes politically through legislation and laws, because men are getting wrecked in courts. If
I've tried supporting you so many I've tried supporting you so many times, right? I've tried actually being part of you and learning about you and your community and coming into your YouTube channel and supporting you and trying to show you that I'm actually supportive of your message. But every single time I do so, you just meet me with so why? How would you incentivize people like me to be more supportive, or would you just hate people like me?
Where's your location? I
mean, would you?
I have no clue. I have no clue about.
So after you respond, I want to respond what I was going to ask you if I don't forget. But go ahead.
You can ask me after that, but here we go. The reason why I have to push back is because I have to critique your worldview if I see a flaw in there. This is the problem with this. Men are afraid of correcting each other.
Pieces of shit. I don't think he's talking about the constructive criticism. I think he's talking going overboard, and I see it too. You're putting him down. You put a lot of the people you refer to down. I think he's talking about that extra bit. It's gonna exclude some motherfuckers, but some people are gonna love it. They're gonna be like he like Trump. Fuck those dirty so and so's. Some people love that, but the dirty so and so's not gonna like it, and I don't know if there's anything about that.
Yeah, a lot of people who are antithetical to my worldview that's going to promote the strong black family that we had before civil rights aren't going to like this. Well, tough shit. I'm going to have people who are ops. I'm going to get ops if I'm going to try to change society, and I'm going to expect this. I get death threats from Muslims already, and it's normative. It's fine. So, Mark, let me address what you were saying. In order for you to get on board with what I'm saying, I can't be a yes man. I can't agree with everything. If I see a flaw, I'm going to correct it. Us men have to carve and shape each other's worldview as we continue. I have to do that, even as a politician going into the political arena.
The shitting on you part afterward, you could correct him without all the and fuck ups like Mark without all the extra shit.
Well, no, I never said a fuck up like Mark. When did I ever say that?
Well, I don't remember what words you called him, but
it would help if you remember what I said, because you're going to straw man me every time.
No. I'm not going to straw man you.
Interject real quick.
Wait. Don't expect the nigga to remember your shit verbatim, man. Fuck is you.
That's what I be saying.
Can I interject real quick?
You misquote people all the time. Don't do that, bro. That's not good.
All right. Go ahead real quick. Go ahead real quick, Jaime.
Thank you so much. I was just wondering where his location was, because this is the first time I meet him. He's talking all this stuff. I have no clue who he is at all. I never heard of him, but I would like to know his location and state so I can look him up.
Yeah, I'm in Arizona. Arizona. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Oh, you're a couple of states over from me.
What Joe was saying though, I was interested as hell. Him and Marte talking.
Well, good. I got a question for you. Running for office? Are you pro cop? Because you know immediately, man, you're gonna get into about that shit.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that a yes?
Yeah. You ain't gonna have ops. You gonna have enemies.
When you let black communities police their own, what do we have? Look at Chicago right now when we removed ICE from Mayor Johnson doing that. Higher crime. Matter of fact, it's more dangerous there than Iran in a day. Why is that?
Man, because we're not pro-cop. It's been hella dangerous in that place.
And why is that? Because people aren't pro-cop there. Defunded the police, and guess what happened? Crime rates risen up. It's safer in a war zone than it is in Chicago in one weekend. Why is that?
Hold on, man. Hold on. Let me give a little back and forth here.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll tell you why the reason it's like that in Chicago. Because
hold on. Let me find out. He from the cook. Hold on.
Chicago has been treating us, these black people you talk about, like pieces of shit historically forever. They just walk down the street, beat women, and all of that shit pre-cameras. False. Even after cameras, they are historically stupid. The Department of Justice came in. They had to sign consent decree. A federal judge's order. They gave them 5 years. After 5 years, they were estimated 3 to 6% completed. This is how horrible. This year, we're on record to do $500 million in lawsuits.
This is what these cops. The reason they're hated is because they abuse these people. Read the consent decree. They say they specifically been habitually abused blacks and Latinos. Of course, they're gonna hate them.
Wait,
that's why the hatred.
Oh, when the Valentinos get involved, I ain't know that shit. What?
I can respond to this. What is black crime?
Hold on, Mr. Politician. For a second, you're always responding. So, Joe Cool, out of curiosity, you know this though. In Shawtown, you already know it's already run from the mob. So I can understand how they would have infiltrated real quick into the not only into law enforcement but into the legal system. So it makes a lot of sense.
Dude is absolutely right. We are mob locked here. No, you're right. We are mob locked. White motherfuckers run all this shit. They pay the Republicans and the Democrats equally. You'll notice our Republicans stay in office, our Democrats, they're running, the mob running, Daley and his crew, Joey Shortnose and all these motherfuckers over there, and Cicero and next to them, they've been running this shit forever. These are the motherfuckers who run Chicago, if you want to talk about our problems.
So, I don't know why Tizzle's laughing. Tizzle, do you even know what was said, Tizzle?
No, I did. Hey,
no, Tizzle, can you repeat what they said? Actually, I'm very interested to see if you were actually listening.
No comment. I'm listening. You talk. No comment.
Oh, see, you can't.
Yo, leave Tizzle alone, bro.
Comment. You're not going to trip me with the Jedi mind trick and your rage base. No comment. Go ahead and talk. Why you're not?
So Joe mentioned everybody but the police force. He mentioned the mob intervention, but when you take away the mob and you put police intervention,
I started with the police how they treat.
I let you talk.
Remember, you were wrong starting off. I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt, but remember, I started with the police. They've been treating black people historically for years pre-camera. I did mention the police. I'm just saying.
Right. Next time, maybe I won't interrupt you as well, too, because I'll be charitable that way, too. So here's the thing, though. When you take away the mob, what do we have now? We have body cameras, which also holds police accountable, too. We can pull this up. Police are actually antithetical to lawsuits right now because we have internal investigations that goes ahead and rips apart police officers daily. We get fired daily. I was in law enforcement for over 11 years with Homeland Security and police. So when you think about this, we have our own internal monologue, and we don't want to meet the headline news because the headline when we don't pass the headline test, we fail every time, and police departments get defunded even more. So when you talk about Chicago, one of the biggest race card pullers was Mayor Johnson right now. He blames everything on Trump and says that, no, I don't want ICE to come in our city. When we talk about black and black crime, it's an 83% chance of this happening every time. Why is black and black crime 83% of the time right now? That doesn't involve police to do this. That doesn't involve anything else. When you take police out, that would go to 90%. But we are our own.
This is where
police.
This is where I'm in agreement with you. This is where
whites will ever do.
This is where I'm in agreement with you. But I think there are a specific type of white people. There are the liberal working class, and there are the posh. The posh. Hang on, listen. There are the champagne socialists, right, that sit up on their high horse, right, and they are born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Born with a silver spoon in their mouth, and then they breed into the world these young white children, right, that have never had to lift a finger in their entire life, right? And
what are you talking about, Mark?
I'm talking about the type of a type.
We're not talking about Buckingham Palace here. What are you referring to? We're talking
no, shut the fuck up, you dick.
When the fuck did Buckingham Palace get involved? What the fuck? What the fuck type of fucking roof going on in this bitch?
We were talking about the Chicago police.
Fucking unplug those bananas from your ears.
Okay.
Unplug the bananas from your ears.
Look.
Unplug the bananas from your ears and actually learn to listen to someone.
I get what Mark is saying. I get what Mark is saying.
No, he's fucking close-minded. Close-minded. Nothing I say. Bullshit. What's the point of even having him on the podcast?
And now Marte wondering why the fuck I'm laughing. This shit's funny. Now Marte wondering why I'm laughing.
All right, Mark. Okay, Mark.
Go away. I don't want you here.
Mark, real quick. I get what Mark is saying.
Go away. I don't want him here anymore.
He's speaking on the white liberal contribution to the degeneracy.
Thank you. That's what he's Mark, no one cares about you about to get feelings and emotions and rad. Nigga, this ain't an airport. You ain't got to announce your departure.
All right. I get what Mark was. I get 100% what Mark was saying, but in the grand scheme, when we're talking about specific communities and specific solutions, you got to speak to like the people that are actually there. And so when you're talking about Chicago and stuff like that, you have to speak to the predominant community that's there, which is going to be your Blacks and Latinos.
Yeah, you should listen to me, Marte, if it's okay for me to interrupt you there. And
go ahead.
Continue, because we're in agreement. We're going to stay with Chicago. And the first thing out of your mouth, these cops who you want to give more money to, I gave you a description of how horrible they are. I
want to give more money.
You think we should? And you say you don't want to give more money?
I never said that.
Oh, very good. I'm glad you don't.
No, I never said I also didn't want to either. I never even mentioned money.
Okay.
Nobody got money but you, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Are you sure you didn't say these people want to defund the police?
Yeah,
I'm responding to what you brought up.
When people get lawsuits, what does that do?
No.
Remove money from police?
Right? You just said I did it. You brought it up, yeah?
No. I'm not saying give more money when you get.
Who brought up money?
Hold on.
No, I'm not saying you.
If Anonymous gets sued, is he being defunded through a lawsuit?
You brought up give up the defunding the police. I was responding to what you said.
Because when police officers do something such as an infraction, they're liable to get lawsuits, which naturally defunds. That's a part of the process. I'm not asking for people to get money or get more. What I'm talking about is preservation of the unit itself.
Okay, great. This is even preserving the unit. We can discuss that. That's where I was going. Why would I just want to know if you want to give them more money as well, because it's the same argument. It holds for the same conversation here. Why would you want to give these guys more bread and you don't, more training or whatever the fuck they're doing now? When you not you per se, but we've given them cameras. Chicago historically, and you brought up cameras as well. Yeah. Chicago historically is always number 1 or 2 at hardest to get body cam from. And the Chicago jails and prisons are always 1 and 2. It's the same fucking thing. My point is, doesn't matter how much money, training, because you're going to train them to go steal people's rights. This is what the training is. You bring in more cops, it's just going to be more people, more lawsuits.
That's a big misframing, by the way. I can actually correct that.
I'm curious. Hold on. Cool. Joke, Mr. Cool. Yeah. Curious. How would you fix it?
The first thing they'd have to do is obey the law. They obey the law.
It's in policy.
And in order to get policy and their policy. I got a good video last night where these guys wouldn't ID and I tore them a new asshole.
Yeah, but, anecdotes. Obey. Cool, yeah.
Oh, anecdotes? You know, you talking to the wrong dude if you about to run that anecdote.
You're talking to the right guy, because I will bring up anecdotes. Yes.
Okay. Well, we're
as a majorative. Are we talking about majorative or anecdotes here? Let me clarify your position. Are we talking about anecdotes that you're mentioning, like as circumstances, or as a majority? Is that what's happening right now?
I was talking about the majority, and I gave an anecdotal. Just so happens last night.
Those are two different things, though. By the way. Go ahead.
Excuse me. We were talking about policy violations.
No, you're talking about anecdote, but then you're saying you're conflating the two. They're two different things. Majority.
I'm not conflating anything. I'm not conflating anything. If you wouldn't have interrupted me like you promised to do so, you might not be at this misunderstanding right now. I was talking big picture. We were talking about policy. Be nice, bro. We were talking about policy.
Opposite of anecdote.
And then I said, by the way, which I went to anecdotal. I got a good bit of a guy not IDing last night. And then I was going back to the big picture. I was not about to draw to some anecdotal shit. Okay, but
Mr. Cool, I was with you all the way. Go ahead, Joe Cool. I'm listening to you.
Right on. But yes, I would have them follow their policy as written, follow the law. The law, their policy would sit them down for not IDing to me. The law would arrest them for shining flashlights in my camera. You do this, they stop committing crimes. Suddenly the people start liking you again. That's just the start.
You said was not intelligible. If I shine a flashlight at somebody, I shouldn't be arrested for doing that, especially when flashlights are equipping us with more safety because of visibility markers.
I said like, my camera.
What do you mean by that?
What if you put your leg on their
I'm pressed.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. If I shine my flashlight at your camera, that's not breaking a law.
Are you sure?
I'm sure that's not breaking a law.
Okay, let's see. Would you agree that I have the right to film police and of course their duties?
You have a right to film police, yes.
Yes, and in Chicago we have a secondary. Not only is it nationally, Supreme Court and all of that shit, we have case law firmly established here in Chicago, ACLU of Illinois versus Alvarez.
Yep.
And we do have that, especially on a public sidewalk. When you blind that camera, you interfere with my press rights. Would you agree still?
No, I don't agree with that. In the course of my duties, because I want to increase the visibility of the proximity of the scene.
No. I want
to say something.
I am talking about.
I don't mean to interrupt both. Hold on, please. This is important. This is very important. I want to say something.
Yeah, go ahead, Jaime. Go ahead, real quick.
On both sides. Number one, the reason the police do this when it's not the camera. I'm not talking about camera. I'm talking about the police to the face. To the face, we all know why. Because once if they're intoxicated, it's part of the investigation. You can't impede an investigation. However, when you are a journalist press and you are exercising your rights, and you have a camera and it's not impeding with their investigation, the police officer may be held liable for hiding his identity by flashing a flashlight to a camera. There are cases that are present. Oh, dude, really? I'll go look the case law up and I can prove it. And
the thing that defeats your whole argument is when we can mask up. The reason why we can mask up is because in ICE, the reason why I wore a mask is because we got doxxed all the time. And the reason why we can say this destroys your whole argument.
I'm going to say ICE. I'm talking about Chicago police.
Same thing.
That's not straight to ICE yet. Let's stay with the camera shit. I think I wasn't done running my course yet with you, Arte. I think you agree now that intentionally in the camera, not to do the background face or any of these other things we can both agree to, intentionally blocking my camera so I can't see. You would agree that is interfering with my rights if he's doing it intentionally, yeah? My right to family free press.
Overlap is here. You're talking about getting destroyed litigation, suing the city for this. I don't know if the average citizen has money to fight this in civil court. It would be a frivolous case, to be honest with you. He was intentionally doing this with my camera. Here's the problem with Joe Cool. If here's the reason why.
No. We haven't finished.
Let's
I'm going to assume that you're saying yes. I do agree. If it's intentionally, not whether I could prove it.
Even if it was intentionally, you would get drained in court. This would be a crazy thing to even try to do.
I think you're saying, yes, this is illegal. I can give you the case law in Arizona, in Colorado, Irizarry versus Yahia, flashlight in the camera. And it went to their Supreme Court and they ruled that, yes, it is obviously clearly obstruction of the press. So it's not unheard of.
That one-offs can happen. Yes, I agree that one-offs can. That's why the anecdotal in you conflating this with the majorative fails every time. If we talk about nationally, we don't see this nationally being the case. That's why you can recognize one case in Colorado. That's why it fails. When people talk about abortion, they want to say the 1% case justifies the majority. It's the same thing you're doing right here. This is why.
Well, I'm not doing that. I gave you Alvarez, ACLU versus Alvarez. Yeah. I'll give you
less than 1%
driver. I'll give you Turner versus driver, right? Irizarry versus Yahia covers 5 states and parts of Yellowstone. Turner versus driver covers 4 states. I don't know what ACLU versus Alvarez, but half of the country, this is firmly established.
No.
I don't know why you were trying. No, filming the fucking police from a public sidewalk is firmly established in half the country now. Look up a map or something.
That's not my argument. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is you're saying that a majority of police, it's illegal for them to flash a light at a camera. That's nonsense. That's a nonsensical argument.
Wait. I do
agree with you.
I said intentionally blind, not flash. Let's not downplay it. Intentionally block my rights to free
I'll
press.
Say blind, right?
Well, here, let me finish up.
I'll even agree with you.
This is what I was going to say. It is illegal to do so. Title 18, sections 241, 242, deprivation of rights and conspiracy to deprive. If his friend is saying, yeah, let's block his camera, these things are punishable up to 10 years in jail. So my point was that, yes, it is illegal and the cops should go to jail for it.
Let's say
real
that
quick, guys. But hold on. I don't have a lot of time. Hold on. I know. And I don't have a lot of time. So I want to just get to the point. The point is this about funding or defunding Chicago police. Now, the solution was never said. The solution is what I think is better training, better people, better laws, better ways of having transparency where you can see what's happening and not defund. Why not defund? Because if something happens and there's a disaster, you're not going to have the funds there to be able to deal with it. So defunding is never the answer, but retraining and reprogramming and doing something else. Okay, I can see a solution there. That's all I had to say about that. But I have limited time. The trial's even started yet, guys.
The problem with this is we have a mayor, Brandon Johnson, who's hamstringing the police right now in mitigating what they're capable of doing. Matter of fact, he did this with ICE. He did this with everybody else coming in with federal agents and hamstringing them too. When you limit the police's ability to do their job, which he's done numerous times in Chicago, you have high crime rates like we're doing. And I think we're getting off the subject, but back to masculinity right now. It's very masculine.
Wait, before you go back,
you have your defenders on the side.
It's been like that shit 20.
Hold on, Mark. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, Monte.
Right, 50 years before the new mayor, police have been doing the same shit. It ain't this new mayor like something's different. He's the problem. This shit's been going on forever.
He is. Wait, hold on. Did he not say that prisons are racist and he wants to eliminate prisons?
This shit's just been going on forever.
Did Brandon Johnson say some wild shit like that? Prisons are racist and he wants to remove the prison system. Did he not?
The only thing he said there,
I don't know, but he
just said
we're talking about.
That's new.
The problem with the police.
It is racist. It is racist, though. We all know
what's the problem with them before.
No, it's not racist.
It is racist. Everyone goes to their own race in prison. Everyone goes to their own race. It is racist. Guaranteed. I don't care what you have to say, bro. It is racist. It is 100% racist. 100%.
Tell me how it's racist.
But really, have you been to prison?
Okay, then. I put people in
prison. You don't know. You're either a lackey to the guards.
I've escorted people to prison. Yes.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Did you just say you have? Did I hear that correctly? Did you say you have, Monte?
Yeah.
Did you say you have went to prison?
No, you put people.
Escorting people to prison is not going to prison and staying there for years. Okay, I'll tell you that. Number one. Number two. Every race stays with their own race. That means that's racism. Number three, the guards know this shit, and they let that shit. Oh, hold on, they let that shit go rampant in there because they know if they get involved. Bro, listen.
Yeah, here's the bad.
I never took anyone's side, but I will say this: you cannot say a lie. And if you're gonna say it, be a politician. Actually, that's good. If you're gonna be a politician, you're lying now, bro. Awesome. Good job on that.
Hold on.
Because you can never say to me that a prison is not racist. Never. And no one in prison would ever say, oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, he has a right there.
You're misframing what I'm saying. There can be racism within the prison when they segregate themselves. But
Change your vocabulary.
Having prisons in itself is not a racist ideal.
Is change your vocabulary.
I don't need to change my vocabulary when you're misframing what I said.
Marte, it is.
So hold on. So should we get rid of prisons because they're racist? Should we get rid of prisons because they're racist?
I never said that.
I thought it was racist. You should get rid of racism because you're contradicting yourself.
Oh, okay, yeah. Should we tell everybody that there's racism? Yeah. Should we tell everybody that there's racism in America? Think about it. You're always trying to say how you're trying to take the extreme and make it like it's the norm. You know what? And you use the confabulated words that you use. Come on, give me a break, bro.
Number one,
your comprehension.
All right,
missing the point here.
All right. Okay. So real quick.
This shit's golden, bro. This shit's golden.
So real quick. I'll let Joe Cool give his final thoughts on this conversation. Jaime gives his final thoughts on it. Marte gives his final thoughts on it on this debate. And then Tiz will give their final thoughts because I still got to ask because I still got to ask y'all the icebreaker question from the video.
I know, bro. I know.
Damn, we didn't even get to the fucking icebreaker.
That's why I'm trying to get to the whole thing, man. I'm like, damn.
Y'all breaking the ice of the fucking conversation and debate.
Right.
Goddamn.
No. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm always here and live for a good debate, but we got to keep the show rolling.
Hey, bro, Marte thinking I'm laughing just for nothing. This shit educational, but it's entertaining to me at the same time. It's like if I'm fucking watching a movie on my damn monitor. Like that's literally, that's why I laugh.
I like it.
I'm not laughing because shit wrong.
Right. All right, so go ahead, Joe Cool.
Yeah, I'll wrap it up. This is why Pat like you, Marte, should not be in office. There's zero chance I'd be voting for anybody. Certainly not. Certainly not a cat who has such a sided opinion. The enthusiasm you have for the young black man, which person could draw conclusions from this. Prisons aren't racist and some of the crazy shit that you're saying up here. What was I going? Oh yes, that if you can't see that the police, when they break the law, they need to be in jail. if you don't have the same fervor, and it should be 10 times more because you're a cop. If you're not saying every cop that fucking forced an ID push, every cop that's locking people up for seatbelts and weed, if you're not being a realist, if you just gonna toe some party line, it's a million motherfuckers like you, edgelord motherfuckers, man, and I just live to fucking give cats like that shit, tear them down and expose them anyway. Their hypocrisy, not no crazy shit. I'm done.
All right. Jaime, go ahead and give your final thoughts on the conversation.
I'm down with Joe Cool on the fact that I do love the enthusiasm for the Black generation and for the youth and starting at home. I agree with a lot, actually, of what Marte said, a lot of it. I just don't agree with some of it. And when he started saying things as fact that wasn't fact, that's just when I had to get into the mode that I was in. But other than that, I actually agree with a lot of what he says. I
agree with most of what he said.
I actually wish him well, and I want him to do great. When whatever state in Arizona, I hope he does win. I hope he does get into politics, and I hope that he does win. I think he would do great things for that state. You know, honestly, that's the way I feel about it.
Okay. Marte, go ahead and respond.
So when we talk about prisons being racist, Brandon Johnson has implied that he wants to get rid of prisons altogether because he says locking Black people up is bad. That would imply that rapists don't have anywhere to go. Where do you put them if there's no penal system for them to go? People that beat their wives, people that break the law, there's no place to be. So that's what Brandon Johnson's implying. I'm not saying that I didn't make the comment that prisons are racist. Brandon Johnson did. He's saying that we should eliminate them. Matter of fact, he's even been quoting subversively saying that he wants to get rid of police altogether. What if you do this? How do we have a police force? And Joe Cool, I would agree with you. I have the same fervor for somebody who disobeys the law as a police officer. If you do something, you violate a person's rights, you should be beholden to the same system that you subjugate other people to when they violate this. The problem with this is that when you take away the police force and you have no system, which is what Brandon Johnson has done in Chicago, which I would love to run against him and destroy the shit out of this guy. You have nobody to uphold the boundaries and guardrails of systemic society solutions that we don't have there. When you have immigrants coming in, the Muslim occupation coming in, and having Sharia law, which has happened in Dearborn, Michigan, in New York, and Mamdani. Matter of fact, you can't even have dogs on certain corners. They're monopolizing this to where they have active Sharia law. How's that working for the UK right now? It's not working good. This is why I'm becoming more prominent to try to run for office and to try to change the laws. So when we say this and we say, well, I don't agree with Marte's takes, yeah, that's fine. But we have to start somewhere because a lot of people, they'll bullshit on these panels and say, well, I don't think this should happen, but they go to sleep and nothing's changed. I'm going into office to go ahead and fight back, and you do debate for real against people who are trying to rule over us. And Joe Cool, I know you don't like racist people, just like I don't like racist people. Well, guess who has to fight them? I don't like the KKK. I just got wrote a message from a KKK person saying they want to destroy me and blow my brains out. And I responded to them on this podcast. I have to run against those people. Nobody here is doing that. I have to do this, whether or not I get martyred or not. Somebody has
Triple K need to get here in their motherfucking vertebrae.
Hey, you know what? One thing about your name, though, Martyr.
And the grapist, too.
Hold on, Martyr, Marte. That's, isn't that, I mean, not that I hope that never happens, but right, Martyr, Marte.
Marte.
Kind of Marte, but yeah, but Martyr, Martyr, Marte,
Right. All right, well, we're going to go ahead and keep the show rolling because I got to ask you guys the icebreaker question. So you guys watched the video, you gave your responses, and this is the icebreaker question in regards to the video. How important is establishing dominance in a relationship? I'll say it one more time. How important is establishing dominance in a relationship? What you guys think?
It's extremely important. The man has to be the head of the household because when you let and I'll give you an example. If you let Black women, they don't have any constructive criticism, they don't have conflict resolution skills, you end up with people that stab white kids underneath school tents. That's how we ended up with this issue right now because the Black person, the Black man, the patriarch wasn't running that household. If we have a system like this to where when you let women run things rampant without guardrails in society, you let emotion run everything. And what does emotion do? It fluctuates. There's no continuity when we talk about this. It's not something that repeats itself in a good stable pattern. Men do this in society because we're the only people that can defend rights. We're the only people that can back them and support them. Women have to appeal to us to defend the rights that they have. Men are the only people that have to do this so that when you don't put your foot down, a woman does this, you've lost the home entirely.
There you go. There you go.
He got a valid answer. I give him that.
All right. Jaime, Tizzle, Joe,
AJ's
rants and reactions. What y'all think? How important is establishing
What's up, guys? How you doing?
What's going on, brother?
Hey, what's up, AJ? Good. I think we can switch the word dominance with just boundaries, because I know a lot of dudes that are married to a battle axe, right?
Yeah. Wait. Well, how do you enforce boundaries without dominance?
You need dominance, though.
It's what
you need dominance to enforce boundaries.
Hold on. Wait. What I'm saying is that you have to establish those boundaries in the first place to show dominance. A lot of men have no boundaries because they don't have any masculine frame. They don't have fathers or grandfathers, anyone else saying, look, son, this is what you should be willing to put up with. When you have those rules, then you can establish dominance. A lot of young guys now don't even have that frame of reference to even have that dominance from the jump.
Yeah. Hey, right? So what if that is the case? But what if, say, if they do got a parents with both parents, but they kind of like see that shit from what they dad doing to their mom, if that makes sense, like showing dominance.
Then it's up to them to still see, look, what am I willing to put up with? Right. And if you choose to not do said thing, you're cooked. Right. Like all we can do, all relationships are consensual. So a man consents to be with a woman and a woman consents to be with a man. As a man, you can only control what you choose to consent to deal with. So for instance, my a brother, he was with this chick who used to shit test him all the time. She's like, oh, well, I don't think that we should have sex for 6 months because, I'm trying to renew my energy. He was
that be that manipulation shit.
Yeah,
I'm telling
she
you,
gotta go. Yeah,
she gotta go.
That be that Jedi mind trick shit. I be saying, oh God.
He said, well, I don't date chicks that I'm not sleeping with. And she's like, oh, you trying to make it seem like I have to sleep with you? He said, no, I'm deciding to only be with chicks who I sleep with.
Good. Look, you gotta think about it though. You gotta think about it though. Both genders got wants and needs, but I feel like, in my personal opinion, the woman wants and needs be different from a man wants and needs. If that makes sense.
Yeah, but wants and needs. Here's the thing. When men win, everyone wins, and when women win, women win. When men's needs get met, society gets better. When women's needs get met,
everyone else suffers.
We suffer.
Everyone else suffers.
Look,
everyone else suffers.
Men have foregone a superpower long ago. For some reason, we have a bunch of simp society men here. And here's a superpower that everybody has at their disposal, but they're afraid to do this because men have a ability to suffer from lack. I don't know why we have this. We're being told that we have a loneliness epidemic. No, it's the women's loneliness epidemic.
No.
They're trying to brainwash us that we have this. The superpower that all of us men on this panel have is the ability to say no to pussy. If you have the ability to say no to pussy, we actually have the ability to be dominant. Men have been suffering this for a long time because we bought the feminist brainwashing that, no, we're going to give her this. And we give women too much. They end up fucking up society. What happened to Rome? What happened to Constantinople?
Marte,
not being able to tell women no.
Real quick. Marte, Hey, look, let's be honest here. You can give a woman anything they fucking want and they need. At the end of the day, it's gonna be something or some issues they're gonna bring. Not make them happy. And you can't say that I'm on my ass off. You know this 100% correct. Fuck all that. You can dispose yourself of bullshit.
With Marte, real quick. I don't mean to interrupt you, man. I know you're on a roll, but I just want to say, and I know you don't want to forget, but I just want to say something. You see something about pussy, and that's what pricked my ears. That's when I started listening. And you said men have to be strong enough to say no to pussy.
Yes.
And my response would be, how good? It depends on how good, right?
Wait, what?
Hell no.
What are you talking about? I don't care if she had a Rippy 3000. You still should be able to say no to super pussy. I don't give a damn what it is. I don't care how good the pussy is. That's how nations fell. Constantinople fell. Rome fell. We have nations falling because of this. In your home in itself is a mini sub-nation in itself. Your own home will fall because some woman was born with tighter pussy. That's ridiculous and preposterous. Saying no to any pussy, it doesn't matter. There's no pussy worth a nation falling. I don't care how good it is.
That's why it's called a joke. Number one.
Okay.
Number two, real quick.
Well, look,
just check it. Okay.
I interrupted you, Tizzle. So go ahead, Tizzle. Continue.
Yeah, go ahead.
What? Damn. See, I was gonna add some extra to that shit too. What you just said. I was gonna say, I don't think people gonna say no to it. Like, of course, you got to be disciplined. Tell them no. I agree with Marte saying. But pretty much as though, as my pops was saying, like what you just said, I don't give a fuck how good the pussy is. It's not worth your peace or none of that shit at all. Point blank, period.
Well, not to mention this, if you have Anonymous here, let's say me and Anonymous are rolling around and he doesn't have the ability to say no to pussy, he becomes that much more of a liability. If we roll in enemy territory during the line, he can be compromised. So if you have a mole in your unit and you have a gang, let's say we're in a gang, now we have a mole because this guy couldn't say no to pussy. A lot of men fall and brotherhoods fall because of this. Kingdoms get conquered because of one woman, because men are fighting for women. Why? There's 50 billion of them on the planet. There's so many options, but one woman is going to make your kingdom fall. That's crazy. That's my whole point that I'm saying.
Here's the issue. Once again, there's a small group of powerful men who use government and women to redistribute wealth from the rest of us men to themselves.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
How do you think that the feminist movement came? One of the wives of a Rockefeller was Susan B. Anthony's homegirl. Like, what is all of this? Look at all the courts and the child support court and the paternity court. All these court fees and alimony goes to these judges' retirement funds. If people don't, and these women are so dumb that they think that they're winning, but that we're getting, they're so stupid. That's what I'm saying.
It's because they get influenced by other women on the internet and they take notes of that shit, and they be like, and look. And it be that, and it be the single woman. They be want to bring motherfuckers down with them on their level.
Well, hold on, Anonymous. Can I ask you a question, Anonymous?
Yeah, go ahead,
guys. Because if I could just say one thing, have you guys noticed on TikTok and Instagram all these IVF things where now they're trying to say that Anne Hathaway is having a baby at 44? The likelihood of you having a baby at 44 with IVF is like 1%. But it costs $30,000-$40,000.
You better have money to pull that shit.
Thank you, Joe Cool.
Yeah, you gotta have
money off of this. Pharma doctors. So they're using this to basically weaponize these idiot chicks and their feminism against us. And that's why I say the only way that we can win as men is, once again, I call it men minding your own business. You call it MGTOW. I say just leave them alone. Just leave them. Leave
women alone. No, fuck that. You find one of the 50 criteria that you're talking about, and you be that guy. AJ speaking to the majority. AJ speaking to the majority of women. For the majority of them, you just gotta leave them alone. Leave them alone and let them crash.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, though. The woman, the innovator for IV treatment, has since come out and denounced this and said, "Oh, this is a failed project in the beginning." And I want to ask you a question right now, Anonymous. How do women own the majority of homes in the United States? I want to ask you a question, and I know the answer to that.
No. Gen Z women are purchasing more homes than men, but men own more.
No, wait, hold on. Why are women owning more homes than they ever have in America? That's my question. For him, I have the answer.
Because they're using a legal system to strip it from the man.
Thank you. So it's because of a lot of men's ability to say no. We run down this path where men are forfeiting their homes to the women in America. That's why a lot of women are owning more homes than they ever have in the history of America right now. It's not because of population boom. It's because of women stripping and robbing these men in broad daylight through divorces and using the court system to do this. That's why.
Man can't fulfill home if he own that motherfucker and he ain't married. He a goddamn player.
And that's why it's important to establish dominance in a relationship up front.
Yeah.
Because of situations like that. Because there's a lot of guys, all of us know, and we grew up hearing that term and hearing that phrase, happy wife, happy life.
Man, fuck
we didn't necessarily know what it meant. It's just something that we were told and we just kind of went with it. And a lot of guys are weak now because of the conditioning through different TV shows and all that type of stuff.
Hold on, look, but you right on that. But motherfuckers do use the term though too. There's plenty of fish in the sea. It's a reason why they say that too. Because like I said in the beginning, it don't matter how good the pussy is, it's always going to be there. I mean, whether you rich, whether you fucking broke. But look, you gotta think about it though. Money talks at the end of the day when it comes to women. I don't give a fuck how pretty or how big of an ass she got.
I disagree.
Why?
Hold on.
Disagree.
I disagree. Hold on.
That's the last thing.
Because
Materialism is the last thing we should lean towards.
No.
Man.
Listen. Money matters to a certain age, because if money mattered, then all these single moms, they got pregnant by doctors, and lawyers, and CEOs.
You take money.
But they're trying to. They're trying to get pregnant by the men with the money.
No. A lot of these single moms have already have kids by broke dudes, by nug.
Look,
you know by man.
AJ, I agree with you, AJ.
It don't matter though.
AJ, I agree with AJ. Here's why I agree with AJ.
Add to the problem, because that's the whole point, isn't it? Right? Because what I've been listening to the whole time is dominance. And see, I have a different view, and I believe respect. If you establish from the get what respect is and what respect you want from
women don't even know what the fuck respect is anymore.
Hold on,
that's already baked in.
It's not, but it's not. You don't know. It's a
It
relationship.
is.
You don't know. Okay.
How do you think you arrive at dominance, anyways?
Well, Jamie,
go ahead.
finish,
Go ahead. You want to keep answering the same question? Go ahead.
No, Jamie, finish, man. Because I agree. Respect. Yeah, men want respect.
No, go ahead, Jaime. Go ahead, Jaime.
Yeah,
establishing
Jaime, sorry.
that from the get would establish how you would also reciprocate. Meaning that it's not a I'm over you type of dominance, because that's the problem. The word dominance says that someone's above you. The whole master-slave mentality, if you think about it. Okay. What I'm saying is, if you put respect as the main goal of this is the respect I deserve, and if she's not with that respect, then out from the get.
I'm not gonna be over you. I'm gonna be done with your ass.
Let me finish. From the get. Why is this important? Because then everything that you guys are talking about right now doesn't matter, because all of you have a mission. I heard a lot of people saying that they hold on, listen, politicians, stop laughing. All right. All you guys have you all have dads, right? You all have you all have dads, right? You all
don't
have
do that shit. You did that to me earlier, sir.
Yeah, it's fine. But I didn't tone police.
In other words, I will agree with this. Let's do this. Let me reverse everything. I will agree with Marte and say that it starts in the home, and that being the nucleus. Let's start there, and that's pretty much all I have to say. When it starts in the home, it spreads out.
So one thing I'll say right now, and I'm going to jump off of AJ's point. I agree with AJ 100% when it comes to this, but the entailment of AJ's point when it comes to this is now you have a bunch of single moms. And the problem with single moms with kids is if little Timmy puts holes in the walls, and I want to say I'm the leader of the home, and let's go with Jaime's example of respect. This is why men are avoiding single moms, because if Timothy has holes in the walls and is failing grades, I'm going to say you're grounded and I'm going to spank you. The mom can justifiably say, you can't do that to my son. Well, how am I the authoritarian of the home if I can't discipline my son? Why would I go to a home when I don't oversee the rules, regulations, and rights in the home, when that could be undermined by a child that's not even mine? If I want to be the supreme ruler, and I can say this, how would I be wrong with even saying this in hyperbole? If I want to be the ruler of my home and command the respect properly, how can I do this if I can't be if I can be undermined by a child that's not mine? If it's my child, what I says goes. That's what men are avoiding as well too.
I like his point. If you establish respect in the beginning, there's less need to establish all of that over hard-fisted dominance.
Guys, I gotta drop off.
Even if I had hard-fisted dominance, I don't see what would be wrong with that.
There's a saying that it says that it's cheaper to keep her. I think that Anonymous had talked about a man's peace. Guys, it's never cheaper to keep her. It's never. Your peace, your mental health, is priceless.
That's true. That's true.
If there's any man out there who's miserable in his marriage and this shit, God, the sooner you get out, the sooner you can rebuild your life and get back on track, guys. There's no such thing as cheaper to keep her.
Sunken cost fallacy.
All right, go ahead, Tizzle. Go ahead, Tizzle. You had your hand raised. Go ahead, Tizzle.
Appreciate you, AJ.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask Marty a question. I mean, he probably already know the answer, but I was gonna say, why do you think single moms are single moms in this day and age? I just want you to think about that. And I could be wrong, but
the reason why is because we've taken two fathers out of the home. Like, you can say I'm not religious or whatever, people out there, but the problem with this is at least religion, Christianity gives you a structure of how the hierarchical role should be, which means we have a father, then we have a mother, which represents as a church and everything else. When you remove the hierarchy, your home becomes gay. And what I mean by being gay is we now have this terminology saying, I want a partner. Well, only gay people say partner because they can't say husband or wife. Now, when you say partner, there's no hierarchy in partners. You're removing God already with the language already. And here's the other problem too. When you remove all the hierarchy in the home, you now have destabilized the home where moms can now be bad bitches running the place because I'm no different than a man.
Yeah, that's a fact.
So hold on, wait, hold on. So in other words, it's like what I said a little bit while we was talking about that. Women try to gain the same masculinity a man has. And like you said, they be try to be bad bitches and this and all that. That's 100% correct. You 100% correct on that. I think another thing though as well, that like what you just said, I think a man that see a woman like that and get influenced by a woman, they don't want to deal with that shit. They don't want to deal with that at all. I think, in my personal opinion, my personal perspective, a man want a woman who brings peace, who motivates them. You know,
you want to marry her, but you do want to fuck the bad bitch though, and that's how the end.
But you got I mean, true, but look, you got to think about it though too. What's the saying that a motherfucker would say? Everything that you see that's good is not good all the time. Like, look for example, and I know this fucking this like, and I know for example, this is from a fucking movie. This off topic, but I know a little bit of my shit. This is what I mean when I say I know a little bit of something, but not everything. Like, okay, everybody's seen the movie Shark Tales, right? Or nah, I haven't heard.
Oh
of
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Okay. Yep. Now, for example, Will Smith, I forgot his fucking fish
Oscar
name, but yeah, Oscar. He was dating this fucking badass fish, was red and shit, and she was bougie as fuck.
Angelina Jolie fish.
Kind of reminded me of fucking from the movie Lottery Ticket where Bow Wow had the money and shit, and this one bitch wasn't fucking with him, and she wound up having this little puppy, and she had a nigga in the car with her on the side, and she had this fucking shit bag and passed that shit to him. But as soon as he had the fucking money, she was trying to get this motherfucker pregnant and all that. That's why I said money talks. You get what I'm saying? But anyways, in Shark Tale though, it was Angelina Jolie there, you know, just not even fucking with him because his personality, this and all that. Ask him how his day went or the little shit. The other fish, which AB probably know what the fuck name I'm talking about. She was the one who was, you know,
she liked him for who he was.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like you don't.
He was going after what he liked instead of entertaining the one that liked him.
I have a better
So it's like, in other words, you know, the way how I see life and shit, how I've been raised, and what I know a little bit is always that saying, you got to get what you get, and you don't do a fit. Now, she might not be the baddest motherfucker in the world. She might not have the biggest ass. She might not have the biggest titties. She might not even look good how you want her to look good. But if she there trying to build a career with you and shit and trying to, you know, stay strong with you as not even the partner, but the wife, and you the husband and shit and all that, then I feel like it's all gonna work out. But some of the time though, too, in this world, everything don't work out how it's supposed to work out. Like Marte said, you know,
it's a risk.
So it's a risk if you're willing to take it or not to take it. Because sometimes motherfuckers have that conscience to themselves, like, okay, am I marrying the right one? Am I giving the, you know, my seed to the right shorty? And you know, some of the cases motherfuckers live with regret. You know, they think like, damn, I can't believe I got.
I don't know if I answered the question.
So,
if you're done, I don't know if I answered the question. How important is dominance? It is exceedingly important because I believe man is God is the head of Christ. Christ is the head of man. Man is the head of woman. Man is the head of the household. Therefore, in order to do that shit, you're gonna have to establish some dominance, even with respect, love, and all of those things. Not knocking any of them, but that dominance shit. And women have a gene where when you're proper dominance, not just crazy abusive bullshit, but proper dominance, they respect it and they fucking behave when they see it.
So here's my thing though. This is my viewpoint. I understand what you're saying. You need to have a dominant ideology. Like, that's what we need to look at. What is the dominant ideology at home? Does it stem from Christianity? Does it stem from an ethical purview of materialism? And here's the thing that I'll tell all you men, that all you guys are 100% going to agree with me on this. The most valuable woman in modern society is a frugal wife, and she is the hardest.
Oh yeah.
Find. If you can't a frugal wife, this is the woman who can love you in the rain when you're in a box. box somewhere like this. We've lost these women, and women that can't look at the materialistic value of the world and can't see this. I need a blind woman. And when I say a blind woman, I'm talking about a woman that's blind to propagandization from materialism and everything else. All she sees is maybe some Christ-driven ethical system that she has, or a man in the home, and she looks up to him and sees you as the prize, not the dollar bill. A frugal wife is a
that's it. Hey, see, Marte, see, look, you 100% correct on that. That's that shit I was saying in like not in the beginning, but like in mid conversation, we were talking motherfuckers in this society. Motherfuckers care about the materialistic shit. They don't care about none of that other shit. That's why I said no matter what you give them or what you say to them, if it's to the wrong woman, they not gonna give a fuck. Some of these women out here are heartless as fuck. They will literally leave you at your lowest and they'll try to talk to you at your fucking highest. I know this because I experienced it. I know because motherfuckers who I went to fucking school with, you know, they tell me stories about that shit. I'm not gonna say their names and all that, you know. I hear it from motherfuckers who I'm close with. They let me know, like, hey, you know, when you dating a woman or you putting your all up into her, make sure you doing the fucking right choice. Cause you know, you like you said, Marte, which I'm not incorrect, you know, you could lose homes and shit and all that. Women be more dominant, owning the house, custody of the kids, all that shit. So it's up to you as a fucking man, with all of us, man, in this damn chat and in general of the world, we got to learn how to fucking put our foot down and let them know that we had enough of the bullshit. And like you said, we got to set boundaries. We got to set fucking boundaries. We got to let them know, no, we not going for when you bitching or you complaining when I'm trying to talk you on your shit and I'm trying to correct you on some shit that you think that you know that's fucking correct. Like, for example, like, how many times you see motherfuckers that's married, they wind up getting influenced by these bitches who they be working with, and these be the single bitches that be telling them, like, and you know how the wives be, they wind up, they can't keep their fucking mouth shut for shit. They wind up, you know, talk about their personal shit at home.
The wife will be talking to her single friends about her relationship problems, and the single friends are the ones that are telling you, oh girl, you deserve better, you might want to leave him, and get in her head and then she sabotages the relationship, and the guy's confused, like, where's all this coming from?
That part.
If the woman fall for it, she probably wasn't worthy. And
now go ahead, Marte. You had your hand raised, bro. Go ahead.
So let's bring it back to the nucleus. I'm going to put it back on the man, and I'm not saying in a feminist agenda. We need to look at what the ideological framework of that home is. Like, when women look up to a man, they're describing their father. You want them to describe their father when they describe you. It's not some perverted ideological stance that I'm saying. When a father gives away his bride at the wedding, he's giving away his daughter because you're going to assume the responsibilities of him. The reason why I say this is because Christ was meek to the nth degree. He was also fierce to the nth degree. You can't be somebody that's dominant over the home if you can't cause destruction out there in the world to defend your ideological premise from being corrupted by the outside world. Meaning that if she's materialistic, that has to be seeping in somehow. Either you're not standing on guard and you're allowing this shit to pervade the home, or you're not vetting these women correctly.
I got it. Can I say this?
I'm almost done real quick. I'm almost done. Women, far too many women out here are playing blackjack before they date on the mark. They're saying, hey, I have a whole hand and I want to hold, or do I want to get another card from the dealer, which is the dating app or whatever society, and their girlfriends out there. They'll say, well, I'll fold. The problem with women is they don't know what the fuck they want. And they're saying, well, maybe I'll get something better with this next hand coming in. They have what they have is this happiness ideology. They don't know what they want. So you have to be their daddy because they're little girls and treat them like little girls. And I'm not meaning
they be living in that fantasy land shit.
You have to instill these boundaries in a proper way, but it has to come from an ideological Christian framework. And that's my framework. If you don't have a framework, anything goes in your home.
That's what I want to comment on. A Christian thing keep coming up. I can back you on most of the shit that come out of your mouth. This is another one I'm going to have a problem with. Because in reality, no disrespect, if there are any Christians up here, please be nice to me. Christians are lousy, worthless pieces of shit. That just mob mentality, immigrant go home. I hope the Muslim die. The Christians are the worst, the horrible. I love the part that, you know, take care of your kids and all this beautiful Christian shit. But all that extra shit, those Democrats are evil fucks. I don't care what happened to them. Jail everybody tough on crime. That's all Christian too, man. And that I don't want that nigga raising no kids.
You know what's interesting about that, Joe Cool? Is
I gotta respond.
Me and Martha. No, I love that. You know what? And I love that you said that, Joe Cool. I love that you said that. And the reason why I love you said that is because I'm a Bible believing Christian, man, just like Marte is. And what's funny is that you literally prove that the Bible said that this type of criticism was going to come to us. you literally proved that in real time. Thank you for that. I'm glad you proved the Bible right just now. Go ahead.
I was just going to say this, that Joe, you've been around the wrong Christians. That's all I got to say.
Damn, hold on, wait. That's a thing? That's a thing? Like good Christians and bad Christians?
Yes. Yeah.
Damn, that's so
go
we
ahead,
got non-believers in this bitch. That's kind of
but go ahead, Marte.
I'm refreshed that he said that because I really do believe most Christians, if you see someone saying, go back to your country, you lousy so-and-so, I guarantee you 90% chances it's going to be a white woman, but it's going to be a Christian. All of that pro-Trump shit, I don't care what happened to people, bomb everybody, kill a Muslim, all Christians, Joe, and I don't like that part of it.
And I tell him you can kiss my fucking ass.
No, go ahead, Marte. I see you got your hand raised, bro. Go ahead.
So when you say I can't tell somebody to go back to their country, what would be wrong about that? Because heaven has borders. We can't say get out of here because you've sinned too many times. If heaven has a border and boundaries and we don't want people coming in who don't qualify to meet at the pearly gates, what would be wrong with that? We uphold the standard, but as Christians, we're supposed to be having a contrary stance when it comes to American soil. To me, this doesn't make any sense. When you have a pervasive culture,
you're missing the point. I can clarify.
But I'm going to clarify this real quick, just for my stance. And here's the other thing too. When you talk about Christians, remember that movie where they were saying, "What kind of American are you?" I forget what movie that is. Civil War. That's what the movie is. But also, I would ask, what kind of Christian are you? None of us are perfect. The church is supposed to be a hospital for people who are fucked up. I'm a fucked up person. I'm a sinner every day. Now, I'm not perfect. If a Christian's out there saying he's perfect, now I agree with you, Joe. There are people out there who proclaim Christianity. Matter of fact, I'll give you a demonstration right now. Jehovah's Witness and people who are Mormons believe in Christ. They say they're Christians. I don't think they're Christians. I would agree with you. Now, if I were to say, go back to your own country, there has to be a reason why, because morally, they're not abiding and assimilating with our culture. If you don't assimilate with our culture and our law, I think you should leave.
What I intended.
Yeah.
Go ahead. When I said that, I needed you to picture what I did. It's not that the person has an ideology if they could go back to their country. That could be okay in an argument or they're giving their opinion. I'm saying the person who does that is invested. They don't like these people, because a lot of people run around and have your belief, but they don't feel like they go back to your country, you so-and-so. That person has evil. That's a bad thing. And Christianity plays a part of that.
But I think Joe Cool. Hold on, real quick. Joe Cool, you don't call yourself a Christian, but you are, Being a good person. Hold on, listen. Being a good person like you are is being a Christian. And by you identifying that you're seeing Christians that are saying, "Oh, go back," and you don't agree with them, it's showing out that those Christians are maybe not the right Christians, right? Because I don't know any Christian that would say that. A real Christian has love in their heart, and you're a man that has love in your heart. And I believe that if you're a good Christian, you have love in your heart. So yeah, you've been around the wrong Christians. That's all, my brother. That's it.
Appreciate you.
Oh no! I'll set the record straight right now. I'm a Bible believing Christian, man. And if a whole bunch of people come in and start trying to tear stuff up, I'm gonna tell you to go back to your country.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm gonna tell you to go back.
You're calling yourself a Christian.
Wait. I don't want to leave that. You're saying if people are tearing it up, most people would agree with you. But it'll be just someone selling fruit or walking across the street. This person is harming no one at the moment, and they still feel.
That's different.
Hold on. Let's clarify some things.
That's a different scenario.
Let's clarify some things. If you were illegal and you didn't go through the process you were supposed to, you're already fucking up already. I think that if we have laws, we should uphold them. If we don't have a consistent standard, you have no standard at all. I believe in this 100%. Yes.
Me too.
Is that true, Mark?
You should assimilate to the country. You shouldn't just come in.
Wait. Let's say with the no laws before we move on. If you say you believe that everybody should follow every law, and some guy's been here 17 years and he okay. All right, we'll get this one then. The guy who came in here illegally, he committed a misdemeanor, federal misdemeanor, akin to jaywalking, small misdemeanor. And let's say he did it 17 years ago, 40 years ago. People who claim to be Christian will still say, I don't care, send them home. The truth is, that you wouldn't do that, then you'll say because he broke a law.
I'm really into politics. All
right. Well, if I could finish,
this is the reason why I don't think every law, because the legal age of consent is 9 years old. That's why I would throw that out.
Yeah, if a person committed a misdemeanor all those years ago, the fervor that you feel he should leave the country, be separated from his family, all of this shit, this is all he's known these last 17, 20, 40
mob
years.
mentality.
That's a
mob
too cool
mentality.
fallacy.
Yes, that the guy who would do that over a misdemeanor, if you wouldn't do the same thing to someone you love as far as your brother.
That's a too
if
cool
your brother
fallacy.
smokes, excuse me, everybody keep trying to interrupt me. This must be a hot topic.
Be cool.
If every time
Cool.
your brother-in-law or someone you love smoked weed illegally, you're not thinking he should go to jail for 20 years and be uprooted.
No,
that's
never.
that Christian shit thinking that immigrants are less than.
If somebody molested and raped a child 19 years ago, I don't give a damn. Get out of my damn country. Now there
I
are
said a misdemeanor jaywalk. What are you talking about?
Right. No. Because you're also bringing hyperbole, but I can't bring hyperbole up. It's crazy.
Let me get the floor. Marte, please. I'm sorry. I never interrupt you. And I actually agree with a lot of what you're saying. But I am also in politics, not actually running, but I do follow a lot of politics, and I do lobby a lot, and I do know a lot of people. So real quick, what happened was when Biden had the open borders, a lot of the jails were actually opened out to our country, and a lot of bad people came into our country. That's a fact. I don't care what anyone wants to say. It's a fact.
Facts.
And if you are here illegally, I'm sorry, you already fucked up the first. With just being here illegally, you're already starting on the wrong foot.
Yes.
There you go.
So when it comes to hold on. When it comes to Christianity, that's a different ball game. Mob mentality, because you have a mob, because no, you can't defend this, Marte, because no Christian's gonna say I'd love to hear about something. And what Joe's saying is people being mean or taking it to the extreme, or maybe those cases where someone was whatever. But the point I'm trying to make that is on both sides. All right, yes, bad people here. If you're illegally, go 100%. However, that should not define what a Christian is. Just because someone doesn't want their country to be invaded by illegals, or
determined. If a person says the country being invaded by illegal, he shouldn't be a Christian. Using that terminology, he knows nothing. He doesn't know Jesus, be kind to your friend, the strangers,
listen to Joe. He's like, I'm not a Christian. And now he's quoting Jesus. That's like saying Joe's the biggest Christian here. He's like,
this is crazy.
I've never been to church a day in my life.
I'm not a Christian.
I can tell you haven't been to church a day in your life.
Eastern, I like it all.
Witness, Joe. Come on, Joe.
But you know what's interesting about all that, Joe, is that you can criticize like the Christian viewpoints on certain things, but if you want to really keep it real, if a whole bunch of illegals showed up at your place of residence and said, "Oh, we're just looking for a better life, can you let us in? We want food, we need rest," you're not gonna let them in, bro.
Are you sure?
So
yes,
I
am sure. Yes, I am sure.
So
yes, I am sure.
Islam has 3 stages in how they occupy and rule over people. For 1, they come in as refugees. For 2, they start vying for positions of power. And then for 3, Sharia law comes. That's how it starts every time. They come as refugees. You have to vet your populace. That's how the UK fell. That's how we have the Muslim gang grape report happening right now with 250,000 women and young girls, underage girls being raped. And they have this in the UK. And that's why the law fell. They don't have any borders because they couldn't say no. They were too. This is my point of saying I'm sick and tired of nice white people. Those are the white people I don't like, the ones that are too nice. We need the mean white people to come back to society and regulate and control.
Hold on, you're using the wrong terminology.
Hold on, one mic.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
You're not using the right terminology. Real quick, what you want to say is the people, the white people, or anyone for that matter, that turn a blind eye. Anyone that turns a blind eye, what's happening?
You couldn't delineate that from what I said.
No, I said that. You're so dumb. That's what I said. That's what I said. You said. But you were yelling.
Right. I don't have to change my terminology. Go ahead.
I lost my thought.
I mean, look, Joe, I get what you're saying. But at the same time, we're not even like. If you
wait. If I may, because it came back to me.
Oh, go ahead.
I was saying, you say vetting. I've proven to you, I hope, I haven't proven to you, but I hope to anyone listening that it is not about the law, because you don't have that when your mother breaks the law or somebody's caught speeding, all misdemeanor bullshit. You don't want them uprooted the way it's okay for you to uproot an alien. And your next argument is vetting. That's another false argument. I gave you an example. This nigga, this nigga been in the country for 40 years. His kids are in college. In my hypothetical, he's never broken a law other than coming over here and I don't know what other law, but no serious lesser song. He's been vetted for 40 years. His neighbors love him. He's been contributing. He has a company. He's a good man. This is the best vetting process you could hope for. You couldn't get it coming across the border. Now, granted, the nigga did that shit all those years ago. He did a misdemeanor crime, but he's been 40 years vetted. But motherfuckers still ignore that. He broke the law 40 years ago. Go home.
Did he do time for the crime?
No, where is that happening at?
Hold on. Did he do time for the crime?
He did not do crime for the misdemeanor jaywalk. And you jaywalked a bunch of
people out of country for jaywalking.
Okay, Joe.
You're like making shit up right now.
No, Joe. Let's keep it real, because that's a disingenuous argument. Bro.
It is disingenuous. That's
no,
crazy.
listen.
Why?
No, I'll tell you why.
That's a made-up argument.
No. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because there's no such thing as the police force writing out a warrant for somebody that's jaywalking and putting them in court for jaywalking.
Still a misdemeanor, though. Yeah, call it a different misdemeanor. Call it possession of a joint. Misdemeanor joint possession.
Okay, now you're in possession of narcotics and drugs. That's a crime.
Whoa!
Felony.
Yeah,
hold on.
yeah.
Hold on. A joint is not a narcotic. It's so just
okay. What do joints typically have? They have marijuana, right?
Okay. All right. What if it was
that's a form of a narcotic?
People lace things all the time. Angel dust.
No. Medical states, recreational states.
There's got to be a misdemeanor because I'm talking.
Not even. And look, most states are now recreational or medical. So
I
not
can
even
concede all this. I can actually.
Yes,
I can actually concede all this.
Yeah, you pick the misdemeanor if you don't like jaywalking. Pick one.
They rescheduled it. It's a Schedule 3. It's not even a Schedule 1 anymore.
Okay, but Joe, I'm sorry I said it. I'm
Joe,
just
can I
saying,
get some clarification?
A misdemeanor, you guys have done 1 million misdemeanors and none of you have done time. Why would you think and want this guy to do time for a misdemeanor all those years ago?
Joe.
Right?
What is
wait, you're talking about an illegal?
Yes.
Okay, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. No, hold on. Your misdemeanor gets overwritten because you committed a federal crime against the country by coming here illegally in the first place. That's already a federal offense.
Yeah. It's a federal misdemeanor.
No. It's a federal offense, meaning it's a felony. You're committing a crime against the government, sir.
It's a misdemeanor. Look it up.
Really?
No, we can.
So you mean breaking into the country illegally? Which is a security breach.
Jaywalking is a misdemeanor, but giving into this country is a federal offense.
But let me say
it is a federal misdemeanor.
Why is it that we are the only
country illegally?
Why is it that we are the only country where we can't respect these laws, yet I go to France and I can't do this? I go to Germany and I can't be an illegal citizen. I go to Italy and I can't be an illegal citizen. But only in the United States, you can be an illegal citizen and we're supposed to go ahead and let everybody in.
We're supposed to just let
what?
Because the Democrats want to rig the election.
The only country that we can do this in, nowhere else.
Rig the election. Because the Democrats want to rig the election. Not enough to vote in elections. That's why the right now, the Save America Act is very important to pass. That's why.
But see, what this is proving is that the dominance is being forfeited.
Yeah.
With the way we're running things. And see, this is a perfect example. This is a perfect example of why you have to have dominance. Because if you don't have dominance in your household, you might as well take the windows and doors off your house and let everybody come in and take whatever they want. And you can't do anything about it.
But you got a dominant dad that's teaching the kids to be racist and hate other races. You're dominant, but it's not doing you any good in this instance.
Now that's a disingenuous argument. You're conflating.
No, you're right. I get what you're saying with that, but this is the difference, though. I don't get to tell you how to run your castle, just like you don't get to tell me how to establish dominance and boundaries in my kingdom.
We agree. Hey, that's some good news to a text. Shoot, I lost my mind.
So to your point about a father raising his kids to be racist, even though I disagree with that, I don't get to tell him how to. I don't get to tell that father what he can teach his kids. That's his house.
Okay, we agree.
Look,
America,
even though I disagree with the racism, he still has a legal right to do it.
Well, we would agree with that. Now you're talking about private property and your house, your car. You can't claim an entire continent and someone gets to rule over that. That's just
we do when we pay taxes into it. When we're putting money into the pot, we can.
I mean, you can, but you can't claim it under God. Because
yes, we
then
can.
You're becoming authoritarian, and you think people outside of your country are less than you, worse than you,
we
and
do
they're
it
no longer your brothers.
No, we do. No, we do it every day, sir.
Well,
you
the
do
problem
it every
with this
day.
argument is that if you don't claim it under God, somebody else will. It'll be under Muslim. It'll be under atheism. It'll be under something like this. Now, which ideology do you want to be the prominent ideology of your country? That's the real question here. What do you want to be ruled by?
Muslim. I know a lot of Muslims. I know a lot of fucking Zoroastrian, whatever the freaking religion is, and I can tell you, people. All you cats are the same.
No,
I don't see no Muslims.
Muslims. Their prophets slept with a 9-year-old.
Hold on. Wait. Let him finish.
I know you're hyped about this Muslim shit. The Muslims I know are the ones that I was referring to. They are normal people. You don't even know they Muslim till they mention it. None of them think that they got young wives or eat dogs or got criminal records doing shit. They are normal, just like every Christian. I shouldn't say every, but every
are they
people seem to be people are people.
No, you're conflating two different things.
Are the Muslims that you know
normal people?
Yeah, the Muslims that you know.
No. We're not the same as Muslims. You can't conflate the two. For one, when you talk about the ideology, we believe in two things. One's led by the sword. One is led by the sword. Their prophet killed, enslaved a bunch of people. Ours didn't kill anybody. You can't conflate the two at all. They're two different worlds.
We just invaded a whole country. We just blew up houses. We killed all the Palestinians. Christians are warmongers, bro. Right now,
no.
Okay, the worst in the world.
In what country are Christians stoning anybody else? I'll wait.
They're blowing them up with bombs and missiles and killing niggas. Killing niggas.
Wait, hold on. Trump, are you saying Trump is doing this off of Christian ethics? That's false.
I'm saying, yes, America is backing him off of Christian ethics.
No, that's false. That's not true
at
all.
No, it's true.
You know what, Joe?
That's false. That's completely false.
You know what, Joe? If that's what you believe and that's how you feel, well, then tell me a country where it's better to live.
That's just a bad argument altogether.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Because you have a lot of vitriol and disdain for how America's doing things.
I have a lot of good for how America does too. That just hasn't been part of the topic yet.
Okay, I get that. But if you're gonna have this much animosity for the bad stuff, then you got to have the same type of energy for the good stuff too.
We do. I would love to talk about that. I'm just following the topic, but
right. So you can't lead like the way we're doing things is just so bad. But then when I ask you, okay, well, where's another country where it's better? Then you say it's a bad argument.
Cut me off. I did. Yeah, I was going to give you an answer and says it's a bad argument because of that reason. Because I haven't been to enough. I haven't been to any other countries. Anything I know off top would be off of television and what I see. So for all I know, there are a million other countries. Sweden, I've seen this. I shouldn't say every. I've seen a million YouTube videos where people are happy with their country and think it's better than America. I could go over somewhere else and think it's better than America, but I'm not sure here.
Hey, Joe,
Joe, the point is people are
real quick.
Propagandization doesn't indicate that people post their failures online. We see this on Instagram all the time. Nobody's posting their divorces or their bad days. People are posting everything positive online. So that's what's propaganda for. But unless you go to a different country, if you look in the legalism of Sweden, they're being overrun by Muslims right now.
Hear you say anyone who posts this saying they love their country outside of America is propaganda? Did you just say that?
Hey, Joe.
I said everything on social media is a form of propaganda. How am I wrong?
No. You said when I see someone, I'm saying I love my country, and I wouldn't
never say I love my country. Or somebody saying I love my country. I never said that.
I said that, and you said when I see it, it's propaganda.
That's a form of propaganda too.
Hey, Joe.
That's propaganda too.
Hey, Joe. I just want to say this real quick. Joe Cool, because I'm thinking about Snoopy now that I realize.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe Cool. You're cool, man. I appreciate the knowledge you be dropping. That's all I had to say. You know, not all Christians are the same. I'm telling you right now.
They're not. Yeah,
I'm a Christian.
Not all Christians are the same.
But not everyone gives. Okay, so there's people that are passionate. You got your fanatics, and you got them on all sides, right? Yeah. But I'm never gonna ever say I hate a race or I hate a religion. I don't hate anybody. Now I do. That's a lie.
I can say I hate a religion.
Hold on. I am lying. Hold on, I'm lying. I hate rapists and I hate molesters. I do hate.
Well, hold on. Islam's prophet slept with a 9-year-old. What does that tell you?
I know.
How long ago was that?
Listen, here's my answer to you. Because people always say things like this. Because the little Muslim boy that's being raised a Muslim doesn't know this. And let's say he's raised a Muslim, he grows up being a good Muslim, he does whatever, and he dies a good Muslim, doesn't hurt anybody, as a good person. I'm not going to judge that person for something that someone says in their religion. Right. I'm not going to judge something.
If I'm a Satanist, I don't hurt anybody.
We don't judge you by.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. If I get raised in Satanism and I don't hurt anybody, does that mean Satanism's good?
Marte, I don't agree. I never said I agreed. I'm not going to be racist towards anybody for their religion, race, or color.
That's not racism if you don't like their religion.
Hold on. I don't like the religion. I never said I like the religion. But when you say Muslim, you're talking more than a religion. You're talking about a people.
No,
okay? And
anybody can be Muslim. No. It's like saying Christian. They're only a certain.
Anybody can be Christian.
No. Muslim is not a race. Muslim is not a race. Muslim is not a race.
It's a religion.
Yeah, right. It's a religion.
Hold on. And a religion is a people, just like the Christian people.
Say you're talking about
all right. What does that mean when you say a people?
No.
That means you're talking about a massive.
What are Christian people? What are atheist
group? Wait,
is there ever a group Muslim people? There are people. Hold on, Joe.
All Americans are like. All Christians are like. Are all Muslims are like.
My word.
It's not a thing.
That over and over. Hold on, Joe. Hold on. Listen. All I want to say was this: that I don't have any type of animosity when it comes to the human being. Now, when the human being is doing things that are atrocious, like molesting or raping or killing, yeah, I'm not going to like that person, obviously, but I'm not going to judge them by their religion. Is what I'm trying to say. I don't have to agree with their religion. I don't have to love. In fact, I can hate their religion. I'm not going to judge. I'm not going to judge them because they could be completely. They could be somebody that hates their religion, but is actually confessing to be one because their parents made them be one, or maybe they're in the religion because they were forced to be one. Or maybe they want to be a Christian, but they don't know how to get out.
Just grow up in that country. There's a great chance you're going to be that religion.
You cannot cut off anybody. And by saying no, you listen to that, you're cutting people off. And Jesus,
Jesus cut people off all the time. What are you talking about?
And everybody, large masses, all because
what did Jesus say?
People off all the time.
Don't distract.
Wrong. He said, "Come to me as you are."
No, Jesus called King Herod a fox.
He said, "Come to me as you are, Marte." He said, "Come to me as you are." Marte. He said, "Come to me as you are." He never.
So hold on. Why did the Pharisees want to stone Jesus? Why did the Pharisees want to stone Jesus?
Did they?
No. Ask me the question.
Yeah,
a want and a need and an action are different.
No.
Did they? I can want to do whatever I want.
You're running from the question. Answer the question.
They did stone a little bit too, by the way.
Did they?
No, answer the question. Who cares if they didn't? That's not what I asked. Why did they want to stone Jesus?
You know what? You should care. Why? You should care why. You say I don't care why. You should care why.
Why did they want to inflict violence on Jesus? Why?
Think about it.
I'm talking about people he cut off. He cut them off. Why did he cut them off?
Never cut them off. You know what?
You know what? So he embraced the Pharisees that want to stone him?
This was so sad about you.
He embraced the people that wanted to kill him? He didn't cut them off?
Here's the saddest thing about you right now that I'm going to prove, and you're going to really cry about this tonight.
Yeah, I'd love to hear this.
This must be good.
When Jesus was on the cross, one of the last things he said to this world was forgive them, for they don't know what they do.
You can cut people off and forgive them. That's what you did. That doesn't. That actually proves my point. That proves my point. He cut them off, and he can still forgive them. You cut people off all the time, and you can forgive people.
By saying forgive them, that's not cutting them off. Are you retarded?
No,
you can cut people off and forgive them. That's the asinine thing ever.
Behind me. Whatever, bro. Behind me.
You're done, bro.
Behind me. To be fair though, like let's be realistic. We can forgive people for what they do and not deal with them anymore.
Right. He cut them off.
Every single one of us on this panel has a person who has done us wrong.
Hey, did he say that? I'm sorry. I'm just going by the last words that he said on the cross. The last word that Jesus Christ said on the cross was, forgive them, for they do not know what they do. He didn't say,
forgive people you cut off.
Lord, I cut them off. I cut off the Pharisees. I cut off everyone. I cut off the whole world. So now, no, it was not like that.
Okay, that's hyperbole. That's not what I'm saying.
It was specific.
I might drop on both of you guys. Bomb.
No.
You can cut people off and forgive them.
I have the Bible here. We want to pull up scripture so I can prove it.
Jaime, It was
Yeah, you're getting
specific.
excited
No,
about it.
Jaime, it was specific people and groups in specific contexts. He even told one of his disciples that he even knew that one of his disciples was going to turn on him.
Wait, hold on.
He already knew.
Wait, Anonymous, did Christ say he's coming to bring division, not peace? Luke 12:51. What is division? What did he mean by that?
Separation.
What does separation mean? I come to divide father and son, mother and daughter. I come to bring not peace, but a sword. Did he not say this?
Oh, you want to go with the, okay. I see what you're trying to do. You know
what did he mean when he said division? What did he mean? Did he mean cut people off?
I think
absolutely not.
He meant that there would be
people off
no,
ideological beliefs.
No, you're
I
wrong.
don't think it means
No.
cutting
He
people
was
off.
talking about how people cut themselves off of God.
No.
That's what he's talking about.
No.
You're so wow, bro.
Right, cutting people off. Yes, thank you for agreeing with me.
People cutting themselves off from God, not God cutting them off. You're wrong again. Do I have to keep dropping mics on your head? Look.
No, wait, hold on. What denomination are you? What denomination are you? Are you Jehovah's Witness or are you Mormon or what? What kind of Christian
I know the
are you?
Bible. I actually study theology. I went to school for theology. I have a master's.
Okay, well, all right. Well, what denomination are you then?
I don't have it in my. I'm evangelist. Let's say Seventh Adventist. Let's go with Seventh Adventist.
Oh, a 7-day
that's a
Adventist?
cult. You're mentioning a
A
cult.
7-day
right now.
Adventist?
Really? Is
That's
that
a cult.
really? Can you Google it and show
This
me?
is deteriorating.
religion
If
stopped
I
at
can
Martin
bring it
Luther.
back, Jamie. If
You
I
have
can
no
bring it back
history
a little
past
bit,
Martin
Jamie,
Luther.
Jamie, if you're a Christian, you
it
remember
stops at
Paul.
Martin Luther. It doesn't go any further than that. Thank you.
Weird.
It's not my.
Hey, if I could
hold
get
on,
in,
hold on.
guys.
I hear you, Joe. But hold on.
70 minutes is crazy.
He's been. Hold on.
Y'all just yelling over each other,
Hold on.
Jaime.
Hold on, Joe. He's being very degenerous, and I would like to.
Oh, degenerous is not even a word.
Real quick. You're right.
You mean disingenuous?
You're right. That is correct. Thank
No,
you.
go ahead, Jaime.
I actually
Go ahead,
appreciate
Jaime.
you correcting me. Hold on. I actually appreciate you correcting me. Thank you so much. Because the simple fact is this, man. You're painting Christianity not from a place of love, but a place of do this or die. And that's what Joe's trying to say is that every person, hold on, but you are. Because you're saying that God,
You gotta let him finish, bro.
every
This is how
time,
y'all
every
get
time
the
that I
shallow
said,
matches.
every time that I said that
Shouting
God has
matches.
extended forgiveness to humanity, you said that God has cut off humanity. The only time that that's happened, since you want to go biblical, was in the Old Testament. And it was when the Noah's Ark was being closed. Do you remember that story? That's when they were cut off. After anyone that was not in the Ark,
So
was
hold on.
done. That's out there.
No. I think it was my
Hold on,
turn
there's
next.
more. There's
Remember?
more.
This
I
is
think
easily
this was my
destroyed.
turn.
There's more. There's more. This is Judean law. We're just talking Judean. We got to go
Hey,
Judean.
Jamie, you did say you were gonna let me
So hold
get in,
on.
yeah?
Hold on.
Yeah, go, Joe.
Is it possible? Is it possible that you can forgive people you cut off?
Yes, it's not about that.
Oh shit! That's what I'm saying.
No, you're not, dude. You're looking. You're looking
so
for the
crazy.
cat. You know what my mom would say? My mom would say,
You're
"Stop
literally
looking
fighting
for."
yourself here.
My mom would say, "Stop looking for the fifth leg on the cat. There's only 4." And that's what you're doing, bro.
Hey, Jaime.
No.
I'm
saying that you forgive people you cut off.
Yeah, guys.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
You're monopolizing shit right now. I get that you're emotional, man, but keep your decorum and shit.
Word.
Jaime, you might remember Paul. This is not Jesus, but this was Paul. I think when he was sending those letters to one of the churches, there was a guy who was bad, and they kicked him out of the city. And then when they told him, "Yeah, this dude keep coming back," Paul wrote, "Don't let him in." In that moment, you could say, and he repeatedly,
yeah,
like this dude keep coming back. They say, "Don't let him in." So there's an argument that cutting off is a thing, and in reality, you know it is a thing.
Hold on.
And you're
Hold on.
wait.
Hold
No,
on.
I'm not done. Don't hold on. And
No,
Paul
go ahead,
did.
Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
Paul
Go
did
ahead.
write a letter, and they didn't even ask this time that a letter was done. And Paul says, "By the way, that guy, let him back in and show him all the love that you're capable of." So cutting people off could be a thing. I mean, don't go out on this limb.
No, but I will, because you just proved it right there. You proved again that forgiveness always rules over. Forgiveness always means that you're being forgiven, and that's not cutting off. If the
No,
door's
you're right, Jaime. But this is the thing, though. This is the thing that people like to skip over, and I'm not saying that you're skipping over this, but this is a thing that people like to skip over. People think that just because a person chooses to forgive, that everything is all good now.
Right.
Forgiveness is at the discretion of the person. Like, a person doesn't owe you forgiveness. It's at the discretion of the person who was done wrong to forgive.
Hold on. AB, you said it right, and so did you, Joe. It's the person. We're humans. But we were talking about God. In that instance, we're talking about Jesus cutting people off. And I said to his dying breath, Jesus never cut anyone off. Was my whole argument. It was never about people doing that. Of course, if someone's going to screw you over, you're going to cut them off 100%. I mean, you don't love them or forgive them. I agree, as humans.
Well,
we're talking about God.
That argument doesn't hold, because we were talking about Marte's actions, and you was telling him he can't cut. You weren't saying Jesus initially. We were talking about whether Marte is right by saying you should cut off a whole group of people, and y'all got to one person. Should Jesus cut off? What other group of people should you cut off? Right. Can I say all cops are the same? All Israelis? What other group of people does that hold for that I can say are all evil or bad? Except Muslims, Marte.
Which is why, Joe, and I appreciate that. That's why.
Can I say all cops are evil?
No, you're right.
What group can I say all are evil?
No, that's why I appreciate what you said, because I want to use Jesus Christ as the perfect example.
I think I can't hear Marte. I think he's talking. I can't hear.
Oh, he is, but he's always talking. Look at him. He's always talking.
I lost my sound. I got it back.
Well, no. He might have muted, so he's talking to his audience.
Oh, you're right. He might be muted.
Thank God.
Very good.
No, he just figured it out.
No, that is true. That is true.
Don't you guys believe in that force, whatever it's called, force something doctrine? And the guys, the orthodoxy, are going to be the ones that saying, yes, we want the United States to go and take over every country. We'd rather have America running shit. And ain't that Orthodox, brothers, Orthodoxy, who believe in that?
I've never heard.
I hear what's his name talking about.
I can't speak to that.
I hear Orthodox motherfuckers talking about that they believe in forced doctrine all the time, and in my opinion, that's where it leads to just.
So, real quick, Mr. Rules.
So I think I'm correct. Then you believe that you guys should dominate the world and take over other countries.
Word. Hey, so Mr. Rules, just so I can
answer, did you just say that you believe it's innate in y'all to be the dominant whatever orthodoxy?
What's the next
one? I'm not. Okay, I'm not saying it's. Yes, I'm not. Okay, here, let's do this. What is forced doctrine? Not how it came about, why it's necessary. What is it? If you could give it to me succinctly. Oh, come on. This is a silly. Okay. Now, my next question, you answered it. Thank you. Okay. You answered it. Thank you. My next question is with the forced doctrine thing. Is it logical under that belief that Christians or Americans should spread across the globe? I'm sorry, I'm not sure what your answer was. Yes, no, has nothing to do with that.
Are you talking about the conquistadors and how it was?
No. I am talking about forced doctrine, where you believe you're better and you're supposed to be dominant. Any chance in hell that can lead to actually dominating other people?
I don't think that's called forced doctrine.
You sure?
No, Joe. No, Joe's right. Look, Joe. Listen, the reason Joe's right is because back in the day, yes, I said the conquistadors. Yeah, back in the day, the Templars and conquistadors in the name of Jesus Christ and what I'm talking about is the Christian faith, brother. Please stay with me, okay? Jesus Christ died for everyone, not just for the oxidized version. All right, just please, just stay with me. Just stay with me, please. For the version that, okay, Yes, you're right, Joe. Yes. Christianity back in the day was forced upon every single nation. We said that our God is God. Even this country, we took the natives and killed them all. If you want to think about it, and for many people, you're gonna argue with
what's
me?
false?
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mark.
No, go ahead, Jaime.
Martino's history too. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jaime. Go ahead, Jaime. Go ahead, Jaime. Because go Jaime. Go ahead and finish what you want to say, because then I have a question for Joe.
Sure. So all I was going to say is that Joe, back in the day, unfortunately, yes, every religion, even the Muslim, every religion on earth has been forced upon every nation, because once you get to a new country, like America, for instance, we came here and we were going to go and say, okay, Christianity is what's up. It's Jesus Christ. He died on the cross, and we did atrocities. Look, I'm not going to hide what the Spaniards did, because that's why whenever I said, is he white? I got Spaniard, I got African, and I got Taino blood. That's the Indian or Asian. So I got all three bloods in me. So I can pretty much, and I've studied so much, man. I'm 50 years old. So just think about the fact of what I've done with my life. But that's not the point. The point I'm trying to make is this, that you're right. Yes, any cause for that matter, has been atrociously put upon a lot of nations. Okay, but now we're talking about real time, now time. Now time is this.
Well, I have an argument for now and real time.
Hold on,
my argument for back then would have been a crusade, would have been a better argument.
I'm going to finish with this. More, yes, blah blah blah, bro. Yes, bro. I'm not gonna go to whole. That's why I don't want to open a can of worms, man. Relax. Yeah. I know. I'm not defending either or. I'm just trying to say a point. The point is this: that any cause has been justified with a God or with a religion or with a way of life. So for you to say, do you think, or asking Marte the question of, do you think that false doctrine is what we're doing to the world by saying that we're imposing our Christian belief? That's not the case. A Christian belief is a belief, and it's believed all throughout the world. We don't introduce Christianity to the world. It's already here, and there's people that can be what's called an avid Christian or a true Christian that love everybody, and they try to do good things, and they give their money away and they help people. Okay, not that they're weak, because there's a thing about being weak and being charitable. Okay, if I have money that can help somebody out, I'm going to do it. That's just me. I'm not greedy when it comes to finance, because I'm not a materialistic person. I never have. No, in the past, maybe growing up I was, but not anymore. And I learned a lot. That being said, the topic here is masculinity. All right, and I'm trying to get back the whole thing. All right, regardless of whatever has been said, yes, religion plays a big role in the nucleus of the home when it comes to establishing dominance. I just hate the word dominance, because to me, dominance feels like you're overpowering. Hold on. I know you do, because you work out and you're like, dominance, bro. Listen. I understand you. Bro, I understand. It does, bro. It does, bro. Trust me.
I looked up force doctrine, and every definition has something to do with violence.
But it's about you. And it's not about you. The whole point about Christianity is that it's not about you, Marte. What I'm trying to establish to Joe is that all Christians are the same. We all don't go down with the same type of ideology, because it's really ideology that we're talking about here. So, anyways, let me stop there. Go ahead, AB. You were gonna say something.
I googled the force doctrine shit, and everyone I said has violence and force, and even military. I even just googled the one for the church, and it's the same shit. Mike makes right.
Okay, so
you throw the yours coercion. Violence.
So I got a question.
The use of violence to spread and maintain faith.
Wait,
are you sure Andrew created it? Because it's in Google.
Maybe.
Is it really? Because Google doesn't say that. I would assume Google has the pervading understanding of what force doctrine is. It even has the religious context of what it is. Meaning what? Meaning he can change the definition of the word. Even though I don't even watch Andrew, everybody else who doesn't watch him. No, and I wouldn't try to
I'll tell you right now. Back in the day, hold on, Joe. Back in the day, it was Webster.
No, I wouldn't be doing something crazy like that. I'd leave you arguing against yourself. I am not saying definitions, but the majority of the people, you're talking about Andrew, and he's popular. He has a different definition. I'm telling you, everybody else who Googles it and don't even watch Andrew, which be the other 8 billion people in the world, they would have something different to Andrew. And I think you're saying Andrew's definition should prevail because he's popular.
Like I said before, back.
Yeah,
no.
We agree, but at the time when they said it and it was just them and their friends, we wouldn't say that everybody thought fucking gay still meant happy until it spread into the everybody. Right now, it's still just Andrew and apparently you, and you can't give me a succinct version of what forced doctrine is when the fucking Google can give it to everybody else.
And Webster did it before that. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Like back in the day, we didn't have internet. We had.
I mean, I was going to give you an example of forced doctrine.
Please.
North Korea.
There you go.
North Korea is a perfect example of forced doctrine because they're not allowed to think anything outside of the dictator. And it's so much so that it's so much so that if you decide that you want to think, it's so much so that if you decide that you want to think for yourself, you're called a defector.
Yes,
correct.
And you'll be killed for it.
Yeah, you're called a defector.
So far, Iran, same thing. When you can trick your people that you're the one that's in charge and blah 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 blah, and that you are a supreme god, if you will, that's forced doctrine.
No, that's not forced doctrine. That's not my definitional term at all. Though.
Can you try again and give me you guys' definition, Marte? Maybe I shouldn't have Googled.
I mean, I gave an example. I can't necessarily define it off the top of my head, but I gave an example.
Would you agree with his example then? That forced doctrine is having the motherfuckers in your country believe your religion at the hand of
doctrine
force.
is not a prescription. It's not a prescription at all. That's not what it is. It's a reality. It is a fact of the matter. That's it. If I am stronger than you, I am going to make the rights. If 50 people join another 50 people and we fight and I say that the sky is blue and you say that the sky is red and I beat the shit out of 50 of your people, guess which color the sky is at the end of the day? Forced doctrine, all that does is indicate who can enforce this and who can't because of the force. We can back this.
So basically it's about just saying. So it's basically about setting a universal standard for something. Then.
Yeah, but it's not an odd. It's not an odd claim. It's just what is. You need
without
the
doctrine part of it. I think when you make it doctrine, you do make it a ought. Because
it's
if
not
it remains as I wasn't okay. I heard you say that 7 times. You didn't have to interrupt me to say it again, right? If you say that forced doctrine is just by your definition, it's just what's gonna happen. Is gonna happen. The strongest guy will win a fight. Why would I give that a name? It's just is what it is, right? I wouldn't call it forced doctrine as if it's a doctrine written that people are supposed to follow.
No, it's not something that people should follow. It's just what is. If I see somebody and they're bigger, guess what's going to happen? I'm probably going to give them the right of way of passage. It's universal understanding.
No one's going to say that.
That's not true. The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
No. What you're doing is you're mitigating what I'm saying. You're missing the whole point. If you could think small, I'm saying you're overwhelmingly universally. What you're doing is you're overstanding what I'm saying.
No one cares.
Okay, so Jaime,
yeah, you don't care, but you care enough to respond to what I'm saying. Go ahead, you contradict yourself again.
Okay, so
Jaime, I don't care, but I care enough to respond to what you're saying.
Okay, so Jaime, real quick, because we got to keep the show pushing. So you don't like the word dominance, right?
I believe in the word dominance.
Or do you have an issue? Like what's your particular issue with the usage of that word?
Yeah.
I believe it may be misconstrued by a lot of people.
In what way?
That's subjective.
No. In what way?
That's the whole point. It's subjective. And thank you for answering it. He just answered it.
You're not giving a definitive where I give a definitive. Yes.
But that's the Bible can be misconstrued. You don't hate the Bible because
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you believe, and like, do you believe that in the context of a relationship or just in general that the men are supposed to be the leaders and have an air of dominance over their surroundings and what's going on?
Absolutely. I said it from the get. You do that.
Okay.
From the very get go, so that way it's established and there's no questions later.
Oh, okay.
Wrong about that.
Right. So
I agreed with you guys. I never argued the point that you guys made.
No. I get that, but I'm just trying to figure out what's your issue with the word dominance, though, because earlier you said you didn't like that word.
Right. I think,
so if you agree with the general understanding of it, then how do you have a problem with the word? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Right.
I don't have a problem with the word, but like I said, women might misconstrue it. Other people may misconstrue the word dominance.
That's what the lady said on the video.
But that's the whole point. That's why I said some women are different than other women. You feel
hey
what I'm
guys, I gotta cut
doesn't
out
even say anything though.
Anonymous, I'm gonna make sure I subbed you up. I don't even know how I fucking found you. Maybe I was watching Marche channel. Maybe he shouted you out or something.
That might have been what it was.
It's been great. And Marche,
absolutely,
man. You, I know a lot of my friends jumped you and catch Daniel. I'm glad our shit was civil. At least I think it was civil and everything went swimmingly. All right.
Hey, I'll say this though. Your friends attack me, but I never attack them. So that should tell you a lot already.
All right. I don't know if that's true. I heard you say shit about people all the time. Maybe you don't say it to them, but you shit on them when they're around other people.
It's in defense. The only way I say anything to them is because I'm defending myself.
But that's not honorable that I shit on them when they're not around, outside of their face. There's nothing honorable about that.
Yeah, I never shit on them when I'm not in their face either. Never do that. You'll never catch me.
I hear you shitting on Grid all the time, and everybody you don't like. Someone puts up a post and you shitting on people.
When do I shit on Grid? How do I shit?
And these posts that motherfuckers show where you always talk about how shitty people are, but that's okay because we're Christian and we'll prevail. You shit on someone in every one of their posts. I don't even know where I see them at.
Never said that about Grid.
All right. Well, maybe I got the wrong guy. I don't
it's
really
totally wrong guy. I don't attack people, and that's not my MO.
No. I have definitely seen the fucking shit, man. Where you're shitting on people, and you're trying to phrase it like I would never attack them, but the whole article that I read is all you attacking someone, and then end up by saying, "But I would
love to see this." I don't do that, but go ahead.
He likes to establish dominance. He likes to establish his dominance.
I never go around attacking people. I usually get attacked. I don't initiate.
No, but I know in the panel world.
Real quick, Joe.
Real quick, Joe. Yeah.
Never do. I appreciate your presence here, man. I thought you were cool as shit. I thought you were gonna say some cool shit, and it was a pleasure to be on the panel with you, brother.
You're a solid dude, man. And I just want to let you know that you're more than welcome to come back for the time being, I'm only doing my shows once a week on Saturdays around this time.
If you catch it, it was a fluke, but I'm gonna make sure I subbed you. I think I did.
Yeah, absolutely.
I probably should have told you. It would have helped if you guys known. I've been an activist all my life. I was one of the top 20 activists when I was a youngster in my 20s or 30s or something. And I do a lot of YouTube. I got a YouTube channel where I watch the police, which continues the activism shit. So that might explain a bunch of my.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. But yeah, you can go ahead and if you're gonna head out, just go ahead and give your final thoughts on the show or what you thought of it, and then you can go ahead and shout out whatever you want to shout out and let people know where they can find you real quick.
My man, I thank you for that. And I would like to pick up Marche. I don't want to end on a bad note because I don't like that nonsense. I would like to say that when I do see you, you usually give good arguments outside of emotional shit, man. I don't know. I like you, man, and I wish the best for you. And my channel name is Joe Cool, and I'm popular enough where you type in Joe Cool, you'll see that right there, the guy with the face mask. You cats sub me up. I'm editing the video right now, filming every day. All right, you cats be easy, man. God bless you guys.
All right.
Hey, wait. Anonymous, I was very fucking impressed. I should say that. You're the host, and you impressed me greatly. I should say that. You
I appreciate you, man.
You guys really good energy over here. You cats be easy.
Well, because the way I run my show is I'm all for letting people have it out. If you disagree with somebody on the panel and you want to trade, you want to have an exchange back and forth, I'm not the type to really just jump in and just be like, all right, No, I like to let people get their stuff out because I don't like ending the show with things being left unsaid unless you have things that you want to leave unsaid. I like giving people the time, the space, and the freedom to speak their mind, have their debates, roast each other a little bit. Like, I'm all for all that because, in my opinion, I think it's good, healthy conversation. It's entertaining, it's informative, and it makes for great content.
Word. I agree.
So the way I structured the show is not necessarily to have everybody agree, because I don't like the idea of having an echo chamber. There's been times where Marte has pushed back on things I've said before and things like that. So I don't like to necessarily have an echo chamber because I like people's perspectives and all that stuff to be authentic, and we're just capturing it in real time.
Yeah, but I can't help but I agree with you a lot. So
yeah, I mean, and there's nothing wrong with that either. There's nothing wrong with that either. It's just I was just trying to figure out what your issue was with the word dominance, because you
that's the personal thing.
You explicitly said I don't like that word.
You already know it's personal. I just
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got you. So I'll go ahead and give my my perspective on this, so that way we can keep the show pushing. I think that it's very important to establish dominance in a relationship. And see, when most people hear the word relationship, they only think of it in the romantic sense, right? But if you take that and you take the word relationship and you apply it to different facets of life, everything is a relationship.
Yep.
Everything is some sort of relationship. And if you really think about it, there's always a dominating figure, whether it's at work, whether it's in a relationship like with you and your wife or whatever. There's always a dominating figure, and there's always some sort of dominance no matter where you go. Whether it's in the military, whether it's in the police force, whether it's in the workforce, there's always some sort of dominant presence or dominating figure. Not only that, but people respect it. People respect a dominant person when, like what the lady said in the video, if it's done in a healthy way and people are working to earn their spot, like people can respect a person in the military that started off as an enlisted versus a person that came in as an officer. You see what I'm saying? Like if you come in and you're skipping positions and you're coming in and you're trying to dominate people, a lot of people are going to look at that like, yeah, we understand and we can respect your position, the title and the position, but we don't respect the fact that you skipped the line where all of us are starting at the bottom.
Well, not even necessarily that. I would say when you talk about dominance, we can even talk about majorative in a sense. When you think about this, what's the purveying ideology of the home? What's the dominant rule? What are we using as the basis for which we instruct our rule or a Christian ethical basis? And when we think about this, like dominance could be like, what would be the dominating belief system of the nation? We could say, well, that doesn't mean power per se. This could mean like by majorative sense, they dominated the vote, which means they just had numbers. Dominance could imply several factors. It doesn't mean like force always, and it like that's why where we're misconstruing this. When we think about dominance of the home, dominance isn't a bad thing, because for my home, I think the dominant belief system or ideological belief that we have should be Christianity, not Satanism. How would I be wrong by saying that? Right. I would rather have Christianity be the sub basis of dominant ideology in my home instead of Satanism. Well, I think that's good. So even then, we're talking about a different definition of what dominance could apply to too.
Mm-hmm. Not only that, but even with the video that I played, when the woman was breaking it down, she even prefaced it by saying, "Hey, people, before you get triggered by this word, let me clarify and let me explain exactly the context that I'm using this word." Because the word and see, even her as a woman, she understands the framework of how dominance is used and how it's necessary. But it's just hard for these modern day women to understand and accept that word without thinking, oh, he's trying to control me. And they look at it in an oppressive sense.
Correct.
When in reality, right. But see, what people overlook is that there's a lot of healthy benefits that come with dominance. So if I'm the dominating figure in the household, that means I'm responsible for maintaining things and having things flow a certain way, but I'm also the one that's responsible for dealing out accountability when things don't go a certain way.
Well, here's like,
hold on. Let me push back a little bit for an argument, for sake of argument. Dominance versus leader, and leading by example versus I need to dominate you for you to follow me?
Well, there's a lot of different contexts of that. Because I can because I can make the argument and say that women love a dominant man and they're okay with being dominated in a lot of different areas. Because if you ask a woman, and I can prove this, you can ask any woman, do you want to be do you ever want to be able to dominate your man in anything? And they're gonna say no. Just ask them. Do you want to be in a relationship with a man where you're the dominant figure? You might have some that say yes.
Trust me, yeah.
But is that what they're really attracted to? No.
No, they were saying no. The rule of dominance. Some women want to play the dominant role, and some men
those relationships majorly don't last.
Right, but the man has to
last. Yeah.
But the man has to. But watch this though. And you're right. You're right. But this is the key to it. The man has to be the dominant figure to sanction that in the first place.
Yeah,
correct. Yeah, absolutely, I agree.
And here's
by the woman being the dominant figure, the man has to relinquish his dominance. It can't be taken from him. You have to give it up.
And here's the thing, though, when you talk about your home, we're talking about sub-nations. And I think that a home could be a mini nation where you rule, you're the king. But if we're talking about Christ being the arbiter of who's leading by whatever doctrines you have through Christian ethics, I think that this is how Western churches have fallen, because they didn't hold these boundaries and didn't create enough division to where they've been subverted. Now we have rainbow flags in the church because they didn't hold this pervading dominance of ideology in their church. They've been subverted because they didn't hold these boundaries. They didn't hold enough division, but now they've been dominated by LGBTQ ideology and feminism. And that's the problem. We should hold our homes through the same construct of dominance by saying, which dominating ideology do we want in the home? Because if it isn't Christianity, it's going to be something else, because something has to hold that position.
I agree.
Okay. All right. So Jaime, I'll go ahead and let you get the last word on this, because I think all of us gave our perspectives already. If you have any additional pushback or comments, I'll go ahead and let you get the last word on this one, and then we're going to go ahead and move on to the next question.
No, I agree. I agree with both of you on both facets. Again, it depends on the person. That's it. Different rules, different strokes for different folks.
Hey, that's a fair point. That's fair. That's fair. All right. So that was a great conversation. Shout out to y'all. It got a little heated and everything, but it makes for great conversation. And this is the type of stuff that I like. I like seeing people in their raw, authentic form, just being who they are and speaking their mind. And this is why I say and this is why
people hanging out with you, bro. That's what it is.
I mean that too. But see, this is why I started my very first show by saying that I run a free speech platform. So I don't mind a person coming on that may be a little more liberal minded and saying, I don't like the police, I don't like Trump, I don't like this, I don't like that. I don't mind that, right? Just like I don't mind people coming in supporting whatever religious practices they hold. I don't mind that, because to me, I enjoy the conversation whether I agree with a person or not.
True, but I mean they're wrong. I'm just saying.
I mean, and look.
That's why it's called a right side. I'm sorry, man.
I understand, and I agree with you 1,000,000%. It's just for me. I like being able to welcome people from different walks of life, different religious practices, different political sides, and all that type of stuff. All we're doing is we're just meeting up and we're just having a conversation.
I love it. I love the platform. I love the idea.
Yeah, and that's what I love. And that's what I love about it.
I do think it's okay to hate an ideology, because here's the thing, though. Feminism is one of the biggest religions that's spreading throughout the West. And when we think about this, LGBTQ, how am I wrong for hating that? That's an ideology no greater than any religion. If we think about
that's turning into a religion too.
And they're all doctrines. And when people have these doctrines, they're using them to raise our kids. They're using them to invade classrooms and things like this. So when we talk about division and hate, we are allowed to hate ideology, but I don't hate people because they're made in God's image. I can't hate a people, but I can hate what they believe in their ideology.
You can hate what they stand for. You can hate what they stand for. Okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah, that makes sense.
With women's suffrage, and when women's liberty, which is nothing wrong with that. Women should vote and whatnot. But then it kept going.
Well, rich industrialists actually bought onto this, and there was a lot of other things with that too. We can get into that later.
Correct. No. Yeah. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
All right, AB. Sorry.
Well, yeah, this is a great conversation so far. So if you're just now tuned into the live stream, or if you've been rocking with us the whole show, make sure you get a stream a like. share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on all their social media sites. And if you want to join in on the live conversation in real time, go ahead and click that link that is pinned to the top of the chat. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get into the first question of the show. All right. What does masculine leadership look like today? I'll say it one more time. What does masculine leadership look like today?
Oh, I have an answer right away.
Go ahead.
Pete Hegseth, for one. I mean, that to me would be what masculinity is, because of the fact of not only is he carrying out these operations successfully, but he's establishing it with dominance, which has already been established in the first question, if you will. So, yeah. Why?
Wait.
Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I misunderstood.
No, say that again, because I don't think I heard you.
Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, his press conferences. Whenever he delivers a speech, I see, when I look at him, I see that's where I see masculinity. Was that what was the question?
Yeah, what does masculine leadership look like today?
Right, exactly. Pete Hegseth, Trump. You know, those are my pick.
Okay,
I can go down the list, but I mean, yeah.
I mean, you can list all the people you want to. Go ahead.
Oh shit, no. All right. Basically, for me, when I see leadership and masculinity, I want to see someone that is not afraid to go against the grain, someone that's a leader by example, someone that is honest but fair, firm but smart in the decisions that they make, where it prospers everyone. You know, things of that nature. When it comes to, okay, let me go further. Why Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War? You know, there's something about military that's very masculine, if you will. Being able to do the things that the military, going into a jet, flying a jet. There's something more masculine than being inside of a cockpit, for instance. Things of that nature. That's why I picked him as being one of the persons that I see as what it looks like to be a leader, and using masculinity as the preference for it.
Okay, I got you. All right, I see Marte's face is twisting up a little bit. He might have a little bit of pushback. So what are your thoughts, man? What does masculine leadership look like today? What you got, bro?
I don't think a position makes you masculine. I think it can be an entailment of masculinity. I'll give you an example. Christ was one of the most fierce people that we've ever known. He was also one of the most meek people we've ever known. And when we think about this, a position doesn't make you masculine. Your masculinity is the thing that helps you vie for the position. So it's the other way around. It's the inverse. So when we think about masculinity, we have to think about men who are upholding a standard, which could be a Christian ethical standard, and doesn't let anything subvert this. I would point to people like Christ. I would point to Trump, who is a pop cultural, I would say, icon of our day. If we think about this, he said no to Islam in our country. When you could say no to something which goes against the status quo of America, which is the white liberal is our greatest enemy, and you are fighting our greatest enemy and not yielding any resolve in not letting anything subvert your command or your leadership, I think that bodes well with masculinity, which means that you're going to maintain your position. It's not that you have a position. Masculinity bodes well with if you can maintain and keep this position. Now, that's the crux of the argument. If we're thinking about masculinity, we need to be able to point to men who were able to preserve this position that they've had through their masculine principles. And also, I would point to people who can reference Christianity through how they operate in this position as well too.
Example.
All right, cool.
Example, because he said what, but not the example of what.
He said Trump.
Anybody?
He mentioned Trump. He said Christ and Trump. He said Christ and Trump.
Yeah, I said Christ and Trump. Yeah.
Yeah, good choices.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and get my perspective on it real quick. What does masculine leadership look like today? Well, if I'm being objective, what I see masculine quote unquote leadership looking like today, okay, I can name ideals of what I think it is supposed to be, but if I'm going off of what is and what's really going on, I see a lot of conflicts with identity with a lot of today's men, right?
That too,
I see a lot of crises when it comes to the male identity, right? And so we have a current generation of men who know deep down within themselves, regardless of what their religious practice is, they know I'm not supposed to be feeling this way, and I'm not supposed to be allowing people to tell me what I'm supposed to be as a man. Like, this is just something we know. It's something we know, right? And so what's happening, and from what I'm seeing and what I'm being able to observe and just piece together, is that masculine leadership today looks a lot like let my woman feel like she has some power so we can make this thing work. It's more of like me not holding the leadership in the position myself, but more so of, you know what? Let my wife feels like she's driving the car too.
It would have been worse. It would have been worse if Hillary would have won the presidency. I'm just trying to say, because
So
what you're saying is that culture that's come up from the ideologies of Biden and the Democratic left views. Like, oh, you can do whatever you want. Mutilate your kids. You know, you're the transgenderism. That I think has a big role.
So what's being fed to today's generation of men is an idea of pseudo masculinity and pseudo leadership.
Yeah,
it's not real. So you have a generation of men coming up now thinking that the LGBT stuff is the right way to go and the feminine way of thinking is the right way to go. I don't want to tell her no, because I don't want to be called insecure. I don't want to be told I'm toxic, and I don't want to be told that I have small d energy. So a lot of the men are being told now that in order for you to be considered a real man, you have to go along with what the woman says. That's what true masculinity is. That's what being a real man is. And that's what
that's the lie. That's that bullshit.
But that's what masculine leadership looks like today, in a general sense. In a general sense. Right.
Well, look, in a general sense. Let's take it deeper. Hold on, let's take it deeper. It always starts in the home, like we were talking about earlier, right?
Right.
And when you got big brothers or whatever telling you, hey, faggot, hey, gay boy, blah, blah, blah. And then from the get-go, you're already, even by your friends, you're already being punked, if you will. You know, to be stronger. No, I can't be a little bitch. I can't cry. You know, and this whole concept of the way we were raised versus now, the way that they're being brainwashed, the way
it's okay to cry, it's okay to be weak, it's okay to do this and this and that. You know, open up to me, babe. Open up to me, babe. Tell me your feelings. It's all that type of stuff.
It has a lot to do with women raising their kids. There's nothing. Look, I know a lot of young guys that don't have that syndrome. I think it's a syndrome where some guys are raised by women that don't have a father figure in the home. Maybe there's a tendency there. I don't know the stats, and I'm not going to.
78% of women are initiating divorce.
There you go. Well, he knows the stats. Perfect. So now you understand that that's why that not brainwashing, but that upbringing, if you will, where men are now more tending to be like women because they tend to be more like their mother instead of having the father figure saying, hey, this is the way, this is what a man is, this is what you're supposed to do, versus, no, son, you know, this is the way you're supposed to. And now, there's nothing wrong with that, because some guys can be both. Some guys can have a mother raise them, but the mother's super tough. I know I'm talking about experience. I know guys that are the toughest guys, and their moms were tough as nails, and they did both mom and dad job, and they raised no punk, no bitch, no nothing, a tough man that takes care of business, and it was a single mom that raised them. So you can't say everyone, but yes, a majority. I agree, because what you have is no father figure in the home, and the mother's raising the children by themselves.
Yeah, but see, this is the difference though. And to your point, because my parents were married when they had me, but they divorced when I was 4, so I grew up without my dad, right? But I have a really strong relationship with my dad, and if I text my dad or call my dad right now, he's gonna answer. So
you have a father figure. That's the whole point. You had a father figure in your home. That's a father figure, even though he wasn't in your home. You still had
no. I'm talking about my biological father.
Oh, okay.
My biological father and my mother, they divorced when I was 4. So I grew up without my father in the home, but at the same time, I understood. And my mom, this is the thing with my mom. So when my mom was raising me, she never raised me in a way to where it's like, you have to listen to me and do everything I say all the time. Because I've even had this conversation with my mom before, where I say, hey, Mom, when I was younger, what do you think that would you consider that me being a handful to deal with when I was growing up? Just to see what she said. She goes, yeah. And I said, well, what makes you think that I was a handful growing up? And she goes, well, because I found out very early that you don't like to listen. And I said, well, what do you mean by that? She goes, well, there would just be certain things that I would try to tell you. And it's like, you always would, she's like, you would always go based on your own logic to try to see if it made sense before you do it. And if it didn't make sense to you, you just wouldn't do it.
I do want to say something.
And I said, do you think that was a good thing or a bad thing? And she goes, well, over time I had to learn to accept it, that I was raising a son. And she goes, me being your mom, I knew that at some point that trait was going to rise up and I was going to have to fall back. And I said, that's interesting. And she goes, now that you're older, now that you're an adult, and she goes, I'm glad that, you're not the type to just let people walk all over you, because I wouldn't want to have a weak son. And I was like, man, that's deep. Go ahead, Marte.
Right now, hold on. Before you say it, Marte, I'm not trying to cut you off, but I just want to say
5 points ago you had this, but it's like, bro, go on with the 18 point that I can't even counter. It's good.
Hold on, no, man, come on. Real quick, it's just, it was funny. The fact that his mom said he wouldn't listen, but now he has a show where he sits there and listens to us. That's all I want to say. Go ahead, Marte.
Oh, yeah. No, go ahead, Marte. Go ahead.
I'm used to doing debates where it's like you're allowed to address 1 point at a time, but it's like by the 8th point, it's like we're already so far behind. I want to address something you said earlier. You were saying, well, just because a guy's raised by his mom doesn't mean that he can't turn out great. I could agree with that, but that's not what should be done. I think that right now we need to work with ought claims right now. And I understand that probably could happen, but under the guise of this, the reason why a lot of guys aren't really turning out great is because they don't have a reference point at which to point to. So now they have a woman with low conflict resolution skills raising them that's more emotional than the guy will, and now they have like a lack of consistency in home. And that's why if you look at the stats as well too, the stats bode well with this. Everybody has Google in their pocket, they can Google this. Sons, when they're raised up in a single mom household, are 2 times more likely than a single father to go to prison or jail. And if you look at the stats with single dads raising kids, it's the same results and outcomes of 2 parents raising a kid. Now, why is this? It's a hierarchical role being dismantled right from underneath us. Feminism is wrecking guys en masse. And that's why I'm getting into politics, so that way I can change the laws that courtrooms are wrecking guys en masse with.
Word. You're here.
All right, go ahead, Jaime. If you got anything else,
no,
because I pretty much gave my thoughts on it.
No, I wanted to keep going. Go ahead, Marte. You said you had some more points. Go ahead, man. That was a good point.
That's all I wanted to say right now. And this could be like an 8-hour conversation if I really got into this. But I just want to be more concise with my points. Yeah.
Word. Awesome.
Yeah, and so one of the reasons why I led with the icebreaker question of how important is it to establish dominance in a relationship is because today's society and generation of men are being told that being the dominant person is bad. They're being told that the very traits that make them a man are bad. And then when they try to voice their opinions, they get beat down and told, well, no, you can't say that, you can't do this and that. Right. But see, the very strong irony of all that is that women are attracted to the guys that are that are a little bit chauvinistic, that are a little bit sexist, that are a little bit, oh, shut up, I don't want to hear you right now. They're attracted to attracted to those dominant traits when they're being exercised. It's when they see them being exercised. Now, the way society is now, women have been given so much freedom and told that they're queens and tens and bosses that they don't know what dominance looks like. They like if you ask them to explain what a dominant man is,
no reference.
They really can't. Right, they really can't explain it. But then they'll say something like well, I can't really explain it, but I just know it when I feel it.
No, I'll tell you what it is real quick, and it's real simple. It's what they've been raised with. It's the fake Disney ideology they put in their head that Prince Charming is the ideal man, and we are all princes. And we should be treated as so. So now they have this "you owe it to me" mentality.
But watch this though. No, you're right. But watch this though. But here's the part that everyone skips over. When you look at those Disney movies, there was always a section in the movie where the two fought and argued, where the woman tried to dominate the man and the man didn't go for it. Go back and look.
That's so cool, man. I'm gonna do that. That's so cool.
No, go back and look. Go back and look.
I'm going to. I'm
because look, because if you go back and look at, if you go back and watch Beauty and the Beast, go back and watch Beauty and the Beast.
You're right about that. No,
there was a part in Beauty and the Beast. Where when Belle was there, he captured her because she stumbled onto his property and he locked her up. And so when he was gonna give her freedom to roam around the house, he said, "You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. Just don't go in this room and don't go touch this one thing."
Yeah.
And it was the flower that was inside the glass.
Yeah.
And what did she do? She went in that room and she disobeyed him.
And you know what he did?
He crashed out.
He went.
Well, you guys are appealing to externalities, and the reason why I wouldn't appeal to externalities is because if there was a father in the home in the beginning, he would have set her straight because he would have sat there and watched her with her. The reason why I bring up the number of 78% women initiating divorces is because there's no reference for women to point to for what this is. If I was a dad and I wasn't evacuated from the black home, I could then look at my daughter and say, "Nah, that's not how we're supposed to be," and I can correct her at home. But because the dad isn't there to interject his opinion on and create this delineation between what masculinity is or not, you have a lot of women that are raising their kids off of tablets because they don't want the responsibility. They're abandoning these roles in mass. Not only are they deleting their babies, but they're also raising their kids off of iPods, things like this. Because if there was a dad present, which they don't divorce, and they actually worked on a marriage, this dad would actually be the enforcer and be the dominant role to say, "No, that's not the ideology we have in our home. Let me correct you. That's not how a man's supposed to act." And by the way, Beauty and the Beast is a bestiality movie, by the way, if you really look into this. But this is not how we act as men, and this is what we're supposed to do.
But you remember the reason why he was a beast, though, right?
Yeah, but it's still pointing to bestiality.
The reason he was a beast is because he got cursed because of his attitude and how he was treating people. So he got cursed.
Yeah, so bestiality, right? That's what really points there. And still bestiality.
Yeah.
She wanted to big. So here's the thing. I'll say this, and this is going to sound really gross. So if you get information and you have werewolves, and there was a woman that's going to sleep with you, is she sleeping with the rocket pop or the penis? So I'm like, bro, no woman is sleeping with that. That's crazy. She does. That's gross. But anyways, yeah.
No, I get what you're saying. But the general premise that I was trying to illustrate with that is that even in those Disney movies, the women can say that they have this idea of what they want their perfect relationship to look like with the tall, rich guy that's going to sweep her off her feet and treat her like a princess. But the part that the women skip over, and that society tends to skip over with these Disney examples, is that there was always a point in the movie where the man and the woman fought and butted heads and they argued.
You have a great point, man. I never knew that. I'm gonna go back and look.
Go back and watch Little Mermaid. Go back and watch Aladdin. All those movies were
always conflict resolution. So that's interesting.
Well, no, because this is the thing. The women had a certain idea in their mind, and when they tried to implement it on the guy didn't go for it. Even in the Disney movies.
Well, I mean, in the case of Snow White, she was poisoned by the old biddy, but.
Well, not only that too, but then if you think about this too, even with some of those Disney movies, you did see this is what I like about the red pill, because some of those Disney movies, they prove the red pill correct. Because even if you look at some of those Disney movies, like let's take Little Mermaid for example, you had Ursula who was hating on Ariel because she was able to get attention from men when she couldn't. So she wanted. So she wanted because what she tried to do was she found out that there was this guy that had his eye on Ariel, but then she didn't think that Ariel deserved him. So then she made a deal with her and she tried to sabotage her. She tricked her out of her voice, so she wasn't able to talk to the guy. And then she turned herself into like an alternate version of Ariel so she could try to steal the guy. But then, it ultimately ended up backfiring. But anyway, with a lot of those female Disney villains, they tend to be post-war women that have beta male servants following them around.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So that's pretty much my point as far as like what masculine leadership looks like today. A lot of the guys are being told that you're not up here, you're supposed to be here. And like Marte said earlier, you're supposed to be looking for a partner. That's why that word partner is being overly used.
That word.
And I cringe when I hear it. Oh, I just look, I just want an equal partnership.
So when I hear the word partner, I think about a gay law firm. Like, I feel like you're describing that. And I'm just like, that's not what my relationship to amount to. There should be a hierarchy. And here's the thing, though. The reason why there's a hierarchy is because somebody broke in my house. Let's say somebody broke in my house. There's a process of which they are naturally vetted to go through. And I'm going to combine force doctrine with this. If they get through me, they have to go through my wife to get to the kids. And if they get to the kids, then they conquered the kingdom. Now, in reality, that also tells you that there's a hierarchical rule. I would never send my wife to go to the door to say, stop the burglars because I did it last time. Well, that's what the partner signifies, because if we're gay and we're interchangeable widgets, we have no roles and duties. And we've also destroyed that in the home as well.
Not only that, but then when a situation comes up, there's going to be a bunch of butting heads and conflict to try to figure out who's going to do what.
Yeah, if you have two steering wheels in a car, it's going to crash. That's what's going to happen.
Yep. Yep. There you go. Well, very, very nicely put. So, I mean, if no one else has anything else on that, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next question. Y'all good?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So if you're just now tuning into the live stream, or if you've been rocking with us the entire show, make sure you give the stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow all the panelists on their social media sites. And if you want to join in on the live conversation and chop it up with Jaime and my buddy Marte, go ahead and click the link that is pinned to the top of the chat. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get into the second question. And after that, we got one more question. We're going to do final thoughts, final shout outs. I'll introduce next week's topic, and I'll get you guys up out of here. All right. So the next question is this: is masculinity being redefined or erased? I'll say it one more time. Is masculinity being redefined or erased?
All right, I'll go real quick. I think with Trump and what Trump's doing with the whole Save America Act, I think that by keeping men out of women's sport, I think we are now redefining from what we were lied to and what was done with the Biden administration of being inclusive with transgenderism and the route that we were going. So yes, it was trying to be erased, and they're still trying, I'm pretty sure. But with the right people in power, hopefully we can redefine it in a way that it's supposed to be, which is the way of nature, if you will.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that there's attempts that are happening right now. But and this is going to sound like I'm appealing to the church, but if you look at orthodoxy, the people like Orthodox Christianity, the people who actually put the Bible together through ecumenical councils and decided what belonged in there has never been a change in 2,000 years. Now, if you think about this, we have to be able to reference something that's unchanging, an unchanging standard. What would that be? Well, I would point to Christianity. And when we think about this, they've been trying to change this form of masculinity through Christ every day. They've been trying to put rainbow flags in the churches. They've been trying to have sub-deacons as women. They've been trying to bastardize everything else. They've been trying to say, hey, two gay people should get married and all this. If we're pointing to the ultimate form of masculinity, I would always point to Christ. They constantly try to do this. There's a movie that came out, I think it's with Willem Dafoe or somebody else, where Christ is gay or something crazy like this. They're constantly trying to mock this because it's the truth. Meanwhile, you'll get killed for disrespecting Allah, but Christianity is the most attacked religion on earth. We're the most, they try to subjugate this most. And in fact, in Nigeria, they're massacring thousands of Christians, Muslims doing this. A lot of Islam doing this. And all of this is a subversion to masculinity. That's all this is pointing to, is warping of Christ. They can't do this. So try as they might, they can't do this. And Christianity will always be the masculine reference that will point to in society, which will never change.
Very nicely put. Well, I'll go ahead and give my take on this so we can keep the show rolling. Honestly, I think it's a combination of both. I think it's being redefined in an attempt to erase it.
Okay.
Because think about it. Because think about this. Think about it. Just like really think about this. When you have a current society that pushes feminism onto women and says you can do everything a man can do and all this other type of stuff, you're equal to the man.
It fails.
Well, then, right. But then if this is what they're believing, then how do you define masculinity if men and women are equal? You see what I'm saying? Like, how do you define it at that point?
They always have
from
to
their
keep-
point, you can't.
They always have to keep appealing to masculinity, and you have to keep appealing to men. And here's the reason why. If you look at law enforcement, and they'll say the greatest equalizer between men and women are what? The pew-pews. Well, women are disarmed 65% of the time, men only 11% of the time. So if you have 50 tanks on one side and it's going to be a battle of the sexes because we're even, because technology is the greatest equalizer. Well, the shells are 50 pounds apiece. Who's going to be loading the shells in the tanks quicker? The tread comes off the tank. Who's going to be quicker to be putting on the tread in the tank? So even when you put technological advancements and speed everything up to 2026, it's the force doctrine, our ontology, the way that Christ and God made us. You're always going to see this. They'll always lose in the end, and the hierarchical role will always be put on front display in front of everybody, and it'll always be exposed for what it is.
And see, with stuff like that, when because think about this. In order for you to change the role and makeup of one side, you have to erase the other side. So what they're doing is they're trying to redefine what being a man is by placing women on the same level. But by placing women on the same level as a man, you're erasing what a woman is.
Well, they can't.
So it's actually doing the opposite, which is why you have a lot of these liberals that get crushed in these debates. Like even on the street, when they ask you, they can say all this stuff. They know all the talking points and the buzzwords, but then when you ask them what a woman is, it's like their brain shuts down because now they have this ideology that a woman can be whatever. So now you don't even have a definition of a woman, but then you're trying to say that women can be equal to men. So it's like, how do you define things now? Because when you're trying to blur the lines and blend things together, you're redefining it in one way, but then you're erasing it in the other way.
I would point out the wants and needs of both, because that's what it's ultimately going down. It's a feels argument when you talk to feminists. I do debates with feminists all the time. And when you talk about them, I'll say, well, we're female roofers. We need to go ahead and fight for equality so that way we can have equality in roofing. Well, women don't regulate body temperature as good as guys do. Well, gee, go figure. In our ontology and our creation in God's image, God created us to be the protectorate class of society. Well, if we talk about this, if we remove AC, think about this. If we remove AC from the industrial complex of the world, guess what would happen? Women would vacate these positions of boss girl positions real quick, and they would find out that if an EMP hit our civilization and we were reduced to a third world civilization, we would actually devolve into our traditional roles really fucking quick. That's how that would happen.
There you go. Reality would kick in really quick. Real quick. I'm gonna step away real quick. I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick, so y'all got it.
All right, so I guess it's the Marte show. Yeah, I think that if we're talking about a pervading culture that we would want, we don't want invasive cultures to monopolize our society. Ergo, feminism, Islam, and other things like this. Islam is actually an overcorrection, and I get what people would say, but it's very funny how feminism wants to bring this archetype into our society when really somebody could argue that that's the most patriarchal structure that we have, even as an ideology, because men are supposed to rule the house. You know, if women do bad, they get stoned, and it puts women at the top. The problem with Islam is it's an overcorrection in this patriarchal structure to the point to where it's subversion, it's satanic in measure. When we talk about this, it's such an overcorrection that Muhammad slept with Aisha at 9 years old. I mean, this would be bad. We don't want this in society. So we have to point to the most benevolent culture that we want in our society. And that would not be Islam. That would be Christianity, which is far superior. And here's the reason why I would say superiority. If we think about this, Muslims fast for 30 days. Christians for over 100 days. And if we think about this, during a fast, Christians reduce calories when they fast. Muslims overeat calories and add on extra calories eating during Ramadan. We are not built the same. So when we think about this, we compare Christianity to Islam. We would think about this in what we would want to rule society. You're either going to have Christians rule society or Muslims. You can look at New York with Mamdani. That's not what I want to rule our society. And this is why I would argue for masculinity. I would rather me be in rule or a Christian be in rule, because if you don't have Christians be in rule, then somebody else would be in place of ruling over your society, whether that be Islam or something else. And Islam and atheists, they hate the shit out of Christians, and they would want to eradicate us from society. So when people say, make stupid arguments like Christians shouldn't be in positions of power, that means that Christians can't be judges, Christians can't be in law enforcement. And if you say Christians should be nice people, that means Christians shouldn't be in the military, things like this. We are commanded to protect innocent people and loved ones. And to me, that's a very masculine position to hold in society.
Mm-hmm. I see Mark is back. You got anything you want to add, Mark?
The UK got his tongue.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
No, you good, brother. You good, brother.
I'm just cleaning.
Hey, nothing wrong with that, man. Nothing wrong with that. Hey, so real quick, what do you have on the question? Is masculinity being redefined or erased? What you got on that, brother?
Both.
Okay, elaborate.
So I feel like we're redefining what it means to be masculine. I think for the most part, it's quite simple. Masculinity for me is not really a big question. You're either masculine or you're not, right? And you can try to redefine things as much as you like. And going back to like what I was saying earlier, I feel like people like to reshape things, they like to redefine things, they like to reword things. However, whatever word salad it is that they like to use.
Hey, real quick.
It doesn't really mitigate.
Real quick, Mark.
What it means to be masculine.
Hey, real quick, Mark. Real quick. Okay, look. Now check this out. Don't take this personal, like I'm trying to Tom police you. But I'm noticing that you're doing something. I noticed that you're doing something that I used to do, and I had to catch myself and stop. So when you're explaining your perspective, try to use other words instead of saying "I feel like."
No, bro.
Yeah.
Don't do this to me again. Right? Don't do this to me again.
No. That's what I'm saying. Don't take it personal like I'm saying it's just about you, because I'm saying I used to do this too. A long time ago, I used to do that too.
Open your ears
Go
and
ahead.
listen.
You got to try to get away from saying I feel like. Go ahead.
When I use my words, I pick and choose my words very wisely, and I know exactly what I'm saying. And I will not be dictated to or told how I should or should not, right, express my thoughts and feelings.
Mark,
okay?
If
I say what I say, and I say it with conviction. I say what I say with conviction because I know exactly what I'm saying. Okay, I know exactly what I'm saying. The problem is, right, it's the lack of understanding coming from others, right, telling me that I should articulate myself or express myself in a particular way. And I say, excuse me, that's where I start getting very frustrated. I say, my words that I'm expressing right now are not stupid. They're easy to understand, okay? An idiot would fail to understand exactly what I'm saying right now. An idiot would fail to understand what I'm saying. Now, at the end of the day, if you really want me to get to the crux and the core of the message, then fine. You just don't like the fact that I am very good at beating about the bush. That's what you don't like. What you want is what you need to get.
Wait, what are you talking about? Wait, what are you talking about right now?
I don't like the fact that you beat around a bush. What would be wrong with that? Get to the point.
Well,
what would be wrong with that?
I'm good at it. I'm good at it. And
you're good at beating around the bush. How is that net positive?
Okay, so Mark,
it's a skill.
So Mark, what I'm pointing out,
wasting time is a skill is crazy.
Look, so Mark,
no, you waste time.
Look,
you wasted time. I literally went away for the last two hours because you were chatting so much bullshit. I felt like you were wasting so much time.
What
was boring content. Boring content.
What was boring about what I said?
Really boring content.
Can you tell me what was boring about what I said?
Everything.
Okay, like what?
Just everything.
You can't even tell me what that is. You're just making shit up. Thank you. It's crazy. You're just making shit up right now.
Okay, so Mark, the reason I was bringing this to your attention is because it was reminding me of how I used to communicate years and years ago, and I realized it, and I had someone else call me out on that, and they were like, "Why do you always talk about how you feel?" And then it made it made me stop. Because
I don't think I really said much tonight, to be honest.
No. Hold on. Look, but you're taking what I'm saying personal. This isn't a personal attack on you.
Oh, really? Again?
I'm not.
No, that's not personal.
No. I'm not making a personal attack, and I preface this by saying, "Hey, look, this isn't to be like personal or attack you." But what I'm saying is that I had somebody else point that out to me. And I had to have that talk with myself to say, you know what, me talking about. I feel like that's not a masculine thing.
Hang on, bro.
That's not a masculine thing.
Marte and Mr. AB have things pointed out to them constantly on a regular basis, and I've sat here tonight listening in the background. You've always got things pointed out on you, right? And you're very quick and sharp as soon as I'm in the room to point it back and throw it back in my face. As if
what's wrong with that?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Yours.
That's fine.
No one said it was a problem.
No, because I've got a lot of criticism with both of you as well.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm fine.
No, actually, I would say that you both lack in communication. I think you've both got communication problems, right? So it's very quick and witted of you to try to tell me that I've got to fix myself because I can't articulate myself correctly. Actually, I think that you, right, are both racist. I think you're both racist.
What? AB, hold on.
I think you're racist.
AB,
I think Marte especially is racist.
AB, remember when I asked Mark to tell me what I just said, and he said everything you said is wrong, but he's telling me that I have a communication problem, but can't communicate what I just said the whole time that he found a problem with.
No, I just think you're racist.
But I have the communication problem here.
Mark, you don't believe that.
For me, this isn't. No. I think Marte. Not you, AB. Not you. I don't think AB is racist, right?
What am I doing that's racist? Can you be specific? Specifically, what am I doing that's racist?
No, you don't have to say anything to.
Wait, no. You have to clarify this. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by racist? What am I doing that's racist?
Well, I think that when you watch back, like I would dare you to watch back.
You can't tell me. I'm asking you. I don't want to watch back. Can you tell me? If you know with certainty, you could tell me what I'm doing that's racist.
Well, I think for the most part, the reason I left the podcast earlier is because you were showing signs of disdain, hatred, vitriol, disdain, narcissistic behavior. All you were doing is talking about yourself and how great you are. And you don't listen, and you're talking about, right? You say that people should listen, right? You just told me when I just came back in this podcast, right? You said you should listen to other people. Do you know what? You're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite.
When did I say that?
To pull the bananas out from your ears, yeah?
When did I say that other than when I had a clear tone of path? When I was saying that? When else did I say that?
I just think you're a bully, mate. I think you're a bully.
Wait, hold on. If you don't hold standards and boundaries and you allow somebody to talk over you, that's your problem, not my problem.
No, I just think you're a bully. That's all.
That's just I feels. This is why Britain got taken over by Muslims, because you can't put your foot down.
Yeah, that's what a bully would say. That's what a narcissist
the UK would say right now. That's why you're being conquered.
I think you're a narcissist and I think you're a bully.
The UK is being conquered because of your mindset. That's crazy.
Shut up.
Okay, so Mark, so Mark, I got a question. So, did you are you taking it personal? What I said?
No.
Stop lying, bro. So the beat.
It's reminding me. Hold on. So look, I'm calling out something that somebody noticed in me and brought to my attention.
Yeah.
Right? I didn't take it personal. It just let me know that people actually pay attention to me when I speak.
Well, good then. So nothing that I'm saying now nothing that I'm saying you should take personally then. So I'm just calling
well, I'm not the one that crashed out. I'm not the one that crashed out.
Well, I got bored. I actually went back. I went and sat with my neighbor for an hour and watched a movie.
No, that's cool. That's
back.
cool.
But the problem with this is you can't call somebody a label.
I don't even know what you were talking about for the last hour.
You can't call somebody a label and then refuse to define this or tell them why they have the label. That makes no sense. That's Mark.
I can do whatever I like.
Yeah,
okay,
that's such a liberal take. I hate you because I hate you, but I can't tell you why I hate you. That's all you're saying.
Well, I can, but no. Can I explain something? Right. The reason I've given up. Right. Hang on, Marte. I tried to explain to you so many times, yeah, but I feel like every time I try to.
I don't even think you've tried.
Hang on, no, shut up.
I'm listening.
Every time I try to articulate or be nice or try to articulate or try to give you an answer, every single thing that I do or say is thrown back in my face by you or from you, to the point where I say, do you know what? This guy doesn't care. You don't care about me. You don't like me, mate. You don't like me. You've shown so much disdain and hatred and vitriol towards me. I'm just like, there's no point anymore even engaging in some type of discussion with you, because I try, and every time I do, you just turn around and like throw it back in my face and act like a cunt. So I decided, right, fuck this. I went to my neighbor's house just now. I went and watched the whole fucking program and skinned up a joint. And I was like, let me see if they're still chatting shit when I come back. And lo and behold, you still are, you know? I'm like, look, bro, I try to be nice. But all you ever fucking do is throw it back in my face.
So,
and I'm like, fuck you then, you prick.
Right. Are you almost done, Mark?
Don't treat me like an asshole.
Right. Hold on, Mark. If I can interject here. Notice how I didn't call you a cunt. I didn't call you asshole. I didn't call you any names.
No, I didn't call you anything. You treated me like a prick.
You treated during this whole podcast.
You treated me like a prick, and you treated me like an asshole.
Bro, I let you talk. Can I talk? It's my turn real quick. The reason why I said I hate nice guys is it's because people are too nice. The reason why Britain's being conquered is because of white guys that I hate. I hate the niceness white people have turned to. I think that white people should be mean like they used to and say, no, you can't come in my country. You can't come in my borders. Niceness is a thing that's gotten nations conquered. To me, when you say I'm nice, no, there's a difference between being kind and nice. Niceness is what gets your country destroyed and your nations divided and conquered.
And I agreed with you. I agreed with you on that premise. Yeah.
So what's racist about that, Mark? What would be racist about that?
There's a certain type of idiot white people that allow that to happen. And I'm not one of them.
Cool. Then I'm not.
But you never allowed that. You never allowed that. You just kept. Yeah. You never allowed that. You never allowed me to express that fact.
Yeah, but I allow you to.
Yeah, but we know it. But we know it's not you. We know you're not one of them.
It's not you. But when I asked you, can you define why I'm a racist? You can't even do that. You say, well, scroll back, do this. And you always reference something, but you can't ever.
Because I feel like you're right. That hyperfixation, because I was the white man in the room, and I feel like you would definitely, right. And I know that you're going to go, oh, right, there's no, I can't prove feelings. Yeah, I can't prove feelings.
Then why open up with feelings?
I understand. Right,
why start off with feelings then?
I'll be right back.
Well, because I think that I'm quite in tune to what I would call underlying messaging. So when somebody says something, you can imply something without directly saying something. Okay?
That's an assumption, Mark. That's called making an assumption.
Of course, it's an assumption, but that's called being in.
That's not
called being in tune with indirect communication, right?
If you tell me that I'm bad at communication, but you're the one making assumptions, that would be indirectly. Mark, if you tell me that I'm bad at communications, but you say I'm allowed to make assumptions, an assumption is a failure to communicate. More oftentimes than not. That would be you, not me.
No, but I'm saying that at the same time, I don't make
a lot of assumptions.
We should also look at underlying premises. Like, so when somebody implies something, and I'm sure if I were to look back, you said the white people in the podcast, right? That's the bit, right? That was the premise.
That's not what I said.
If you had said in general, then I would have.
I don't have to say that. Here's what I actually said, Mark.
Like I was the only white guy there, so you were there.
Mark, I'll tell you what I actually said. This is what I'll still man myself here. I said, I need the white guys to listen. If you're on the panel, I'm tired of nice guys in our civilization letting their nations get conquered. Nice guys should be abolished. We need the tough white men. Am I talking about you?
So do am I a tough white man?
If it doesn't apply to you, then why personalize this? You see what you just did?
No, because I think we need to personalize things.
No,
you asked me to generalize it. Now you're asking me to personalize this? Which one is it? You just asked me to generalize it.
Both.
What bro, you have an arbitrary position that's making up a different position every time we move forward. You switch the goalpost. That's crazy.
It's not really.
Mark, you're also laughing because you know you're not taking the serious.
No. Mark's trolling right now. Mark's trolling right now.
You're not taking
Mark's trolling right now.
You're definitely trolling, bro. Mark, you don't mean that I'm a racist. Take that.
Mark. Bro. Look, Mark is trolling and rolling at the same time. He's trolling and he's rolling up his weed at the same time.
If I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed. Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn.
You what?
Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
No. To be honest, right?
What's going on, Coley?
Bro. What I really, Coley, what's
up? Hold
on.
I need everybody to shut up real quick. Everybody shut the f up real quick. All right?
Yeah.
No interruptions, Mark. Okay. Now, I've tried. God knows I tried. Like, I was trying to head back to the show. And all I seen is The View, Elizabeth Hasselbeck versus Rosie O'Donnell. Like, holy shit! Shut the fuck up! Stop with this constant trolling. Get directly to the fucking point, and motherfucker, let's do this show. And that's what I have to say about that shit, because that shit is getting irritating as fuck. Like, Mark, hold on. Mark, you got so mad earlier to the point to where you left the show, and you sitting here telling him all kinds of shut up and fuck yous and all this stuff like that, which me you had a private conversation about earlier or whatever. Look, we have to remember, and we all have to remember, as part of this show, this is a debate show. Nothing is to be taken personal in this show or whatever. If you feel like that you're getting irritated about the oh, shut up! If you feel like that you have to say something that you think is going to be out of line, just leave for a second and then come back when you come.
I did.
Hold on, wait. It didn't work. It didn't work because here we go again. You know what I'm saying? You know.
I'll go again. See
I remember the rules. I remember the rules that AB first said when we first started this whole entire show from show number 1, and one of those is don't take stuff personal. If you
hold on, Coley, I got you. If I could pull this up real quick.
Yeah, not glad he left. See, there they are. And if Mark gets mad at me outside of this, I don't give a fuck, because I remember this exact rules that is being posted right here.
Yeah, it's real simple. No over talking to host, one mic at a time, no disrespecting the platform, soundboards are allowed.
Exactly.
Be sure to argue in good faith, no ad hominem attacks during debates. Roasting is allowed in the spirit of a good time. Leave your ego at the door. This is a no censorship space. And rule number 10, be yourself and have a great time.
And two rules was being violated. Number 3 and number 8. I'm not trying to be a schoolmaster or anything like that. No, I'm not trying to do that. But at the same time, hey, look, I love watching a good argument, just like the next guy. Hell, I watched years of fucking Maury. I watched years of Maury, motherfucking Rosie O'Donnell show, Ricky Lake, Geraldo, you name it. I fucking watch.
Can I say something, Coley? Can I say something real quick?
What's up?
Fuck your rules. I'm just playing.
I know.
Curly, bro. I completely agree with you, right? I completely agree.
But what I'm saying is, let's all have a good time and all that, and we'll be cool. Now that's all. That's all I have to say. I'm about to go to Dollar Tree real quick, and I'll be right back.
Curly, bro, before you go, man, I want to. I knew we'd do that. Look, I've got a lot of respect for Coley, and I appreciate his premise and this, that, and the other. I think the reason I got frustrated earlier is because I think realistically, I would like to have a one-to-one with I struggle with these kinds of debates when everyone all speaks over each other, and that's why I speak over everybody else as well. And I have to accept that I'm really bad at that. I think that for the most part, I was excited. Like I felt like I could have a one-on-one debate with Marte. I felt like we could have hashed things out, but I feel like we never actually got to have a full, proper, actual, real debate, really. I know he tried, and I know that I filibustered with it, but there was too much going on tonight. And I was just like, look, this probably isn't the right setting. I think in the right setting, me and Marte could probably have a really good debate and probably hash out a lot of these differences that we've got going on.
How does that sound? How does that sound, Marte? How does that sound?
Well, here's the thing, though, is like if we're on social media, you have to have thick skin. You can't have really thin skin because this is the mainstay of the territory. The rules are there for a reason. And I think Coley's pointed it out. I think that for me to face you as an interlocutor and me not saying shut the fuck up or talking to you and any of this other stuff, I'm not mirroring the behavior that I want out of you. I've never done that. So I've always had the door open for you to have discourse with me. That's never been happening. But for some reason, there's closure on your end. I think that this may be, and I'm not making fun of you when I say this could be a skill issue. I mean, I have a debate 2 versus 20 liberals coming up on the 2nd of next month, and then another one where I'm getting ambushed. So there could be like an experience issue too. So I mean, I'm willing to concede all of this to say that if you are going to be good, that's great. As long as we're on this platform, we can communicate. That's all I want, bro.
Okay, I appreciate it, man.
Hey, there you go. See, now you know why I like to sit back and let it happen. Because I want all the energy to get out. So once you get past all the the high energy and everything, then we can get to the logic and we can get to the reasoning and really speak and get things sorted out. This is what I like. This is what I like. I don't mind it getting heated. I don't mind the back and forth, the roasting and all that. Just as long as it doesn't get like super, super personal to where you're insulting people's families and all this other type of stuff, or you're revealing personal information about a person, like come on, man, you're taking it too far at that point. But roasting and cracking jokes and going back and forth, it's all in the spirit of having a good conversation. I don't mind the debates and the back and forth and the butting heads because we're not going to always agree on everything, and that's the beauty of it. So, Mr. Mark, do you have anything else on the question? Because I already asked you.
Bro, not really.
No, go ahead, man. Because all of us gave our perspective already, and you gave your perspective too. I just want to see if you have anything else on this before.
I've been away for the last hour. I don't even know what the question is. What is the question?
Well, you already answered it. I'm just seeing if you want to add anything else to it. Is masculinity being redefined or erased? You already answered it.
Yeah, I answered that question. Yeah.
No, I'm asking,
both.
Do you want to add anything else before you want? No, Jaime.
No.
You want to add anything else to it?
No, I think this it's done.
That man said no, it is done. All right, well, if nobody else wants to add anything else to it, we're gonna go ahead and move on to the last question. So, if you are just now tuning into the live stream, or if you've been watching the whole time with all the heated debates and the back and forth, and Mark leaving the show twice and coming back, make sure you get a stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on all their social media sites, and be sure to click that link That's pinned to the top of the chat so you can join the panel because we got one last question. Then we're going to do final thoughts, final shout outs, introduce next week's topic, and then get you guys out of here. All right. All right. So the last question of the show: are men struggling because of society or themselves? I'll say it one more time. Are men struggling because of society or themselves?
Both. I'll say first, both. I say both. Real quick, both. Why?
All right.
Because some men have been brainwashed to be that way. Same token on the other side, the way society treats men. So you're looking at a little bit of both, and they're both guilty of shaking each other's hands when it comes to this compromise. Now, the problem or the solution would be the man realizing this and curtailing their actions, not to mimic what they see in society, not to take everything from face value. Since you said earlier that it was being defined, I agree. I should have listened to the question earlier because I thought you meant something different, not what it was today. So you're right. Absolutely. Redefined, belittled, but we're all guilty. Look, anytime a man belittles another man, we're all guilty of that same process of demasculating a man. It's not about masculinity versus demasculating a man. And not only is that done in society, but we do it to ourselves. We do it all the time. We do it in our family. We do it even on here, on the show. We all do this because we have this thing in us called being a man. And every man wants to show their dominance, using the word that you guys use, dominance. And for that being the alpha male syndrome, if you will, where you guys say, look, I'm the alpha male, here I am, blah, blah, blah. But in the same token, we can also lift each other up and not have to mimic society. And instead say, hey, man, let's do it this way, let's do it that way, and not be what society says that we should be. So why is it the man's fault? Because if you're not taking an initiative to curtail that, what society is telling you that you are, then you're just part of the problem. You're either the solution or the problem.
So are you saying that they're struggling because of society or themselves?
Both, because if they're not taking the initiative to redefine what society says about them, then it's on them to do so. You can't just say, okay, well, society thinks I'm a loser, I'm going to be a loser. No, take the initiative to be other than a loser. And what I mean by this, and the way of demasculating men, is that just because they say, oh, you're a pussy, you're not supposed to be like, oh yeah, you're a pussy, I'll be a pussy. No, you're gonna be like, no, I'm not a pussy. I'm gonna go do what I need to do and show you that I'm not. So it's not the fact that society paints it or the person paints it. It's a handshake in both.
It's actually emasculate, not demasculate. And here's the thing, though, is we need to
emasculating, emasculation.
Hold on. I would like to please thank you again, since English is not my native language.
Oh,
with
my
of my pronoun. Look, when anyone tells me I have not pronounced the word correctly or pronounced it correctly, I actually.
No, we understood what you meant, but yeah,
no. I want to go say thank you. I want to learn, and the more I learn to say words properly, the better my words get across. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I don't think it's us trying to establish dominance here per se. I think that could be us trying to establish some level of competence here, because you can't have confidence if you're not competent in the things that you do. And I think right now we're showing a display of maybe self-control, some semblances of patience on the panel, i.e. Argo, Mark earlier, and things like this. No offense to you, Mark. I'm just using this as a demonstration. But I think that when we look at the purveying overall, I would say the viewpoint of masculinity, I think each one of us would have a different definition. But I think what we want to, and I always point to this, is appealing to Christ for what masculinity is. So that's the framework of which I appeal to.
Okay. All right, Mr. Mark. Are men struggling because of society or themselves? What do you got?
I think that once again, I like that word emasculation is very relevant. I think that young men, like, this is what I was trying to say earlier. I tried to, point to this earlier when I was saying that young men are unfortunately neglected within today's modern education system. They're left, they're unsupported, they're told that they're not worthy, And these young females growing up in today's society, unfortunately born, this is what I was trying to point to earlier. It's bro, I don't know how I can explain this anymore. You know, like, it's the education system. We're failing the young boys in today's society, right? They're emasculated, bro. They're being emasculated, right? They are being emasculated through the education system. Yeah, we can see it. We can see it, right? Look, if you want to really point it out, right, you're the one quickest, Marte, to point your finger in the English direction, yeah, because of our education system and this, that, and the other. But I'm telling you, this, that, and the other, I'm seeing it, and I'm telling you, right, firsthand, that they're failing our young boys in the education system, right? They're not being given the right direction, right? Young boys growing up, right, need to be able to express themselves. They need to be able to channel their emotions, their hormones, right, in the right direction as they're growing up. But at the moment, we've got lots of confusion, right? Young boys are being told to do this, they're being told to do that, right? They've got no real sense of direction, right? And so how are we supposed to support young boys growing up in today's society, right, when they don't know who to listen to, right? They come from broken families, right? They're raised by liberal leftists, yeah? Young females, liberal women that get into the education system, and they're permeating the education system, and they're getting into the minds of the young boys, and it's becoming a very toxic environment. The BBC has proved this point, right? They did that whole thing with the adolescents. You saw adolescents will, what you're talking about, the concept of, right, please let me finish. I know you've got something to say. Please let me finish, and I appreciate this. Thank you. But I'm saying that I feel that young boys are being misdirected and misled in the wrong direction, and I think that they just need a good male role models in their life so that they can learn to become, first of all, independent. Second of all, right, understand themselves growing up and be in tune with their feelings so that they don't act like idiots. And third of all, don't become the next Adolf Hitler. And I'll stop there. Thank you for listening.
So I have to, this filibuster was crazy, by the way, but here's the problem in your whole analysis. I don't disagree with you with education, but you're missing the whole primary core of the issue, the home. When people don't bring up the home, that actually predates everything that happens for school to happen. Because if you don't have a dad, you're going to have somebody that's not a disciplinarian, not showing up to parent-teacher conferences at school, correcting the teacher on how they teach. Absent anything from the home, you don't have anything that's going to rectify anything that happens at the school. Second of all, yes, I do agree education has fallen, but if the home falls, education will always fall. But if the home is a stronghold of masculine examples of demonstration of good parenting, the school, it's harder for the school to fail because they're going to have to explain to your dad who's present in the home why there's a rainbow flag and why he's teaching them sex education at second grade and all this other shit. It has to get past this filter of the father. And to me, that's the main premise of the whole point on why society's failing. Because, you know, if we're initiating divorces at 78% of the rate, it doesn't matter what education's doing, because the education can only be as good as the home allows it to be.
Sure, and I don't disagree with anything you just said either.
Good point.
And
good point.
I think that you pointed something out that I just didn't mention. That's all. So I didn't mention the parentless, the fatherless upbringing. I just didn't bring that into my list. That's all. It's just something that I agree with you on that. You know, I was raised with from a divorced family. So my father left when I was a teenager. So not having that male role model in my life from the age of 16 years old has had a major impact on my life. So I understand the importance of having a male role model in your life. And I think that that's another, just a contributing factor. So when I speak of education, when I speak of these types of things that we're letting our young boys down in society, I think that education is just one part of things, and fatherlessness is another contributing factor at the same time.
I think feminism is more of a bigger blame, because if women are initiating 78% of the divorces, and it's not fathers doing this, because you often see the outcomes of kids whenever they're raised on single moms, twice as likely to go to prison, twice as likely to go to jail. When the father is clearly making more money, what the system does to make more money is, because women make less sometimes in some roles, they're going to say, well, how can we siphon money into the state? Well, we're going to take them away from the most competent person ever. The father who makes more money is more financially competent and more stable, and put it in a less stable person, i.e. the mother. And to me, I think that these laws need to change for sure.
Oh, there you go. There you go. You want to go ahead and give some more perspective, Mark?
I mean, look, it's difficult because I think that men and women have different roles in society. You know, they do. And I think what we're finding in today's society is that the roles are being very much merged. You know, these women today are trying to take on these masculine roles, and a lot of men are trying to take on feminine type roles. There's a bit of a merging going on. And this is why we're finding ourselves at loggerheads in today's society. I just still feel that we're letting down both, not just young men, but young women as well, young girls. Because it's the young girls that are being raised now to become like, back in the day, they used to be tomboys, just simply a tomboy. And now we're seeing this whole, merging of, well, you can identify as this and you can identify as that, and so on and so forth. And I don't think it's conducive to the public good, but I think it's all going to come back and bite everyone in the ass anyway. So we'll just see what.
I think it already is. In a lot of different ways, it already is. It already is.
Transgenderism. That's the whole thing about guys and women's sports. It's just the beginning. You know, every single law they try to reverse is part of the plan. Is part of the problem.
Yeah, but I think it's a self-rectifying problem. And here's what I mean by that. I think that and I'm probably going to have disagreement on the panel if I say this, but I think that if we're going to have men in women's combat sports, I think we should allow it to happen. And here's why. I think that when a woman gets knocked the fuck out, she's going to find her place in the universe.
You mean Fafo? Fuck around and find out.
Well, and then not to mention this, but if you have women in football getting slaughtered on the field, they're going to recognize, hey, I don't belong here with guys, and they're going to pick it and actually vote for their rights instead of against their rights.
You're looking at it from the wrong side. It's men and women's sports.
Well, no, I'm saying either or. It's either or. It's a self-correcting problem.
You know?
I did think that once before, Marty. I did think to myself, do you know what? Why do we even bother trying to fight a cause and fight a case? Why don't we just allow it just to happen to a degree and just let it play?
Mark, we agree. We agree for the first time. I'm there with you. I think that if there's a woman, like women vote for these rules and these rights, when it comes to transitioning your kids, there are women as a majority voting for this. Men are voting for this. So when it comes to women voting for men, hey, you know, we should be equal. I should be able to fight a man. Let her, because she's going to change her reality really quick. Manual, the manual change in reality.
The reason I agree is because it'll be a dead sport. I mean, once it happens, it'll be all over. You know what I'm saying?
Like, they'll be like, okay, we want women's sports again. There we go.
Exactly. Hey,
the more we continue to let it happen, the more you get this.
Yeah.
Hey, yo.
Sure. I understand that, but don't we want to like prevent that from happening? Because
when you block women from facing rules or even the repercussions of their own decisions, you block the learning process and you blunt the learning process of women to learn this is not what I should do. If you burn your hand on the stove, you learn not to touch this. But if you take away the burn feeling, you're going to have women touching stoves all over the place, and you're going to have all kinds of marred women. That's crazy.
Yeah, but they're weaker than us anyway.
Yeah, guess what's going to happen? Natural law.
Don't we have an obligation to protect them from getting burnt? Like, you know,
but Mark,
you're
but
protecting
Mark,
them from the consequences of their own decisions.
No, but Mark, this is the part you're missing, though. How do you protect somebody who's determined to do what they want to do, regardless of what you tell them?
Right, that too.
Yeah, okay. You allow them to play with the matches and let them.
You see what I'm saying? Because think about it. Because if you really think about this, and like, let's be honest about this, the first person that these women rebel against is their father, if they have one. That's the first person they defy. When the father is the one saying, "Hey, I don't want you. You're not going to be going out with you're not going to be going out with those girls." Oh, well, me and my friends are going to the mall. Well, who are you going with? You try to the girl try to sneak out with a short skirt and some heels on, and she's like 15, 16 years old, and the dad's like, no. Nope, you're not going out there like that. Nope, go change. Oh, but it's just me. Nope, go in there and change, or you're not going anywhere. So when the father is trying to implement strict rules to protect her, a lot of times the women are the young women and the young adult women, they tend to be more short-sighted when it comes to what the protection actually is there for. Well, they're looking at the present moment like, oh, well, my dad's not letting me do what I want to do. But they're not looking at the why the dad isn't letting them do what they want to do. You see what I'm saying?
It's not even that, but I think we're handicapping women and doing a great injustice when we're stopping the learning process of people who should be entitled to fail. You should be able to fail your way to succeeding as a wife. And I think that's how you make a marriage great. I think that if you tell women that happiness is a proximal goal instead of something that should be sustained with hard work, labor, and that you're going to go through hard storms, women bail. The reason why they bail from marriage is because they don't know that marriage is not perfect, that you're going to go through strife and hard times and shit like this. But as soon as they feel something bad, they don't accept the consequences of their decision and they're taking half your shit. That's what happens.
Yeah, they want to dip out the moment that it doesn't go in their favor.
Yeah.
But as far as are men struggling because of society or themselves, I think it's a two-part. Okay. So I'll say that men are struggling because of themselves, but it's due to the society that they're brought up in, and that society being the home. Because the home is the first society that you know of before you ever step foot outside. Before you ever get sent off to school and stuff like that, the home is the first society that you get to see. Yep. So if you're born into and you're raised in a society where there's no headship and there's a bunch of chaos and dysfunction, well, now you're gonna go out into the world, and that's what you're gonna find yourself in. So when you're in a chaotic environment, well, now you're going to have a bunch of chaos and strife within yourself of trying to figure out who you are and what you're supposed to be doing. Right.
Yeah.
So so now when you're in a super chaotic environment, which is like your home society, well, now you don't know which way is up, which way is down, which way is left, which way is right. You don't know how to function in society.
And
you see what I'm saying?
That's a good point, because I think that when young girls are raised with a father, they look for their father in other men that they date. Absent any point of reference, you don't know what to look for when you're dating women. That's why you hear this whole pervading thought that women say, my picker is broken. I don't know why my picker's broken, because you don't have a reference as to what that would be. Same thing, conversely, if a mom is bad in your life and she's not a good mom, you're going to actually find your mom in women that you date. Maybe this woman abandoned you like your mom did and things like this. There's a whole psychological mantra we can go with, but you need the two parts to create a whole. And absent any of this, you don't have a foundation in marriage. Like one of my chatters said, it's for your salvation. And I think that when you have this, it teaches you everything. It teaches you that life is full of strife, a lot of pain, hardship, and you're supposed to work at it. And it'll never be perfect, but that's the glory.
Mm-hmm. And see, another thing too, is like, I can say that men can start off struggling because of the society that they're born into, which is the home. But at some point, it does become yourself, because you get to a point in age and mental stage where you know right from wrong. So once you come to that point where you know right from wrong, it's up to you to fix the things that you can change, and you have to learn to accept and cope with the things that you're not able to change. Like I'll give you a perfect example. People can blame their bad decisions on not having a father, but it only goes so far. You can blame the society that you grew up in up to a certain point. Now, when you get to the point where you know right from wrong, and you're out here robbing people and doing all this craziness, and you get caught up, oh, well, you know, what made you do it? Well, I didn't have a dad. It was like, no, you can't blame it on not having a dad. Yeah, man, you know how it is being raised by a single mom. You know, it's hard out here. No. You can't blame your decisions on the society that you grew up in when you get to the point where you know right from wrong. You see what I'm saying? So it starts off being the society that you may struggle with, being the home, which is what Marte was saying. But once you get out into actual society, you're responsible for making sure that you work on yourself and improve. And a lot of times what it takes too, a lot of times why a lot of these present day men are struggling is because people don't know how to be honest anymore. People don't know how to be honest anymore. And then not only that, when these men are faced with brutal honesty, when you do get rejected by that girl that you tried to pour all this effort into, and she says, no, I'm just not feeling you like that. A lot of these younger guys, they can't handle honesty and they can't handle the brutal truth about themselves.
And that's why you come up with the sneaky fuckers. And what I mean about when I say the sneaky fuckers, Rachel Wilson talks about this. She talks about the men who are simps, who turn into male feminists. Yeah, girl, you should have everything you want, in hopes that one day when they're interning for this job, they'll get the position, which they never do. And that's how we end up with simps and people like this in this position, because they don't know how to deal with failure. They don't know how to accept this and deal with the hardship and labor. So they find inversive ways to go ahead and actually screw us all in society and wreck the dating market. And that's another problem. But anyways, yeah.
And see, like I said earlier, this whole thing about it starts off with your home society and then it becomes your problem. That same logic can also apply to you getting a job, being in a relationship with a girlfriend, you starting a business, you leveling up in the workforce, and you setting up your own family and establishing a home. Right now, it's on you to establish the type of society, the home society that you want to be able to raise children in. Now that's on you. So now, if you don't make sure that the home society is set up a certain way, now you're going to be replicating the same bad results that you started with. And at that point, that's all on you. And you can't blame it on not having a mother or not having a dad.
Yeah, we deal with this all the time, especially in the Black community. I'm pretty sure Coley can actually agree with me on this too. The reason why he's not talking to me from a jail cell is because somewhere in life when he had adulthood, he's saying, you know what, this felony shit is not for me. And I think that's not the life I want. At some point as adults, we have to accept accountability, and we have to say, even if I don't have a mom or dad, I have choices and options. It's almost like choose your own adventure. Now, there's a lot of people that make excuses because 400 years ago, somebody was enslaved. That's why I don't have S. It's like, come on, bro. It's like at some point we can't hold on to the past just like those people, and we have to make accommodations for why we're merit-based and hardworking people instead. Matter of fact, that's how you attract a woman more than anything else, by working hard and working on yourself and leaning towards Christ.
Not only that, but see, another thing that women are attracted to. So, you know, we're hung up on that whole dominance thing, right?
Yeah.
But see, but part of establishing dominance in a relationship is not just with a woman. You have to establish dominance within yourself as a man, right?
Yeah.
You have to be dominant enough to not allow certain things to wreck your life, to come into your life and wreck your life. That could be friends, that could be family members, and that can be women.
Remember when I said the ability to say no to vagina is a superpower? And not to mention this, but when we talk about Marte going to boot camp, me being an IFBB professional bodybuilder, the ability to ignore my passions for saying, damn, I want to eat the cheesecake, but I have to eat this dry chicken breast and doing all this, and be a slave to Christ. Because here's the thing, though, we're all slaves to something. Exactly. You can be, you have to choose what you want to be a slave to. Now, if you succumb to pressure, you're a slave to this. Now, you can either be a simp or a traditional classical man with a foundational Christian structure or not. We all have decisions, and you have to take accountability regardless. It all falls on you as a man. That's what masculinity is.
Not only that, but see, one of the biggest qualities that women are attracted to, they may feel some type of way about it from time to time, is a man that has a backbone, that can put his foot down and not tolerate the nonsense, whether it's from her or whether it's from people outside the relationship. They like a man that can set his foot somewhere, and the woman can look at her man and say, you know what? I know that no matter what happens, my man is gonna make sure we're all right. I may not know how he'll do it, but I know my man will figure it out. And another thing, women can respect it when a man doesn't put up with her nonsense too. You got to be dominant enough to say, you know what? I ain't gonna take no nonsense from the world, but just because I'll protect you from the world, don't think that I can't protect myself from you and protect you from you too. Like, you can't be afraid to tell a woman and like let her know, like, look, everything is good, but if you think that this is gonna go any kind of way that's gonna wreck this relationship, you got another thing coming, and I'm not afraid to just leave you and walk away. But you can't just say it. You gotta have that type of energy and that type of order where you'll actually enact on it. Like you will pack up and walk away, or tell her, hey, you know what? You're not what I thought you were, but you know what? I'm just gonna have to move on. I hope you find what you're looking for, and that's it.
You know what? This reminds me of my favorite black actor of all time. He was very masculine. Do you know who that is?
Who?
Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder.
Oh, you can't go full retard.
The best, one of the best black actors of all time. Anyways, yeah, there you go.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. No, but overall, to sum it all up, I think that men are struggling in the beginning because of the society that they're brought up in, like their home society. But then after that, once you get to the point where you know right from wrong, because you're going to learn it from somewhere, whether it's your family or friends, somebody's going to teach you right from wrong.
Or police.
You're going to learn it, right? Or police.
Or police.
You're going to learn it from somewhere. So once you get, at whatever age you are, when you get to that stage where you know right from wrong, that's when you're struggling because of yourself. You got to work on what you can and accept what you can. True. And that's it. All right, Mr. Coley. Are men struggling because of society or themselves? What you got, bro?
In this day of age,
yeah, this current generation that we're in now,
society,
right? Okay, go ahead and elaborate, brother.
Because I've seen people from my personal point of view who depends on other people's validation in life so they can get on in life. Like, and I'm gonna put myself as an example because I used to do that when I was younger. You know the phrase "get in where you can fit in." Whoever came up with that phrase is out of order. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
I'm telling you that is a bunch of bullshit. Because me personally, and I've been going through this. And I've been taught this in therapy, not only therapy, but my mom also told me this. My own sister told me this. Like, if you don't love yourself, then why? If you don't love yourself, then why are you seeking validation from others? You know what I'm saying? Thing is, you shouldn't have to seek validation for other people, other than hey, how does my food taste? Or how did you like the show? You know what I'm saying? I shouldn't have to seek validation about me as a person because if I know as a person that I'm sitting here doing right by people, doing right by myself, and if I see here doing stuff, and if I see here doing good deeds for other people and everything like that, and not trying to go to jail for anything petty or something super serious or whatever, then I'm obviously going in the right path and doing what I'm supposed to.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I shouldn't have to turn on the TV or nowadays go online and be like, well, Well, the most popular thing is going over Niagara Falls in the barrel. It's the most fun thing, and and I'm like, oh, okay, I'll do it too, knowing that I'm just as much of a jackass as everyone else is. You know what I'm saying? Like I shouldn't have to be like, it's cool to you know, brown nose Donald Trump or President Biden or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like I should be able to have my own choice on.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying earlier, Coley, about like people liking somebody just for the content of who they actually are, not for like whatever it is, like the color of the skin or what their political party is. You know, like, and this comes back to fruition. Like these youngsters as well, young boys are being raised, right? They're being radicalized, and girls. Yeah.
But
you know,
I don't think there's anything wrong with external validation. And here's why I would say this. I think that it would be impossible to find self-reflection if you don't have anything to compare this to. And of course, comparison could be the evil of all kinds of things, but there's an overcorrection that happens. And that's not what I'm pointing to, like the narcissistic tendencies of females to post 50 pictures before they post one. I'm referring to men looking to external factors of validation, like, hey, am I doing good? You're being judged by your brothers and being held accountable. That kind of validation is good, but I think there's an overcorrection when you bring social media into the fray. That's happening in society, and because there's some context there too.
Yeah, exactly. And to your point, I definitely shouldn't have to. I definitely shouldn't have to go to Facebook, or if I want to bring it back, Black Planet or My Hint Tail or whatever. To be, for people to be like, oh, he's the bomb. You know, no.
But it's fake validation. It's like you're seeking validation from people. Like it's all fakery, like algorithms and bullshit, this, that, and the other, to try and gain some kind of credibility and validation. And it's like, really? But who are the real ones, man? Who are actually the real ones? The actual real ones? The actual people that actually come along. And do you know what? I am a real one, and I come along and I try to support people like you. And yeah, you know,
there are old people who are delusionals who are friends on my Facebook list right now, and they'll sit here and be like, and not trying to make it a debate or anything, but I'm just using this as an example, like how they was talking about, oh, Donald Trump was going to talk to the FCC and take ABC and NBC down because they didn't air their shit, which that's false. But you know, like, bruh. First of all,
that's because you're dealing in an arena which is politicized,
right? So, like me, if I'm gonna talk about something political, first of all, I'm making sure that the shit is from a reliable source. Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna look at a person who I don't know from sugar to shit to be like, this is what Trump said. No, I'm gonna go to a reliable news source, like for example, CNN, Fox News, ABC, NBC, CBS, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so you're saying you're gonna look at both sides?
Yeah.
No, it's not. I think it's saying the opposite. I think it's saying the opposite. I think it's saying that he's only going to go to one specific set of examples that he feels like he's comfortable with. Like, so there'll be like one group of information that he'll like listen to. Probably like something like Fox News. He'll be like, no, that's mis or disinformation or something like that. Is that right?
Yeah.
Good.
Now, based off of that, like most men nowadays, I really truly think that they're being cooked because of society. And if you don't believe me, go on YouTube. Go on YouTube right now and look up Kai Cenat's Streamer University 2, and or you go to Soulja Boy's inauguration of Rapper University. Look that shit up, and you see what I'm talking about.
Prague University, did you say?
Society.
No. He's talking about something else.
The men are being cooked by society right now because why you have to go to a fake university to be able to show your success. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But you know what else that I find interesting that we didn't really touch on yet about why men are struggling. I think
I like Donald Trump.
Right. I think to add to what I said earlier about men struggling because of society first and then themselves. One of the biggest problems. One of the biggest problems that I see with this generation of guys is they're not getting any type of positive reinforcements in the home.
Yes, thank you.
The young guys now, because like I said, their home is the first society, and so if your boys are not being uplifted and given positive reinforcement and being taught how to establish healthy boundaries, it sets them up to be taken advantage of. A lot of the young guys are getting taken advantage of, and not only that, but they don't know how to say no and put themselves first. They don't know how to prioritize their growth and their goals.
Well, I think that's because we have a princess complex that's raising men in the home. If you have a predominantly 78% of women raising men in the home, they're going to teach men how to treat women, but not how they should be treated. Now, here's the other problem. When we talk about honesty, I think that we have terms that are bastardized, like we will say brutal honesty. Well, wouldn't it be brutal dishonesty? Wouldn't that be way more brutal? If we're honest, why should we coin it brutal? Honesty should never be coined as brutal anyways. So we're doing things with linguistics right now, and also how we're raising boys in the home. We're warping realities we speak through vernacular, through how we raise them, through how we should treat women, let alone ourselves. And to me, that's a great injustice to men everywhere.
Yeah, but if you you're right. You're right. No, you're right. But real quick. But if you think about it,
my mom used to smack me. She would slap me, slap my hand, slap my butt. To put me and say, look. Poof. No, what I'm saying is like we've moved away. I'm saying that we've moved away from. Hang on, let me put myself on camera. Right. Hang on.
You said smack my hand, smack my butt. What are you talking? What kind of?
Look, my mum fucking embarrassed me one day. Yeah, my mum embarrassed me when I was like 3 years old. Yeah, she said, "Mark, if you carry on like that, I'm going to pull your trousers and pants down in front of the whole entire fucking." Complex, I'm going to slap you in the ass. And I carried on bad mouthing her. And you know what she did? She fucking did it, didn't she? She pulled my trousers and pants down and slap right on my ass. And I was like, oh shit. Yeah. Okay. I'm not going to fucking bad mouth my mum again like that, I ain't bad mouthing my mum like that.
So what I was gonna say though is
yeah.
I agree with you about honesty shouldn't be called brutal, but I think that the reason that it is called brutal honesty is because we understand that the truth hurts people.
Yeah, but people are too sensitive. That's why we're coining phrases so we can cushion society and make it more sensitive and soft and placate to people's emotions. That's why I said the reason why I said that I don't like nice white men is because nice white men were too nice to let in the invasion. I think we should have men who are gritty, run towards gunfire, and tough, and tell people no and shut the fuck up, but in a good way, not the way Mark's saying, but in a good way where we support and let the opposition go to hell. I think we need those white men back.
I agree. I agree.
Can I show you something? See if
I agree.
See if I can get my camera showing right now. Yeah, I want to.
Wait, don't show us that, Mark. Wait. Yeah, don't show us, Mark. Yeah, Mark. I want to see the good, bro.
Yeah, y'all.
Yo. Hang on. Look. I'll see if I can show you this.
No. Don't go too low, Mark. I'm not trying to see all that, bro. Let's keep it clean, bro. Mark.
Right. I'm trying to show you something really important, right? Really
I know you think it's important, but please be TOS friendly here.
Well, mate, I wouldn't eat. Look, I've got
Wait,
no
you just called me
shame.
mate?
I've got no
Oh,
shame.
man.
If you want to see that, you can always click on my OnlyFans. I've got one of them, so don't worry.
Oh man, see, I knew it, bro. This is crazy. Look, I'm about to throw up right now. I'm about to.
Really, bro. I actually don't really have an OnlyFans. I'm just kidding.
I don't know. I have a hard time believing that. You said you're gonna show me something important, and you say,
Stop the cap.
Yeah, clean it up now. Clean it up.
Yeah.
You just talking about getting spanked and smacked and all that. That's crazy.
We can measure it like this.
What the fuck?
Wait, what are you doing, Mark?
Stop the cap.
Mark, what are you
My
doing?
ego. Talking about my ego. So what I was trying to say a minute ago, is it's more to me than me to you. The thing is, talking of white people that are trying to be patriotic in our country, right? I think that I'm one of the most patriotic people in my country at the moment. So actually, honestly, I'm
Marte, he's not lying. Marte, he's not lying. He's not lying.
All right.
He sent me video. No, he sent me videos of the British people are starting to take to the streets.
Bro, I'm literally on call.
And they're pushing back on
now.
they're pushing back on this Muslim stuff, bro.
You don't
I've seen
realise
the
that
video.
right. You do not realize that I'm literally on call right now, right? To hit I'm literally, so when I look out here, like go like this, I'm literally looking out for making sure that the flag is still waving, and I've got my fucking groups all there, all telling me, look, I just need not to say too much, yeah? I'm literally on call. I'm the one that is, when they call me, I have to run outside and fucking do my job, okay?
Damn, Mark.
I don't think you fully understand.
No. It sounds crazy, but no, he sent me video evidence
I'm
of
listening.
them like
I'm
making
listening.
sure it's up.
Yeah. No, I
It's
listen.
very difficult because I have to be very, very, very hush, okay? I have to be very hush.
That's gotta be racist, isn't
it? What the?
What racism? Yeah, I'd much rather be called racist. Yeah, and then to know what's going on right now.
I know, my bad. I'm actually trying to go through my sound effects to add it to my soundboard or whatever. My bad.
Oh, okay. No.
I was like, what was that?
Yeah. No, but I mean, that's pretty much my perspective on it. If anybody else has any more additional perspectives or points that they want to add to this, y'all can feel free to do it.
I'm good on my end.
All right.
I'm good as well. And I'm glad you brought up that point about, basically some of this starts in the home or whatever, because
I say all of it starts in the home. I say 100% of it starts in the home.
Yep.
Yeah. Because the way you are raised,
that's the headquarters.
How you carry yourself out there, and as far as into Mark's point about embarrassment or whatever, I ain't gonna lie. The most I've got, the most I got is when I acted up in a supermarket. I think where I'm going with this.
Yep.
Out of my mind, we have a couple of switches or a belt standing by just in case I acted up. If I broke any of those things, guess what? I get my ass beat right in the stuff, and then you didn't give a fuck who was watching.
They didn't care who saw or nothing.
But
I definitely feel you on that.
But that was back then when public corporal punishment was actually, accepted. Now it's like, well, no, don't do that. No.
Well, contrary to popular belief, it's still a thing in some of the rural states, like some of the rural areas. Yep, that's still a thing, bro. That's still a thing. But if nobody else has anything else to add, we're gonna go ahead and get ready to close out the show. It's been a great show, man. Shout out to y'all. All right. So with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead.
Theme song.
You said what?
I wish I had a View theme song.
Right. All right. So with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and introduce next week's topic. Y'all gonna get excited for this one. All right. So next week's topic is rules of modern dating the evolution of female hypergamy. So, next
Carmen,
week,
bring your ass in here. Happy birthday, by the way, but bring your ass in here next week.
So, rules of modern dating, the evolution of female hypergamy. Next week's show, we are going to be going live on July 25th, 2026, around 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. Once again, July 25th, 2026, 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. That's next week's topic. Rules of modern dating, the evolution of female hypergamy. Now, I know Marte works a lot. So when you DM me and said, hey, man, I'm off today, I'm trying to pull up. Oh, no. I was happy. No, I was happy because it just so happened to be the masculinity topic. It just so happened to be that the day you were free to pull up, it just so happened to be the masculinity topic. So I took that as a sign from God, like, okay, Marte is coming back. All right, let's get it. Let's get it. All right.
Do you know what? I feel really bad. The fact I really feel like it's never really worked correctly between me and Marte. I feel like we should have always had this like one-on-one debate type thing. Do you know what I mean? Like we should hash it. We should, like, you and me one day, Marte, I reckon, yeah, just hash whatever our differences out one-on-one. I reckon that'll make for good entertainment also, but without interruption from other people. And I think like we can get into this kind of deep conversation. And a lot of the reason I think I got frustrated earlier is because I was trying to say my bit against what you were saying, and eventually I was like, look, I didn't get my, and I was like, fuck this is doing my head in. So I just fucked off, you know. And then I went and saw my neighbor next door, and like, to be honest, though, I think you're a good guy still. I've always said that. Like, I've always said that right from the very fucking offset. And that's what pisses me off. Because it felt like we needed to have like a proper good one-on-one and hash things out. And that wasn't it. Tonight wasn't it for me. Like, you know? We got something to go. We got something to come.
I noticed that 3 times you brought up I feel, and then you went to, something I did, it pissed me off. And I'm just like, I don't understand that premise at all. Something you did pissed you off. But
no, that's great. That's why we need to have that one-to-one.
But
that's why we need to have a platform to have that one-to-one, and we can, we can hash things out.
But Mark, just understand that you have your own autonomy and full control over things that you do, but to say, well,
after you.
But just understand. No, I'm just saying that when you say things, you say, well, this happened and I did this and it pissed me off. I can understand that. But I think that sometimes we need to not be led by our emotions all the time in our feels, but more of I thinks. Like I think or I know would be a better test.
Well, I agree. I think we should also be very mindful moving forward. That we can also be very, we can also be very specific with the way that we articulate ourselves moving forward, so as not to, push the boundaries too much, because I feel that people like you and I may clash heads occasionally, but I'm quite happy. Yet, I'm quite happy with that moving forward.
Mark,
Mark, zoom in on your mouth more.
Mark talked about being mindful and then interrupted me when I was talking to, which is like, just like, go ahead, bro.
That's not bad.
No, y'all are a trip. Y'all are a trip, man. That's why I love having y'all on the panel. No, but yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get ready to wrap up the show. So I already introduced next week's topic. We're gonna do final thoughts, final shout outs, and then get you guys up out of here. Because we're just a little over 4.5 hours, which is good because I'm starting to really starting to dial back on letting these shows go on so long. You know what I mean?
I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's something I've been having to work on, and I've been getting a bunch of. I've been getting hella feedback on it. So I'm like, you know what? Let me be mindful of what the people are asking. So, Mr. Jaime, last thoughts on the show, man. Did you hate it? Did you love it? How was it for you?
Good show. Loved it as always. Pleasure to be on the panel. Learned a lot from everyone. I think Marte has a bright future. I think Arizona has a bright future if they invest their vote in Marte. He's not paying me for this. I just believe that he has his head on his shoulders and he knows where. I'm serious, man. I'm being serious.
He gonna have my vote too.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just values are the kind of values that I would want in a leader, and anyone in Arizona should feel the same way. BeatSlaveMusic.com right there at the bottom. Check it out. Music, we can do it all. And the book /88, the book I wrote, and that's pretty much it. Love you guys.
All right.
For all the banter.
All right, cool. All right, Mr. Marte, it's been quite a while since you made an appearance. But you came back, man. So being that it's been a while, last thoughts on the show, man. Did you hate it? Did you love it? How was the show for you, brother?
I think it went as according to plan how I thought it would be. Not that I'm being super conscious about what I'm doing, but here's the thing though: is I want to tell people if you're not following me on Instagram, you're literally retarded. Instagram is where it's popping off, and that's the main source of where I'm getting the death threats from people from Islam, the Transformers and things like that. I'm getting threats like crazy. And then here's the other thing too, is that I do look forward to having a career in politics, but I'm going to take it one day at a time. And the other thing I'll say is that I am involved in World War debate right now. I demolished my opponent in the first round. I plan on winning the whole thing. I also have a few other professional debates coming up where I wish my opponents good luck because I have Christ. I don't need luck. And I'll leave it at that.
All right. You know what, Marte, I got a quick question. I never asked you, but when's your birthday, bro?
Are you one of those astrology signs people or what?
No, because kind of, but I like.
He is.
No.
Star feels.
You are, bro. You are.
No, because if your birthday hasn't passed yet, I want to be able to give you a shout out on the stream.
Oh, it's March 12th, man. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're in the same month as
Aries.
Oh, it's Aries over Moon's rising. Is that what you're going to tell me? Please don't say that, bro.
No, Mark. He said March. He said March 12th. He said March 12th.
Yeah, March 12th.
Is he Aries?
No, he's a Pisces.
Oh,
Mark, you into one of these sensitive feelings astrology things? That's crazy. So, real quick, they didn't know.
He knows more. Bro, I didn't even know. Even know. Mr. AB knows more about it than I do.
Okay, well, they did an experiment in the UK, your neck of the woods. And what they did was they took 300 people of the same sign and 300 people with the men and women and lined them up. None of them stayed together. It's just a fun fact for you.
No, because if your birthday hadn't passed yet, I want to be able to give you a shout out on the stream, but I mean, it passed already. So
yeah, it definitely passed.
No, it's all good, man.
No, okay. All right, so Mr. Coley D, I know you popped in and you popped out, and I know you've been watching the whole time. So last thoughts on the show, man. Did you hate it? Did you love it? How was the show for you, brother?
Despite the boxing bell moments,
for real.
It was good fun. Like I was watching, I was laughing along with Tizzle earlier or whatnot. Like all y'all was like just on in. I was sitting here like, damn, like I'm actually watching the Classic Talk Show right now. Shit, I'm actually entertained. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it was a great show. It was a great show to say the least. You know, I did have to come in and be a referee just a little bit, like, you know, hey. But it's all good. We all love each other in here. You know, we're a brotherhood in here. We have to be that way in order to stick together. You know what I'm saying? So,
Cole, you know you didn't have to be referee. You wanted this to be a little bit about you for a second. Just be honest, bro. Coley want to be the star of the show for like 2 minutes, real quick. Don't lie. It's okay. You can admit to
it. Hey, bro. I already had a whole show for that.
You want more show? Okay, that makes it even worse. You want more show? That's crazy.
I had a show 2 weeks ago celebrating my 20th anniversary on YouTube, so you should have popped in for that.
I know. Coley said my own show ain't enough. I'm gonna monopolize your show too. Damn, bro. Coley being
you know, like there are certain things. I swear, right? I swear, there are certain things that have triggered me throughout my journey here in the Oxide Station podcast. I've been triggered a few times, but I don't mind it. You know, I think it makes for good entertainment. I think you're all a good guys. I think it's all good. It's all good.
Mark about to get sensitive on us. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh crap, bro! I'm out. I'm about to throw up.
Looking back,
I'm about to throw up right now, bro. I'm about to puke. I'm about to throw up.
The dance we shared.
I feel nice right now.
No, is that it, Coley?
Go ahead, Mark. Put on the lipstick and nail polish, which you gonna do when the cameras turn off, anyways. Go ahead, Mark.
Oh, whoa!
Oh, you like that song, Coley?
No, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, Mark was getting in his feelings. Go ahead, Mark.
It's a country song.
Give me your feelings, Mark. Go ahead. You were doing that the whole show anyway.
Yeah, it's a country song.
That's why I don't know what it is. I don't I don't listen to most country or whatnot.
Yeah, that's a little bit of Garth Brooks. You don't know nothing about that.
Not that particular song. No, I don't.
Hey, Coley. Not all black people are the same, man. Some of us like rock and some country. Some of us like some rock and some country, bro.
Hey, look, I'm not knocking it. People have their own set of music or whatever. I listen a little bit. I listen to rock, just not the heavy metal joint one. You can't understand.
Oh man, that's some of the best rock there is. I got like 3 or 4 Megadeth albums on my phone. Some Nirvana, I got it all.
Look, Mark said as long as he can be emotionally available with the music, that's all he cares about.
Mm-hmm. No, I care about a lot more than that. I care about.
I know you're a British Care Bear. That's what you are. Let's be honest.
I care about the truth, man. I care about the truth.
You feel about the truth. I think you more.
No, I care about the truth.
No, but Coley, is that it, bro? Is that all your thoughts, bro?
But yeah, that's about it, bro.
Okay. All right, Mr. Mark Fowler, the star of the show. Last talk
here, bro. Look, no.
Yeah. No, I'm saying you're the star of the show because you crashed out twice.
Yo, I'm multitasking.
Oh, okay. Well, last talk on the show, man. Did you hate it? Did you love it? How was the show for you, brother?
It was brilliant.
Aside from the crash outs.
Well, I went next door, so I missed a lot of what you were talking about for about an hour. I had other things to deal with, but I think that for the most part, it was a bit of a sausage party. You know, where are the women tonight? That's all I really care about. Look, also, I want to hold Mr. Jamie. Jamie, bro, where is your sister, and why is your sister not messaging me? No, seriously.
What?
No, he's asking Jaime something.
Well, I'm sorry, what?
You heard.
What happened?
Yeah, it sounded like he said something about your sister.
Oh, what? What about her?
Right.
I'll tell her.
Hey, Jamie. Hey, Jaime, can I ask you something?
What's up, brother?
If you're in that position laying down sideways, don't ever look me in my eyes. Please don't do that, bro, because bro, I'm about to throw up right now, bro. Do it, bro. Between you and
Jamie, I was teasing.
No, I worked earlier today.
Stop the cap. I promised you I would bring it up in conversation. Okay?
Cap.
No, but is that all your thoughts on the show, Mr. Mark?
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. So, Mr. Jaime, go ahead and let the people know where they can find you, bro.
Beatslave.com, beatslavemusic.com. Sorry about that. /88. You can find the book there. We revamped the website. Check it out. We're offering all kinds of things. So that's pretty much it. Again, always a pleasure to be on the Oxide Station. It was nice to see a professional debater get on here and spit some truth.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. Hey, Marte's been doing this thing since the very first time I was on a panel with him, like a while ago. A while ago.
Now I'm debating people like Destiny and all them, like college professors.
Yeah, I always equate you to the likes of like a Destiny type person.
No, hell no. No, Destiny is the mortal enemy. He's the opposite of everything that I am, bro.
Destiny's a liberal.
Yeah, I know. Like
Destiny's way on
the likes of a Destiny, but the opposite from the opposite side of the political spectrum.
Yeah, Destiny's the only one that actually sucked dick between both of us, bro. So yeah, let's be careful.
Hey, no, that's a fact though. No, that's a fact though.
No, that's a fact though. Like I reckon between you and Destiny, you'd like have you ever had a debate with Destiny?
Yeah, he blocked me after I challenged him to another debate. That guy's all in his feels about me right now. Is his hair still blue? Nah, it's not blue. He's trying to be all mature now and he's still the same punk ass guy that I debated the first time.
Okay. All right, well, Mr. Marte, let the people know where they can find you, brother.
All right, if you guys can find me at On The Edge on my channel, I do a lot of social commentary. You guys can find me on Instagram at _at The Real Mighty Mouse. If you guys aren't following me on Instagram, it's popping. You'll see why I'm getting all these death threats from Muslims, trans people, and everything else. And follow my YouTube channel and subscribe to also AB's channel as well, too. Do him a service and hit the like button as well.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Coley, go ahead and let the people know where they can find you, big dog.
They can find me on YouTube at Coley D Studios. I'm currently setting up a schedule like how you suggested so many times before. You know what I'm saying?
So, to have your content going on a schedule with your uploads and stuff. Oh yeah, you got to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you got to.
Absolutely.
That way you're running your YouTube like a business and letting it run like a machine.
Exactly. So yeah. I'm currently trying to get my 20th anniversary schedule going on, so that way we go ahead and get that on the pop and new content's coming up very, very soon. So hey, stay on the lookout. And I'm piggyback off of Marte. Please subscribe to your favorite YouTube channels like ours and others. You know what I'm saying?
There you go. Shout out to you, man. All right, Mr. Mark Fowler. Last but not least, go ahead and let the people know where they can find you, bro, so we can go ahead and get y'all up out of here.
Yo, so I would suggest that first and foremost, you just Google me, Nova Bear, right? You can find.
Oh, really?
Me. Yeah, Nova Bear. You know my thing. It's that. It's my logo. Whatever. It's easily recognizable. You can Google me. You can find me on multiple platforms. You can find me mostly on Facebook. I've got my Drum and Bass Heads Uncensored group, which is just about to hit 2,000 members.
Oh yeah, that group. Yeah, that group is live, bro. That group is live.
Yeah, that group is growing. So look, I'm looking for the snowball effect, right? If you really like music, like actual proper hard, gritty drum and bass electronic type music, right? Then you need to come and join the Drum and Bass Heads Uncensored group. Honestly, this is proper underground electronic music, and it's growing. And I've got some really fantastic, producers in there. Like everyone from DJs to MCs to actual music producers. Jamie, you can vouch for it, right? Because you've seen me along my journey, and also some old school people and some up. Anyway, we've got that. Also, you should check out, if you're more into politics, come and check out my other group, which is about to hit 18,000 members. but it's more about politics. So I'm going to not bore you with that too much right now. Just follow me on Facebook, yeah?
Is that the basing one?
Well, it's well. Actually, I run 14 different. I run 14 different Facebook groups. 14 different Facebook groups. So each and every.
I don't know how he does it, man. Mark is a busy dude.
Yeah. I run 14 instincts. The thing is, like this is important because I would really want to touch on this. I remember that Jamie said this on one of the podcasts before. About running groups. What it came down to is this, right? If I want to say something in a group, right, and I'm at the mercy of whoever runs that group, then I don't have real freedom of speech or expression.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Right. Therefore, instead of joining a group that is based on my passion, I create the group based on my passion, and I become the person that gets to control who comes and goes, instead of the other way round. You know what I mean? Because I'm sick and tired of people telling me where I belong, who I am, what I can and can't say, what I should or where I should or shouldn't belong. Instead, I take matters into my own hands. So I create the environments in which I decide who comes and goes. Obviously, in certain situations, I didn't get to control everything. But
that's kind of, it's funny you say that because that's kind of how the U.S. got started.
Yeah. Well, I like that. I like that premise. So look, you'll find me all over the place. Look, if you just add me up on Facebook, that's the best place to find me, right? Just look up Mark Fowler. You'll find my logo. Find me. I'm very open, transparent. I've got a cryptocurrency project as well, right, which is growing. Novabear.net, which I think might be down. I think the website might be down at the moment.
No, not the merch.
But anyway, yeah. So I'm losing out on selling merch as well. But
that's all good. It's all good. Yeah. Now, but if nobody else has anything else, we're gonna go ahead and close out the stream. Make sure y'all tune in July 25th, 2026 for the next week's show. Rules of Modern Dating. The evolution of female hypergamy. Looking forward to seeing you guys next week. All right.
Word. Peace out.
Then. God bless you.
All right. Y'all take it easy, man.
Oh, man. Okay. That was a crazy time. I feel like my estradiol levels probably increased, like, I don't know how much percent, but I think I need to go do some masculine shit after dealing with this panel. Oh, man. I mean it, though. If you guys aren't following me on Instagram, it's popping. If you guys are like, Mark Tay hasn't been on YouTube for a long time, I've been on Instagram. And I think, Bradley, are you dad bod on Instagram? I think that's you, right? I have, God, and my Instagram is blowing up, too. I got it's heading to be like 14,000. Like I'm on the verge of getting 14,000. It's going to be at 20,000 followers before, probably going to say in October, it's probably going to be at 20,000, but it's blowing up. Followers. I have like some actors hit me up. I have the death threats are ridiculous though. The amount of comments, like one of my posts got like 32,000 views and like there's probably like thousands of comments underneath it, but it's crazy. If you guys aren't following me on Instagram, that's where I've been focused on as far as most of my content. I needed to get off Facebook because YouTube. The reason why I took a hiatus on YouTube is because there was a health thing that came up, dealing with that, and then not to mention this, but I needed a break because this whole panelverse thing and this infighting between the people on my side, I needed a break so that way those things can boil down because I need to focus and divert my attention to the future, me getting into politics, me doing these debates, and me getting right back to the content because I don't care what people say. There can be infighting that happens sometimes. I have no harsh feelings towards Emmett, no harsh feelings towards Paige or any of these things, but we overlook the point of the real opposition that we're dealing with. The real opposition are feminists and these leftists that want to kill us. I shit you not, they really want to kill us. The amount of death threats that I get on Instagram and on Threads is ridiculous. And because this happens and because our country is being overrun by Islam scum, I think that this is a good way to fight this. Without getting into politics, there's no other way we can fight this. Otherwise, we're going to be in real time defending our homes with guns and all this other. But by the time that happens, this should have been fought on the political arena before it even got this far. And that's where I'm going to step up. So when these guys are questioning my ethical foundation on me running for office and everything like that, damn right I'm going to critique their positions. And damn right it's not going to be echo chamber. And I'm not going to agree with everything those guys on the panel are going to say. You do have people on the panel. And I'm going to say this. I don't care if he's listening. Mark, you're too sensitive. You need to develop some thick skin for social media. Like, you manage all these accounts. You're all over the place. You have these arbitrary positions. And then Jaime, whatever his name is, I have to have a comment. I'm not going to say no comment. But the guy, he's a Protestant. He's a heretical beliefs too. It also is that. But it's like you have all these different sects of Christianity, right? Different factions of Christianity, things like this. At the end of the day, we need to be unified as patriotic, red-blooded American citizens against evil. So when he says you can't hate an ideology, yes, I can. Doesn't mean I hate a person. It means that I hate their belief system. If you have Muhammad sleeping with 9-year-olds and you have Muhammad letting 40 al-Zut ride you, black men ride you in the desert, what does that mean? But you're going to be against homosexuality, but you're going to allow homosexuality stuff to be done to you? It's crazy. Why would I want this religion that allows you to beat women? To do all this? Christianity doesn't command any of this. So me and Jaime, whatever his name is, get into this. He doesn't have this understanding that I do. Of course, I'm Orthodox and have an advantage, in my opinion, but for him to say we can't create division, there has to be division. Otherwise, you let everything infiltrate your church. You can't have a church and allow gay pastors. Yet there has to be division. To me, that was the dumbest take of the evening. When Jaime told me something like, you can't, you have to forgive people. Yeah, you can forgive people, but also say, stay the fuck over there. If you want your gay rights and LGBTQ, stay over there. I'm creating division. How is this bad? He couldn't get past this. That's why it didn't make, like, this is why Christianity in the West has been conquered. Because they're like, oh, LGBT, come in here. You could still believe what you believe and still attend this church. I disagree. I think Christianity should be gatekept from allowing these gay ass, I want to say the word FAGS, in the church. When they come in the church, they warp your whole culture, change everything. That's bad. We don't want that because that warps Christianity from a foundational perspective, because you're allowing these people, in these broken people, to go to a hospital and say, you need to affirm my illness that I have. This is ridiculous. So anyways, some of the takes tonight were just outlandish and crazy. So when people say things like, Marte, I'm glad you're having patience, and I'm glad, this, I wouldn't have the patience. I have to be. Otherwise, I'm not going to be as proficient as I need to be, because I need to fight on the front lines of this, politically, in debate, in all this. To me, that's extremely important. But anyways, let me go ahead and get to these comments right now. Who do we have? Mescaline says, it means you're hitting them in the fifis. Hope you're doing better, bro. We'll see what happens, man. Bradley says, I'm a Baptist. We're not all that dope. This is why I don't umbrella and say every Christian's dumb or stupid, or I'll never make that claim. But if somebody is being stupid and they're on a panel, I'm going to call them out for their belief system. I'm going to dissect and critique their position. That's all I'm going to say. And I'm Boyd Justice. Good to see you, man. We are allowed to despise evil, which is the ideology. Yes, thank you. That's my whole point. Muhammad, it's like I can have Muhammad in front of me and not hate him as a person. As a, his individualness, like his being, like I can't hate that, but I can hate his belief system. I can hate his actions that he takes. If he's going to marry Aisha at 6 and have sex with her and consummate the marriage at 9 years old, I can hate that evil. That is satanic by nature. I can hate that. I can hate evil. It's good to hate evil. Abby says they won't join the fight. Of course, well, Muslims are permitted to lie, kill in the name of religion. Yes, taqiyya. I think it's me and Benjamin Michael, Orthodox Luigi, had this conversation before about that. I forget how he pronounces this. Gotta go. God bless you with all the great evening. Yeah, I know. Crazy. It is crazy. They can talk about the Bible, but won't do anything. I know, man. It's so crazy, man. Based as usual, Bradley. Envoy Justice, always with the base takes, says forgiveness is for us to not be consumed by anger and held back from our relationship with Christ. It is not for us to give a pass to people. Yes, these sewing circle Christians don't get that. And that's the thing, though. We are to create a division. And the division is to protect me as a person, me to protect my ideological structure. If you allow the wolf in the house, all the sheep get massacred. That is why we have to have some form of division. The wolf is never going to change, and acknowledging this is okay. I can forgive the wolf, but it doesn't mean I have to let the wolf in my house. And that's the distinction that they don't get. That's what I wanted to paint as a picture for them. Unapologetic Preacher says, hello, everybody, and God bless. Yes, as we know, Christ is King, Christ is God. Actually, the reason why I like saying Christ is God is because a lot of Muslims can't say Christ is God. They'll say Christ is King. They believe that he's a prophet, but they'll never say Christ is God. The reason why I say that is because I don't want them mirroring things that I say. If I say Christ is God, oh, Muslims are really quiet. They shut the hell up when I say that. Well, that's because we have two different gods that we worship, and that's the thing, though. When people make statements like Muslims worship the same God you do, no, we don't. My God is not your Allah. They're two different things. Yeah, Allah can mean God to you, but it's completely different. And you have a different belief system that, like me having the triune God. You don't believe in that, which is a different God. Your theology is different. Everything else is different. That is why we have to create this division. I can forgive you as a Muslim, but I don't have to accept you as a Muslim in my home. I don't have to accept you and allow you in my home so you can warp our culture and change everything, which is the foundational pillar of everything. Christianity should be gatekept. And if you don't gatekeep anything, you lose it through subversion, through being conquered, through having people say, I'm just a refugee, and then people buy political positions and get a position to power and then rule over you. And these people hate Christianity. And when they're in these positions of power, rule over you, they say, ixnay all the Christianity, bring in the Sharia law. That's what I don't want. And that's why I'm running for office, because it begins from this little segment of belief that I have, which is from a Christian ideological faction, which is Orthodox Christianity. If I take a look at this, this is my ethical foundation. So when people say you can't merge church and state. So what do you mean? I can't govern and point to the reference of Christian ethics that I have to determine whether or not LGBTQ should say that this bathroom should let men in? Where do all my decisions come from? I am informed from a Christian ethical basis. When I look at this is my foundation. There's no way I can separate my church and state, because if they're trying to pass some BS to where they're going to indoctrinate our students and I'm in office, no, we're not doing that. I'm going to vehemently oppose this. If it comes across my desk and I happen to get in office, I'm saying, no, we're not doing that. That's crazy. I will fight this tooth and nail because I have the chance to do so. If I'm in debates, which is a very performative practice when it comes to the ground level support system of YouTube and all this other stuff, Instagram and texting back and forth, and all that's a debate, right? But what are we doing on the grand scale of everything else? I have to apply and run for office. That's what I'm doing. So not only have I done debate in the past, but I'm going to do this for real. In order for me to make an impact, we have to get involved in politics. That's why I'm getting involved in politics. So when people make statements like Christians can't run for office, you shouldn't have positions of power. Well, if we're not in position to power, who's going to be in a position of power? Somebody that can rule over us with a different opposing ideology? Why would we let that happen so they can rule over us? So we have people in our state that are trans ideology, that are running, that possibly Muslim in the future. They should be opposed. I should oppose them. And if people say, you can't run because you have a pass Marte and all this other stuff, are you running? Are you doing any effort? What are you doing to run towards gunfire instead of away from this? Because women and men and children should be protected. How do we protect them? By making sure we maintain these laws, which point to the founding fathers pointing to referent Christian ethics. If we look at this, that is what I want our nation to continue to run on, the Christian ethical system, not Islam through this immigration, through Mamdani in New York and everybody else trying to indoctrinate our students. It all starts from the home. And I agree with that. That's why I'm going to change systems as much as possible where it makes sense. In Oklahoma, When we look at this, it's most fair for men. They're changing the laws there. I need to get involved. I am sick and tired of Muslims getting into positions of power and telling Christians how they should live their life. You are in no position to tell me that I can't function from a non-Christian perspective. That is crazy. This is insane. I have had it up to here when it comes to trans people telling me how I should live my life. When it comes to trans people telling kids and students in classes what they should worship. There was a teacher that wanted kids to pledge allegiance to a rainbow flag. I shit you not. Google this. This actually was she got fired, thank God. But this is the evil we have to fight. So when people are in this bubble, in this hemisphere saying, well, we're fighting because of the Panelverse and all, I don't care about the Panelverse. I don't care about Dusty. I don't care about any of these people. What I do care about is the real enemy. The real enemy isn't people like Dusty and Panelverse and anybody else on my side of the infighting. Because as soon as I turn this laptop off, I have to deal with laws in society out here. The real life touching grass and dealing with laws and legislature that gets passed. Our students going through school, the subversion of the trans ideology that's affecting our students. That's why I'm getting into the political arena. I'm tired. I've had it up to here with other people telling Christians how they should govern their lives. I'm done. If you guys aren't following me on Instagram _@TheRealMightyMouse, you should. I am on a warpath against Islam. I am on a warpath against Israel's occupation in the United States. I've had it up to here with the indoctrination of the Rainbow Coalition. We should take our rainbow back, which is a sign of peace. They've taken that and bastardized this and made it their own little thing. LGBTQ ideology is a religion at this point. Feminism is in bed with them. It's a religion at this point. So when I say I dislike Islam, it doesn't mean that I love Judaism. Two things can be true. I can despise both of them in their involvement in our country. It's subversive to Christian ethics. Israel, here's the thing. Judaism wants to usher in the Antichrist. Islam wants to kill Christians. If you really look at this from an Orthodox Muslim perspective, they're to kill all the infidels. That's really what this is. And why should I let a 54-year-old PDF prophet govern anything in the United States? This is crazy. So when people talk shit about President Trump and you guys have a PDF president. Well, in Islam, you guys have whole PDF countries. You guys do this with whole countries where you're lowering the age of consent in Iran, fighting for this to be 9 years old. Crazy, by the way. This is why I'm getting involved in politics. This is why I'm running for office in my state. You know what? I'm going at a rant. Let me read some of these comments real quick. Here we go. 100%. What is this? God bless. Let me go back real quick. Abby throws in 10. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you. Hey, Mescaline Dreamer says, hey. Real War Radio says 100%. Mescaline says the only good radical muzzies are the ones taking permanent. Damn, bro. Hey, you know what? I'm not going to say nothing, but hey, you have my support anyways. Separation of church and state is a liberal talking point. It's not in the Constitution. Yes, right. So there's no way I'm separating the two. If I get into office, everything LGBT is getting shut down. What's informing that? My Christian ethics is informing this. I'm an ex-drug user and ex-felon, but you got all that leeway, no obstacles except for these crazy libs. I believe in you, man. Yes, I believe in myself too. Envoy of Justice Bates with the 10 buckaroos. Wasp that founded this nation, gate kept at a severe level, requiring declarations to a church for public offices at a state level, blasphemy laws. Public exile said WAPs used to mean strict. Yes, I know. And here's the thing, though. We should fight for a white ethno state. I know it's going to sound super racist for me to say this, but whites are less than 1% of the global population in some segments of the world. White people are getting obliterated in mass. If we look at Nigeria, look what the Muslims are doing. They're exterminating Christians. Nobody's talking about this. They're exterminating Christians. This is why political positions are extremely important. I need to get involved in politics. I'm so frustrated sitting here thinking that my debates are going to do something. Yeah, it's probably going to do a little bit, but I could do a whole lot more in debates for public office and running and actually changing laws and debating whether or not a bill should not get passed. To me, my services will be way much better used in the political arena. That's the next chapter that I'm getting into. But yes, when we think about this, yes, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Yes, when we think about this, I'm going to, if I get into office, I'm going to fight for a white ethno state. We need to fight for this. China's doing this. Israel fought for a white ethno state and is keeping this. Who else? Poland is doing this through strengthening their borders, but the USA can't do this. And here's the funny thing about this, though. When you have countries that are based in Islam, why do they have to flee towards Christian countries and undermine them and destroy their whole populace? Why don't they go to Muslim countries? Oh, world domination. Crazy. That religion is led by the sword people, by the way. It's insane. All right, I have an unapologetic preacher. Hold on, let me get right back here real quick. The body politic of America was so Christian and was so Protestant that our form and structure of government was built for the Christian people. Yes. Amen. And I believe in that, man, for sure. One of the reasons we're going through a constitutional crisis is because we no longer have a Christian nation, but we have a Christian form of government and they're incompatible. I agree with that too. Yes. Nail on the head for sure. Simply put, you can't have liberty if you don't have a Christian population. Yes. America's structure of government was built on biblical principles and intended for a moral and Christian people. Damn. Yeah, I wish I could say anything, even a word, but unapologetic preachers taking the words out of my mouth. Crazy. Right, head like nail in the head. Man, but yes, I will be getting involved in politics and I will be running for office. I am sick and tired of these liberals that want death to any conservative. And that's the thing, though. Damn, you guys really got to stay tuned and pay attention to my Instagram because the bangers that I'm releasing on there, I am fighting tooth and nail. And I'm going to, this is the lead up to me running for office is my Instagram. I'm not putting it on YouTube because some of the shorts, matter of fact, look at some of the shorts. The shorts are also a reference to my Instagram because I also put those on there too. Just understand, if you look at the content that I'm producing through my shorts, that's where my fight is. That's where the majority of my fight is. If you're like, Marte hasn't done lives in a minute, I don't know where he's at. That's where my focus is. These shorts, blips for me to attack the ideology. Islam has no place in America. It's totally incompatible. Incompatible. Look at Dearborn, Michigan. Look at New York. These are slowly falling states. It's not completely fallen. They can still fight a little bit. But one of the reasons why, when we think about this, the reasons why New York fell is because no Christians stepped up. It was a vacant spot and a Muslim took it. The reason why one of the female districts who fights for Palestine and one of the subgroups of people who are terrorists at Mamdani's side is because nobody voted. That's the reason why she occupies this office right now, because nobody stepped up. We have to get involved in politics. If they keep telling Christians we have no right to have any power or any political position of power, we're giving it away to Muslims. That's what's happening right now. We have to fight for the sovereignty of our nation. We have to fight so that way we can keep America Christian. I don't care what anybody says. Because, it's not the fact that you hate an ideology governing society. It's what ideology do you want governing your society? Because you can't have nothing governing your society. What are you pointing to as an ethical foundation? It has to point to something. It can't. Atheism, maybe. Christianity, Islam, whatever that is. What's going to govern our nation? What's at the heart? And we are literally fighting for the existence of America right now. That's happening right now. We are fighting for the heart and soul and the existence of America. If we don't fight and we're abandoning the posts, we're literally committing a self-deletion. Can't even say that on YouTube. We're committing self-deletion as a nation. If we do not get involved in the real fight, So midterms are coming up. Get involved and vote. Envoy of Justice says, I'm Arabic and Hispanic descent and encourage my WASP brothers to return their harsh, conquering like demeanor. I understand that they did build the West as we know it, along with some Catholic support. Yes. And that's the thing, though, too, is when I said this, I meant what I said. I am sick and tired. And I'm going to say, I don't care if people clip this. I am justified for saying this. I am sick and tired of nice white people. You guys sicken me. I'm tired and sick and tired of nice white people. I want mean white people who hold their grounds, hold these boundaries, and keep some standards and don't put up with shit in America. That's what we need. The reason why the UK fell is because everybody wanted to be a nice white person. Don't be a nice white person, because nice gets you invaded. Nice gets your country invaded, co-opted, and subverted. This is what happened to Western churches en masse. When you have gay pastors come in, you're being nice. I hate nice white people. Stop that. We need the mean bastards to come in, like those guys with the Confederate flags. And I'm not talking about racists. I'm talking about the people who had a culture of saying, I'm not changing for shit. That's what we need in America. Please, white, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant, Catholic, even Christian white men, I support you and I am on your side. And when people say you're a race traitor, Marte, you're a coon, no, I'm not. Everything I'm fighting for is common sense. Since when is it race training to be on the side of common sense? This is nutso to me. This is crazy. Just insane. Anyways, here we go. Mexico's Dreamer says real law will give away to violence towards women, children, and animals, the most vulnerable. Yes, members of society. That's something people got to understand. Yes. Here's the thing. They can say Christians can't be violent. I can understand that. But if you listen to some of these Protestants, they'll tell you, well, we shouldn't get involved in it. You know, this and that and the fisticuffs and all that. Listen, if we listen to everything you guys said, nobody would be in the military. There would be no Christian Navy SEALs. We would never be in those positions. You know why? Who has to defend our country? We would never have Christian ICE agents, Christian Homeland Security agents, Christian law enforcement. We let these sewing circle Christians have their way. There would be nobody at the gates guarding and defending our nation against this Islam filth that's coming in. And yes, I am going to call it filth. It's filth. If your prophet's in the desert getting rowed by 40 black all-zoot men while your partner sits in a cuck circle in the sand, this is literally what happened. You can read the hadith on this. And then he comes in, lays his head on his partner's shoulders because he's sore from getting ridden all night. I'm not making this up either. It's actually what's written. But they're so against gay ideology, but your prophet allowed this to, like, what? This is... Anyways, so crazy. The all-zoot rode him all night. This is insane. Look, somebody could be Muslim in front of me, and I'm not going to hate them like blatantly and be like, I hate you as a person. No, it's your ideology that's coming into America. You have 3 stages that come in. First, they come in, I'm a refugee and I'm seeking help because I'm ostracized or I'm oppressed from my country. I seek refuge. They're relying on the niceness of Christians. This is what wolves do. And this is how they monopolize country. So when the person on Instagram said, when has a Muslim person ever hung a black person? They didn't need to hang people for the Crusades to happen. That's not how they killed Christians. Christians died because their religion was led by the sword. And they knocked out nations. Constantinople sacked nations. The reason why we had this happen with the Crusades is because it was a defensive posture. We had no choice. We were being eradicated. They never teach that in history, by the way. But Muslims would tell you that Christian evil because Crusades. No, I would implore everybody to research on history. Like it was a last ditch effort. We had to do this. We had no choice. Our hand was forced. Sure, there were some injustices that happened, as in every war. But if you look at the big picture, their prophet enslaved people, created sex slaves, killed people. Christ never had sex slaves. Christ never had slaves, period. Christ never killed people. Big difference between our prophet and theirs, or actually our God and theirs. So just insane, man. We can thank liberal white women for voting. Yes, white women that are liberal are one of the greatest enemies of the nation. If you guys don't follow me on Instagram, once again, _ the real Mighty Mouse, you guys are missing out. I'm hammering these Muslims. Like, you're going to see why they give me death threats all the time, these Muslims. I'm going to continuously get death threats. I don't give a damn. Because if I don't speak up, nobody else will. If I'm quiet, guess what's going to happen? I'm allowing our nation to get subverted. We need the conqueror whites back, the Vikings. Yeah, that's telling you, bro. Al Zoot, yes. The Barbary slave trade is widely under discussed. That's what's happening right now in Africa. So Unapologetic Preacher brings up a good point. You can literally go to Africa and purchase a slave right now. But they want to talk about white people in 400 years ago. Christian whites are the ones that ended slavery. The Brits ended slavery. They fought against this and ended this. But somehow blacks from my culture want to point to whites and hold on to history. Yet blacks from my culture in Africa right now are continuing this and co-opted with the Muslim agenda. Slavery, committing tons of killings. They're slaughtering Christians right now. There is a pastor that's in Nigeria right now. God, I don't even know if he's still alive, but I followed him for a very long time. This guy is trying to bad. It's heartbreaking, bro. Like it breaks my heart to see this guy in his fall. They killed 9 of his people the other day. Like, I'm not going to get emotional right now, but damn it breaks my heart that nobody's talking about this. The slave trade that's going on right now. The oppression against our Christian brothers in Africa right now. Why? Because we're so focused on our phones right now and materialism and these agendas and the sexism debates and all this other BS. We have Christians getting slaughtered and mowed down and burned alive. Churches getting burned down. In New York, we had 3 churches burned down, yet Mamdani doesn't want to have arson investigations to find out what happened. He doesn't care. Because, of course, he's Muslim. He doesn't care what Christians do. He doesn't care if we bounce back from that. Doesn't care as long as another mosque gets built. It sickens me to the core. I'm just tired of this, man. It's just crazy. This is why I'm getting involved. No more. I'm getting involved in politics, running for office, and everybody can say, but Marte, you're past. What's the worst thing going to tell me? No? Marte, we're just not voting for you? Cool. The worst thing you could say is no. But guess what's going to happen? Once I get into office, all the LGBT shit out the window. All this other BS that is antithetical to Christian ethics out the window. How am I wrong? How does that not align with our nation's founding fathers and their belief systems? Right. There's gangs in the UK. It's just already raping adolescents, white girls, and their laws are powerless because Europe is ran by feminism. Yes, they're more afraid of being called a racist. They're more afraid of being called racist than actually delivering justice to people who are oppressed, which are white people. Yeah, that's actually what's happening. There was a police officer there was a father who knew his daughter was getting raped by a bunch of men in the building, went there, the police ushered him away, said, no, my daughter's in that building getting raped. Then he went back and the police told him to turn back again. There's nothing to be seen here. Then he went back a 3rd time to rescue his daughter. And you know what the police said? You should be glad she's experiencing another culture. Look, I don't know about you guys, but I would be doing some vigilante justice, to be honest with you. I'm just being honest with you. Not my daughter. If anything happens like that, and I'm a child, my daughter, whoever, a loved one, bro, I'm how many can I take them out? Like, I'm going to be like, this is the time when I'm probably going to lean to emotions and feels and away from logic, because there's no last vestige of protection when your government and your military, your police, everybody fails you because they're too afraid to be called racist. This is insane. Insane. Mescaline said the UK is cut. Yeah, I know. It's insane. So if you follow my Instagram attached to my bio, I made this. It's permanently attached to my bio. It is the gang grape report. Yeah, go look it up. The stories, if you can get through them, these are documented events, things that have happened, court cases that they've tried to close, all this that they've reopened and documented all this, the stories are a girl named Chloe, how they came, abducted her, drugged her up, and a lot of these women are being abducted and raped. 250,000 white women, Christian women, and young girls are either being raped, abducted, drugged up, bound up, tied up, having bottles broken inside of them, and even shipped back to their countries and being forced to convert and getting impregnated. Nobody did anything to stop this. So when people say, you should depend on the government to do this, their government has failed them. There's nothing they could do. This gets me livid, because if that's happening there, what's to say that that can't happen here? Why should we let the wolf in the gate? Oh, I'm just a refugee. My people are escaping. I don't care. Go somewhere else. Go to Botswana. Actually, don't go to Botswana because they're oppressed. Bro, there's nowhere else they can go. Go to a Muslim country where they're okay with you. Don't go to Christian nations. If you are Muslim, go somewhere that aligns with your belief, because we don't align with that. None of that is in alignment with anything our founding fathers have agreed to, co-signed. None of your ethics are in alignment with what we do, bro. It's crazy. I am frustrated. So once again, I'm going to say this one last time. That's why I'm running for office. Tired of this shit. I'm sick and tired of this shit. We are being subverted en masse. California is falling slowly, a little bit slower than New York. Dearborn is cooked. Dearborn is absolute. They have marches. They have a Muslim call. New York and Times Square, they're doing that already. Bro, New York is cooked. Like, New York is a mini UK right now. Dearborn, Michigan, another mini UK, United Kingdom. If we let them have it their way and we don't push back and there's no fight, they would have us looking like the UK, just the same. And these gang rapes will come in and they're going to do what they want to do. The Pakistanis, everybody else. It's crazy. Christianity is the only religion that's being persecuted the way it is right now. That shit needs to stop. I'm tired, bro. I'm sick and tired of that. So if you guys are wondering how come Marte hasn't been on here, I've been producing content and shorts on Instagram and on YouTube. I am preparing to run for office at some point. Local office first, but then slowly building up. So anyways, that's my time. And I've had it up to here with Islam and Israel's involvement in our politics. I'm tired of all that. They're both working together, by the way. They're both working in together. Israel is opening the floodgates so that way Islam can do its dirty work. That's what's happening right now. It's insane, man. Insane. One last thing before I go. Unapologized Brett Fraser says, books I recommend for strong historical arguments regarding Christianity in the USA. Demanding Liberty by, hold on, let me take a picture of this so that way I can actually refer back to this. Hold on, I'm going to take a picture. Damn, my thing's turned around. Okay. Think that's it. All right. Demanding Liberty by Brandon J. O'Brien and A Religious History of the American People by Sidney A. Astrom. I'll see if there's an audiobook because I'm so busy. I'll see if I can buy them on I forgot what that app is. I got it because I got Rachel Wilson's audiobook there too. And if there's no audiobook, I'll order it on Amazon or wherever books are sold. But I appreciate it, man. I need all the reading material and all the help. We are in the middle of an ideological war that's going to turn into a real war. And before this begins, like bullets and knives on the ground, it's going to be a political slugfest. We need to fight. We are in the middle of a fight. If you don't get involved in this fight, you're complicit to some degree. That's all I'm going to say. It says I'm reading Mein Kampf again for the fifth time. There was a prerequisite for a society to. I'm not going to say anything, but I'm just saying, I see you. I'm just going to say, I see you. That's it. All right, guys, man, I'm out of here. I appreciate. Let me go through my super chats one last time. Bradley for $1.99 says, "Keep up the good work, brother." I appreciate it, man. Anything helps. Werewolf Combat says, "For the algo, keep fighting, brother Marte." Yes, I definitely will. Bradley says, "Towards the protein shake." I know I need all I can get, bro. Relentless, my brother in Christ with the Orthodox symbol, $2. I appreciate it. How long, Nate? With the not one step back for 20. I appreciate it, brother. Werewolf says you're muted. Yeah, thank God I fixed that. World War Radio says, let's go, Marte. Definitely appreciate that. Abby says, just showing my support. That's it. Envoy, of course, reading this again. Wasp that founded the nation. I'm going to read it again anyways. Gate kept at a severe level, requiring declarations to a church for a public office at the state level, blasphemy laws, public exile, etc. WASP used to be mean, strict. Yes, that's what we need in America. Strict and mean again, man. Okay. Good night, Marte. Stay blessed, everybody. Yeah, I'm out of here. Unapologetic preacher. Good to see you again, too, brother. Keep up the good fight. I'm going to get into the political arena. You stay in the debate arena. We need to unite. All Christians need to unite. I don't care who you are. You believe in Christ and you want to support me, good, because we have a greater op out there. That's Islam and Judaism infiltrating our government. I'll say that right now. I don't care what people say. They're working hand in hand, and this satanic agenda is getting involved in politics. And the only way to fight this is to also get involved. If you opt out, you're complicit. That's my belief, and I'm holding myself to that standard. That's it. Always good seeing you, brother. God bless. Yes, for sure. Rev Russ Rev Russ is good. Matter of fact, the shooter, Rev Russ, if you ever see a movie called The Dark Tower series, there's a guy called the Gunslinger. You remind me a lot of him. He wears a hat like you, and he doesn't miss, and he kills evil. I kid you not. He's a gunslinger where he has this ability to kill evil with bullets. He's specifically on a mission to kill evil, and he's a protector. Go check it out, the Dark Tower movie, and there's a guy called the Gunslinger. He looks like you, your avatar. This kid you not. And I'm like, if there's anybody that could be Rev Russ, that would be him. Anyways, that's my time. I am out of here. I got to get some food in my system and upload some more reels. So pay attention to my content and be there, be square. I also have a debate on the 4th. It is an ambush debate. Me and Jake Varr versus 20 liberals. And then after that, possibly another ambush debate, me and Stillborn defending Christianity against evangelical atheists. Yes, you heard it, evangelical atheists. These are atheists who want to have Christians leave Christianity. I think that's the best way I can say this. So evangelical atheists, they're evangelical about atheism, and they're saying that Christianity causes harm. Me and Stillborn are going to be in that fight, and I'm also in the middle of doing word war debate. I'm doing well so far. I'll post the video as soon as they drop this. But anyways, that's my time, and Christ is God.